It all kicked off in the sewers under that town, where the underground drains swallowed every secret. Even after being thrown into another world, Kamuro Naaki, still playing his role as an exterminator, keeps doing his job. This time he plunged into the grime and slaughtered those rat-like demon beasts, Masmaskal. But our protagonist, he looked at those monsters like they were just ordinary rats, and decided their stories were the real proof, so he brought them to the guild to make it count. He snatched off every tail and stuffed the rest of the bodies straight into a bag. Kamuro stared at the bag, thinking about where he could throw these things away, only to remember his real options: burn the bodies, except he couldn't because fire magic was off-limits to him. Kamuro stared at the forest ahead. As he stared into the pitch-black woods, memories hit him. People swore this forest slaughtered brand-new adventurers with goblins and slimes. He wasn't reckless enough to gamble his life by throwing himself into a fight with monsters. Komodo shrugged, decided dumping the remains in the forest would be no big deal, and bet that the monsters would handle the rest. So he grabbed those rats and tossed them into the forest like they were nothing. And then, ignoring those monster screams in the distance, he brushed it off, only for them to hit a few minutes later. For a split second, Komodo stared at his life like it was a memory, caught in the moment where he died in the last word, and then he blinked and woke up in this world. At first, Kamuro couldn't make heads or tails of this weird world, but the moment he realized it was basically an RPG, everything clicked, and he adapted fast. And here's why he was exterminating rats. Back in his previous life, he used to do the exact same job, so Kamuro was simply more used to it than anything else. In this world, the moment he signed up with the Adventurers Guild, everything started to change. Kamuro figured it out fast. Swords and wands just weren't his thing. At the port, adventurers go hunting water monsters, while the heroes battle demon lords, and Kamuro couldn't stop thinking. But if a god truly crafts heroes, then he messed up the choice. Somewhere in that list, it all started to go wrong. By not giving Kamuro any of those hero-like chances, he ended up surviving the only way he could, hunting bugs and insects for pay. Turns out he was an exterminator who still hadn't uncovered the world's biggest mysteries, or met the wild, fun crew waiting for him now. Now we jump back to the day before, back to the town where Kamuro called home. He used to rush over all the time to elder elf Camilla's place, because she ran a drugstore. Her room overflowed with crammed shelves of books and bottles of medicine, like she was always one step away from a cure or a spell. And Camilla practically beamed, because Kamuro finally showed up to wipe out those pests, and his work made her grin nonstop. Kamuro shot her a big thanks for the amazing review, then added that he could handle the cleaning duties too, no extermination required. So he went and did exactly that to make her place feel alive. Camilla shelled out 50 knots for the job. And Kamuro ditched the job for a new shot at exterminating something else. When he strode right past everyone in the crowd, most of them were out there as combat adventurers, suited up in knight armor with gear strapped tight and ready to fight. Kamuro couldn't shake the wish that he'd snagged that kind of talent for himself. But after coming up empty-handed, he went right back to the extermination grind. He was so desperate to grab some basic materials with the exact amount he'd just earned, only it felt like it slipped through his fingers like knots in his chest. It was the currency that ran this whole world, so he made a beeline for a place to crash for the night with the money he'd just earned. Muro strode up to the Adventurers Guild, and right next to it, the lodging house. That Adventurers Guild blew our minds. Way nicer, way bigger than anything we've ever seen in manga, and it was packed with all kinds of facilities for every adventurer under the sun. Dozens of them swarmed around here, burning through their hard-earned money, and while they partied, Kamuro hauled in the request document he'd picked up and rushed straight to clean Camilla's house. Irene, the receptionist, stamped his request as finished, and she praised him for all the solid work he'd been putting in. So Komodo whipped around and checked the board for any other jobs he could take, only to find that most of the requests were either vanquishing monsters for good or lending a hand in wild magical experiments. Kamuro quickly realized these weren't for someone like him. They screamed adventurer only, so he knew he had to hunt for a different option because this was out of his reach. First, he checked his numbers, only 50 knots left right now, and if he burned 20 knots on the stay-in, he'd be left with just 30. Then he heard adventurers shouting at Irene, demanding to know if she was really serious about sending them into the sewers. Irene said nobody else wanted to touch that request in ages, and now the whole problem was getting nastier every single time. The adventurers said, "Slimes it is," because that job fit their skills best. Then they grabbed the mission and bolted out of the place. As Irene got left behind, she let out one deep, defeated sigh. Then Kamuro leaned in and asked her straight up if even a total beginner could pull off that request. When she finally tilted her eyes up, Irene's breath caught because it was Komodo Naoki standing right in front of her. She told him the governor's office was behind this, demanding they wipe out the multiplying masmuscles crawling through the sewers. Even though the pay was only 5 knots per head, masmuscle were a nightmare to handle, fast, slippery, and impossibly agile. Not only that, but they were stuck roaming the sewers, and magic was totally forbidden down there, no exceptions, so nothing could go wrong. Kamuro realized that Masma's skull didn't look monstrous at all. It looked like Ray's, and in the end, it was nothing but a rat extermination. While Irene warned that those rats could wreck the town's hygiene, Kamuro cut in and told her that he'd really want to grant this request. Irene shot out, "Wait, are you really sure you want to take this request?" He just nodded and agreed again to make sure everything was confirmed. Irene shot him a grateful smile for the help, and Kamuro shrugged it off like it was no big deal, because he was hunting for a job too. Irene shot him a quick nod of luck as he marched off to carry out the extermination. And right now, Kamuro can finally breathe easy. He's done the job, and pure relief hits him hard. He wiped out those masmuscles using rat poison he cooked up himself, and since each rat was worth 5 knots, Kamuro raked in about 500 knots for taking down 100 rats. Right then, he decided to push this pace hard, because if he kept going, his dream of owning his own place was finally within reach. Fire burned in his chest, pure motivation taking over as he set his sights on mass-producing even more rat poison to crush the rats that were waiting for him next. For that, he showed up at Camilla's place and begged her to sell him every poisonous plant she had in stock, but she hit him with a 100 knots price tag, and that cost was way too steep for him. So Kamuro leaned in and begged for a discount, and after she agreed, he shot a look back at her place. Then Camilla slid the offer to him. If he'd swing by and clean her place every now and then, she'd sell him those things for 10 knots right this second. Kamuro was so grateful for her kindness that. So he grabbed her hands, buzzing with excitement, and it totally caught Camilla off guard, turning her shy fast. Even when his hands warmed her up, Camilla yanked them away from hers hard. Kamuro clocked the red face and asked what was wrong, and Camilla just brushed it off, saying it was nothing, then told him to go, because his job here was done. After that, Komodo handed over the money and hauled in every single ingredient he needed to cook up his rat poison. Next, he stormed to the market and grabbed wheat flour and honey from the grocery store. While Kamuro was on the move, he stumbled on a shop selling monster meat. So he marched up to the shop owner and begged for spoiled monsters, blood, and fat for Kamuro, and trust me, the place stank like absolute doom. Which made it the perfect choice for Kamuro to pick it up for the mission too. But when he finally stumbled back into the guild, the place erupted. Everyone was so grossed out by the stench they couldn't stop screaming about it. As that rotten stench of the whole place hit him in the face, they begged him to get the hell out of here because whatever he was holding stank so badly, it made them recoil. Kamuro figured he had to get it somehow for the job, so he went ahead and did it right here because he didn't have a house to do it in. Irene snapped that he should take it somewhere else, and when he asked if he could do it at the lodging, she warned him the stench would cling to the walls. Komoro shot back, asking what the big deal was if he did it anyway, because in his mind, this was all just a fantasy world, so none of it mattered, right? Irene snapped that she had no clue what he was talking about, then ordered him to just do it out back of the guild. The guild, Kamuro marched in like she promised him she would. So he dumped in every last ingredient he could, poison plant leaves, water, honey, and even monster blood. He kicked off his work by cooking up rat poison from his own plant. He got to work right away, kneading fresh wheat dough, then pouring in water and honey until it turned sweet and ready. Then he slashed through the poisonous plants with a knife, severing every last one. He smashed and kneaded everything into a smooth dough, then ripped off chunks and rolled them into dango. And he slathered them in monster blood and thick, dripping fats. Then he sniffed the dango like it was some sacred secret, and he swore the smell was amazing, so good that no other human would ever even dare to get anywhere near it. Kumuro's deadly special, his rat poison, was finally finished, and it slipped out exactly the way he'd pictured, no surprises, just pure certainty. He knew it looked mouthwatering, but one bite and anyone who went for it would instantly die. So he slapped a skull and crossbones on it, making sure nobody's curiosity turned into an accident. Komodo's plan was finally time to strike, so he headed into those sewers, then checked the map first, hunting the perfect spot to set the bait. Locked in with the plan, he scattered the poison bait everywhere, and once it was all set up, he was done. Kamuro stumbled into some random spot and crashed outside, because once he burned through every last coin making that rat poison, he had 0 money left, so he slept out there through the night. He jolted awake in the morning and dashed out to work before the day could catch him. When Kumuro showed up, his whole world went silent. Hundreds of mass mescal rats were strewn dead across the ground. His bait hit the mark perfectly, and happiness surged through him. Now all that was left was to roll up his sleeves and clean them up. He kept hauling the rats back again and again, slicing off their tails. And then he hurled them into the forest, sending them tumbling into the wild. After that, he hustled back to the guild to grab his reward, and there, Irene finally got her hands on a bag stuffed with plenty of knots, exactly the reward she'd been waiting for, and she couldn't believe this job was getting done at such a blazing pace. And Kimuro would head right back into the sewer again, scrubbing every remaining spot clean. The very next day, he stormed back, only to find the same chilling scene again, piles of rats dead on the ground. And Kimuro kept looping through the whole routine again and again, until he racked up an insane body count of rats. He could have kept grinding through the same loop over and over again. But Irene snapped at him to just stop, and demanded to know what the heck he thought he was doing, like, "What are you even up to?" And that's when he made. They even tried to call her at the office. Kamuro insisted he was only pushing to wrap up his job before the deadline hit. Irene said she and the office never expected to get this many Masmascals, and that's why their money feels like it's running out just when the reward is supposed to hit. At this rate, she figured they'd go broke for sure, so she demanded to know exactly how many rats he'd killed so far. He grinned and told her he'd quit counting once he hit 1,000, because the number of payments he'd made left Irene completely speechless. Komodo basically shrugged and said he was just doing his job like always, like all this was nothing. Irene couldn't stop asking herself, how normal was this supposed to be for him? Komodo pulled him aside and hit the office first, because they weren't touching the sewers until that stop was done. Then Irene suddenly flinched at the guild door blasted open with a deafening crack, and Kimuro was the one who did it. He snatched everyone's attention the second he showed up, because that guild gate was so massive a brand new nobody couldn't possibly break it. Irene had this wild feeling she could totally sense what was going on. So she begged Kimuro to show off his adventurous card, but the truth is, Kimuro barely even looked at his own cards. Irene snapped him back to it. This was the very card he got the first day he joined the guild, and Kimuro fumbled it out, then shoved it into Irene's hands. And she was left stunned, watching her wild expectations actually come true. She leaned in and told Kimuro that when people suddenly level up, they sometimes smash things by accident. No malice, just pure shock from not realizing how strong they'd become. But even if that was true, Kimuro's power shot up way too fast. One minute he was nowhere, and the next he's a level 38 adventurer, and honestly, that kind of growth is nearly impossible. Back when he was only level 2 a few days ago, Kimuro told her he'd only been dumping dead Masmascals, ones that had swallowed poison, into the forest, so of course those monsters must have chomped them up, and that was probably why all of this started. But that breakneck growth was way too weird to come from just that alone, while Kimuro stood there, thrown off by how wildly excited this beast woman Irene was. Irene then shut him down hard, telling him to keep his leveling method under wraps, because once word got out, it would spark a full-blown riot out there. Kimuro asked if level 38 counts as high, and she snapped back that the real issue isn't the number, it's the grind, because you don't just have levels, you earn them every day by training your body and your mind. This is where Kimuro felt like a cheat code, until she warned him. The legend says the hero who defeated the Demon King, 55 down in the books. So yeah, Kimuro's power level was skyrocketing to that insane height, way faster than it ever should have. Kimuro blinked in shock when he realized there were even levels. Now it felt like straight-up RPG magic to him. Irene stared like, "Are you even hearing me?" But even when she claimed his level was pretty special, he didn't feel a single weird thing about it. He said he'd keep pushing forward now, on his own terms, at his own pace. And later, Irene kept staring at him, like she couldn't believe what a weird person he turned out to be. Komodo headed straight to Camilla's place to grill her about something important. But there was a gorgeous young elf there. When someone showed up, her eyes widened and surprise shot straight through her, even while she was still in her youthful disguise. Now let's rewind Kimuro's life, because after death he got dropped into this world, and things are about to get wild. He longed to keep living the same way he always had. As an exterminator and cleaner, he had no clue what monster he'd have to face the next day on his brand new extermination job. That night, just like every other day, Kimuro sat down and scribbled in his journal, page after page. And right today, he shoved his brand new experiences into it, so he wouldn't forget a single thing. He wrote that wiping out the Masma skulls had finally put enough coin in his pocket to breathe for a bit, so he begged Camilla to let him rent the empty second floor of her shop. He finally cracked the leveling up system and understood it all, along with skills. Then out of nowhere, Sarah, his mysterious girl, burst into his room, and it felt like Kimuro had already crossed paths with her earlier that day. But he couldn't shake the question, why did she suddenly start stripping down to her underwear right in front of him? Meanwhile, Kimuro felt shaky with nerves as Sarah pressed closer, firing off mind-melting thoughts straight from her head. Kimuro begged her to wait, but she snapped back that she was spending the night with him, her way, because after all, Sarah was a slave who threw her life on the line for Kimuro because he saved her and claimed both her heart and body, because now they're his. Kimuro's fighting for control against those heavenly proportions, and right when he thinks it can't get worse, Sarah tells him to use her however he wants. Kimuro blurted, panicked, asking if she was really serious about it. So Sarah decided to prove it with her actions, and Kimuro couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, something he had no idea existed. And he wondered if Sarah was doing it as a slave. He could read it in her eyes. She had zero trouble doing this, so now we'd finally find out how Komodo ended up in this mess, starting from the very beginning of this day. Kimuro's day kicked off with a brutal assignment. He had to face a whole swarm of spirits and ghosts head-on. Kimuro had no clue he could wipe them out too, until he sprayed them with a top-tier recovery potion and watched it work perfectly, like it was made for this. And somehow he pulled it off. He completed the job to wipe out the ghosts from the guild. Irene thanked him again and again, because these ghosts weren't just around, they were ruining everything, harassing her nonstop with pure menace. She was just as shocked. Somehow he pulled off getting those top-tier potions, even though they were insanely expensive. Komodo fired back that the potion and the spray weren't store-bought at all, they were self-made by him. After sharpening his pharmaceutical and compounding skills, he crafted a potion so high quality it looked impossible. He even snatched up a detection skill, like it was right there for the taking. That showed a map of everything alive nearby, where they were and how deadly they were. He pulled it all off by finally getting how this world's gears actually work. Little by little, the powers finally clicked into place, and even the ghosts started feeling it. Lately, he started falling in love with this world. After leveling up, Kimuro poured those skill points into fire magic, mathematics, and even language. Then he burst out laughing like he couldn't believe it, clocking just how fiercely frugal he was. While he tested his skills, he realized the real reason people understood him so easily, his language. Now that his work was finally coming together, he felt real relief. He didn't have to worry about dropping dead on the street anymore. He was over the moon living above Camilla, and the second anything happened, she'd rush up and fill him in. The next day, she hauled the news in and told him someone had come looking for him. Kamuro couldn't shake the feeling, who on earth was coming to see him? And just like that, when he hit the stairs, there she was. It was Irene from the guild, staring right at him. He said he didn't remember signing up for any guild request. Then she shot back that it came out of nowhere, just like that. Or it's basically a favor, because only he could pull it off. Nobody else stood a chance of finishing that request. He told her to stay put and wait until he was back from the bathroom. When he finally got back, Irene hit him with the news. This sudden order wasn't paperwork at all. They needed him to wipe out a whole swarm of Vespa hornets that had nested in a busted abandoned house. Komodo suddenly remembered those bee-like monsters from the encyclopedia Camilla lent him, and Irene nodded like, yeah, that's exactly what they are. While Camilla was proud of how he'd earned not just a life, but lessons too from living with her, she was now stuck in a cute little moment, right in the middle of it. Turns out the young girl form and the old lady Camilla from before were the exact same person. Camilla just played two looks. When she wasn't working, she stayed young, but the second she opened shop, she snapped into her old lady form. All because she thought some old lady hawking medicine would rake in way better sales. When he heard that, he couldn't stop cracking up, and yeah, he just shoved that whole thing aside for now. Irene leaned in and asked Kamuro if he'd take her request, then pressed him for the real question, why him? He didn't want anyone to label him a handyman, not when he still cared about living. So he listened as Camilla said the Vespa Hornets were usually handled by B-rank parties and up, but right now the only people in town were C-rank adventurers. So her superiors ordered her to go ask him, because even though he's G-rank, his power level is absurdly high. Kamuro had a bad feeling this was some dirty move from the guild, but it was his first time hearing anything like it, so he held back and listened. Then he leaned in and asked Irene whether she knew Vespa Hornets were dangerously poisonous. And unlike Masmus's skulls, he refused to just swallow it. He tried to turn down the request with a quick sorry. But when Irene dropped a sad face like a lost puppy, Kimuro finally cracked and told Irene, "Pass this one message to my superiors." Passing her over to pressure him into accepting that sudden request felt totally unfair, so she pressed him, "What do you mean, exactly?" Then he leaned in and asked Camilla if she could whip up some kind of anesthetic that would knock out hornets too. Irene shot him a grateful smile for agreeing to her request, and he told her it's no big deal because handling hornets was just another day on his job. He dove right back into preparing for the extermination, then leaned toward Irene and told her he'd trade his help for one favor, just one, and when she finally heard what he wanted, she waved it off like, "No problem," though a little shyness crept into her voice as she agreed. So he demanded to know where that Vespa-nested house was, and the guy pointed him to a forest right off the edge of town. Kumuro clocked that the place was pointing straight in the same direction as the sewers, and so he cranked his detection skill to the absolute max. And just like that, every street, every person, and even where each living thing was standing, sorted by threat level, flashed onto the map above Kimuro. Irene just stared, completely stunned, like her brain couldn't find the right words. He kept serving him until Kumuro suddenly chimed in that he'd spotted hornets everywhere, so many of them, and he swore there were 3 green dots too, which meant people were right there with them. Irene and Camilla were. I couldn't believe it. He just busted out a detection skill right there, like it was nothing. That's how he could even spot the ruins from this place, and he insisted it was nothing more than a matter of angles and how many things were still alive. Then Camilla erupted in a shout, saying that even if she lived 800 years, her skills would never reach that level, proving she was a shut-in researcher who never bothered to level up. After a stretch of waiting, Kimuro finally showed up at the spot where the Vespa hornets were hanging out. He never saw this Vespa hornet's nest coming. It's so massive it looks like it's stacked up 3 whole stories high. He couldn't stop thinking, how was he even supposed to handle this mess? And judging by the nest size, he figured the hornets had to be about as big as a full-grown dog. After that, he crept right up to the nest. He checked the map of the place, tracing white hornet-like blurs and green dots of people nearby, and he couldn't help thinking. Wondered if those people were really here. They might have got a plan to take down the hornets. So he made up his mind. He'd slip through the back of the building first, and then he inched his way in, scanning every corner like something was about to strike. Down there, he stumbled onto a basement. And when he finally snapped his gaze up the stairs, he watched it drag him straight into a dark place inside the building. As soon as he got there, a man sprawled on the ground, knife in hand, looking way too relaxed, called out to him. He dropped this idea about swapping shifts, like it was the perfect move, until it made it sound like one of his accomplices was in on it too. But the second Kamuro greeted him, the guy snapped, "Who the hell are you?" Kamuro couldn't believe it. Why would a prison like this be buried down here? Then he leaned in and said he wasn't the least bit suspicious. He'd come here to wipe out the hornets, and he just wanted to know the best way to do it, only for the guy to snap that everything about Kamuro smelled suspicious. Now that he'd finally seen Kamuro's face, he snapped, charging in with a knife and refusing to let Kamuro walk out alive. Kamuro leaned in and started talking fast, trying to get that guy to back off. But before Kamuro could even react, the guy already lunged in with his knife, trying to stab him, so yeah. But then, no warning, the knife snapped clean in half, and the guy went rigid with pure shock. He bolted out of there, grumbling that the pay wasn't nearly enough to handle someone this brutally strong. Kamuro tried to shout a warning because the guy was too loud, but when he finally saw what Kamuro was talking about, everything clicked. When he spotted the Vespa hornets barreling in front of him, they swarmed and speared his whole body with razor-sharp thorns. As Kamuro realized his body was coming apart bit by bit, he also spotted the grim truth. One of the green dots on his detection map had vanished. He didn't panic. Hornets were ruthless, and once they claimed their ground, they defended it with everything they had. They're brutal insect hunters, crunching smaller bugs for food, and when the time's right, they even ball them up into a tight sphere to carry back and feed their young, so the colony can multiply. Kumuro then snapped his fire skill on, flooding the pitch-black room with blazing light. And that's when he spotted an old beastman and a young girl huddled together inside the prison. He decided the prison door's hinge was his only way out, so he tested it, fought through the lock, and somehow got himself inside. The prisoners slumped in silence, their heads hanging low like they'd already given up. Camaro clocked it instantly. Once they noticed the prison door hanging open, neither of them even tried to escape. The old beastman muttered, saying he was sure they'd been abandoned already. As the other young girl choked out her sadness, "We don't have any families, we've been discarded," Kamuro felt the words slam into his memory. When Irene told me slave traders were real, the whole world suddenly felt terrifying. And even the elderly beastman Baltsak, along with other races, made his presence felt. Kamuro heard him admit, "I have no clue who you even are." But he demanded at least that, take the young girl, if not him, because her former owner had milked her relentless ever since her Gecko tribe talents first kicked in, and that scum had even slammed a petrification spell on her. Once he was done with her, the young girl snapped that she wanted to be left behind. Kamuro just wanted to keep his work going, so he flat out told them, "I can't abandon you here, come out." Right out of nowhere, the young girl snapped, shouting a warning to Kamuro, "Don't you dare touch me." And he kept his hand just out of reach of her. Komodo sensed she had her reasons, and her insecurities were clawing at her from the inside. Komodo was freaking out, saying the people who trapped them weren't bad at first, until their real colors finally blasted through. Kamuro was so innocent that their fake smiles couldn't trap him, not even for a second. So she clung to that belief, refusing to trust any human at all, because she was sure every last one of them would turn on her and betray them in the end. Komaru could tell whatever happened, it hit her hard. So he went for it, yanked out his healing potion, and sprayed it straight onto her. The girl snapped at him to stop right there, terrified that if he got any closer, he'd cast another spell on her too. Kamuro leaned in and told her, "Don't worry," then made it crystal clear, this wasn't the kind of danger that could hurt her. Kamuro begged him not to get closer, but with a slave's leash on her neck, she couldn't fight back, so Kamuro stepped in and doused her with a healing potion spray. And even that top-tier healing potion couldn't budge a single thing, she still felt exactly the same. The girl sank into even deeper sadness, and Kamuro leaned in, saying he'd once read about a way to treat her petrification in an encyclopedia, maybe his friend would know more. Then Baltsak, the old beastman, stared him down and demanded, "Do you really think that can be fixed?" Kamuro warned them not to get carried away yet, then straight up said, "At least now we've finally got a real reason to leave." Now Baltsak pushed the girl to finally grasp it. This human wasn't lying, he was offering to treat her, so yeah, he had to be different from the rest. The girl nodded and went along, until the real trouble showed up, those shackles. Komodo leaned in, yanked the chains in his mind, and figured he could wiggle them loose if he just got them off a little. And just like that, he snapped the chain apart with his bare hands, raw strength so brutal it left Baltsak and the girl staring in total shock. Kamuro snapped his palms together, scrubbing the grime off his hands. He motioned them over, then told the two to head out right now, quietly, step by step, slow as can be, because Vespa hornets were everywhere. With a sharp gesture, he led them straight out the way, like he knew exactly where escape waited. And the moment those two slipped out, the girl snapped her hands over her eyes, blinded by the scorching sunlight she hadn't seen in ages. She spun around and stared, stunned by the wild, open sky stretching above her. Sunlight blazed overhead, while a soft breeze swept past like it knew something was about to happen. She broke down in tears of freedom, like she truly believed that abandoned life would have killed her. Kamuro shrugged and told them not to sweat about the hornets this far, then said he was out, he'd head back there himself. Baltsak couldn't shake the question as he headed back to the mansion, still stuck on why he was going. Meanwhile, Kamuro slipped back into the house again, and this time he spotted a pot sitting there like it was waiting for him. He snatched it up, then fired off his cleanup skill, wiping away the dust and flipping the whole thing into a brand new state. He clutched the pot inside his bag, like it was the most dangerous thing in the world. He snatched up his chalk and carved a magic circle into the dirt. Kamuro carved out a magic circle meant to blast out heat, using symbology to twist its power, because the right symbols made the same circle trigger totally different effects. His circle move hit perfectly, now that his induction heater was finally finished. He finally reached the heart of his plan, luring hornets with bait, and he picked honey and water as the mix, while hauling along the anesthetics Camilla had given him. He poured the water into the pot, fired up a magic circle to heat it, then stirred an anesthetic and honey until it all came together. He snapped the lid on as it boiled hard, then let it simmer down until it thickened and reduced. Hornets used to storm the bees' nest just to steal their honey, so that sweet stash was the one thing he grabbed, bait, hook, and all. So Kamuro yanked the lid off the pot as soon as it finished cooking. After a few hours, the whole hive started crashing down, bees dropping out of that solution like it was killing them. Just as Kamuro started to feel relieved that the anesthetics had done their job, the other two slaves slid up from behind him and told him, straight up, that what he was doing was seriously awesome. Kamuro jerked in surprise and blurted, "Wait, why are we even here?" But with time running out, he swung into action and dragged his brush over the 8 hornets he'd already managed to knock out. Kimuro marked the same magic circle on those hornets' bellies, then cranked the flame power higher than before. From behind, Balsec clocked Kimuro's move. He was flashing symbology, a top-tier technique that ranks right up there after alchemy. After a few minutes, the hornets that were frozen by the paralysis snapped back to normal and streaked straight home to their nest, while Kimuro cowered in hiding, gripping the moment tight, until the hornets finally slipped back into their own nest. Then he bolted outside and vanished from that nest before it could catch him, even as the slaves kept chasing his tail. Kimuro smiled and told them, "I'll be fine. After I knock out this one last thing, I'm heading straight back home." Muttering under his breath, he summoned heat. Baltsac and the girl hit the magic circles, and the very next second, the hornet's nest detonated in a massive blast. Every hornet got blasted to pieces, and even Kimuro's eyes widened, because he only turned up the firepower a tiny bit. Right, wrong, because it was obvious to everyone. This was way too much. Baltsac pressed him, "So what are you?" And Kimuro blurted, "Hold up, I'll introduce myself properly," because it felt safer that way. So he introduced himself as a professional exterminator, and the moment he said it, he's ready to slip out the door because the job's already finished. But the instant he started walking, the other two slaves snapped into motion and trailed right behind him. Kimuro demanded to know why they were tailing him. Baltsac shot back that slaves who don't belong to anyone still deserve no master at all. Get ready, whoever stumbles onto them next is taking ownership. So from this moment on, those powers and that fate belonged to Kimuro. That's how Sarah ended up in Kimuro's bed that night, trying to service him like a slave on her own free will. He swore he was fine and said that if he went for it with a girl he didn't even like, it'd just leave him hollow inside. Kimuro snapped that he wasn't refusing her at all. It had nothing to do with whether she was pretty or not. If it happens again, he might finally fold next time, but right now, he refused to go along with her. She couldn't help thinking Kimuro was straight up weird, but still, she loved how thoughtful he always was. Kimuro even told him to get used to it, because that's just the way he was. She kept pushing out little sparks of seduction right to the finish, until he finally snapped, "Sleep," and ordered her down. After that, night fell, but Kimuro stayed wide awake, while Sarah finally drifted off to sleep. He couldn't help but wonder, was getting all up close like that just totally normal in this world, or was he the only one weirded out? And if that was really the case, he'd never know when danger would strike, so he'd just keep surrendering to those morals, if it all went down like that. Kimuro couldn't shake the fear that it would brand him as a loser. Then, still half asleep, Sarah mumbled, "So, what's a loser?" right after the Vespa Hornet extermination. Kimuro told them clear as day, once it was all said and done, both of them belonged to him. He'd only let them go if they were trapped in servitude. Sarah and Baltsac latched onto him as they started dragging him along, and Kimuro had no clue what on earth he was supposed to do. Because things finally settled down for him, and there was no way he could handle two more mouths to feed right now. He started walking again, dragging their hopes down with him, and just a few steps later, the weight hit him hard. Heavy as it is, Kimuro can already feel regret creeping in, so he grabs his newly won slaves and hauls them back to his place at Camilla's. Before he even stepped in, he flashed his spotless magic and scraped every trace of dirt right off their bodies. Even though Camilla spotted the slaves he'd brought, she exploded in rage, screaming at him, so Kimuro, right on cue, soaked up her lesson on how to undo petrification. Kimuro led those two straight to his room and told them, "Sit down." Then he grabbed a needle, because Camilla swore that if he pressed a fine tip soaked in a premium potion to the petrified spot, it would break the petrification. Then Kimuro wiped every last hint of petrification away, until he suddenly noticed something else. A few scales still clung to her ears and her thigh. She leaned in and told him those weren't random scales at all. They were the gecko tribe's special trait, letting them slip into the night like shadows. Suddenly, Camilla's emotions detonated. To Kimuro's shock, she dropped to the floor, bowed her head, and thanked him for taking her in, then begged him to let her stay by his side forever. Kimuro dragged those two along because he couldn't stand leaving them there, but he still made it crystal clear. He couldn't juggle them and his own work life at the same time. Two together, and Sarah demanded, "If that's true, then kill me right now." And he never saw it coming, things were this bleak. He remembered what Baltsac taught him. Those two were trapped with nowhere to go, their slave seals dragging them down, and that's why even finding a job like that was nearly impossible. Kimuro really wanted to help them, so he told them they could serve him for now if that's what they wanted. But he hated all that stiff, formal crap, so he told them to call him like a normal person, casual and easy. Now that everything was settled, He stepped up and introduced himself to both of them, and Baltsak immediately followed with his own. Sarah was next in line, ready to chime in. Kimuro shot Baltsak a sharp reminder that, before this, being formal was part of the rules, so he better remember it now, too. So Baltsak snapped his tone around in an instant and greeted him like it was no big deal. He figured Baltsak would catch on fast and adapt fast. He's a veteran after all, but Sarah still had one big problem. She snapped at Baltsak, warning him not to dare speak so casually to their master. Kamaro leaned in and told her, "Learn from me too," and she had no choice but to agree. Sarah shot back, "Okay," sharp and clear. She told them she didn't know how long she'd be stuck in his care, but until then she'd stay with him, no questions. Then Kamuro snapped, "All right, come on, we're going shopping." The three of them hit the market streets together, weaving through a bunch of different stalls to grab whatever caught their eye. There, Kamuro marched in with his slaves and dropped them straight into a clothes shop. So he grabbed them a perfect set of clothes, because the old ones were torn to shreds. Ripped and worn, Baltsak and Sira started shouting that they'd never accept clothes this great for slaves like them. Kamuro snapped at them to stop right there, saying these were just second-hand. He told them to come straight to him the second anything else came up that they wanted. They finally could talk to him. Baltsak listened, accepted his words, and grabbed something for himself, and Sarah immediately snapped at him for being way too casual again. Kamuro waved it off, told her it was totally fine, then leaned in and asked what she wanted too. Sarah puffed out her cheeks and insisted she was fine, then warned that if Kamuro spoils his slave, people are going to drag him for it. Kamuro couldn't shake the feeling that she had zero plans to ever break free from her servitude. Then his eyes caught sight of a bunch of cute hair ribbons meant for girls, and told Sarah to scoot in close for a moment. He slipped a ribbon into her hair, grinned, and told her it looked absolutely perfect on her. She just couldn't swallow something like this, but Kamuro was like, "Come on, stop being so stiff." Then he told her, "If you hate it that much, just toss it anywhere you want." Sarah couldn't stop herself. She kept it close, because in real life she actually loved it. Next, she caught him talking about finding somewhere to eat before he headed home. She snapped again that servants weren't supposed to eat with their master, and then, just to push her, he begged her to finally loosen up. Kamuro and Baltsak headed out to grab a bite, and he quickly told Sarah they were leaving right now. She hurried after them, and for a while the day stayed calm and unbroken. Next day, Komodo was holed up at his place when Baltsak stormed in to wake him up, because Irene from the guild had arrived and wanted to see him. Kamuro couldn't shake the question, what on earth could she have come here for this time? When he finally stomped downstairs, everyone was already seated, and Irene murmured her morning to him. He clocked it right away. Sarah looked shaken, and she was glaring at Irene like something had just gone terribly wrong. He leaned in and asked Baltsak in a low voice what was going on, and Baltsak snapped back that Sarah was in a foul mood because she'd found out Irene and he had a date promise. Now Irene said she was relieved those two slaves were doing well, until the Sarah show, that is. Acting all strange like she couldn't help it, she liked Kamuro. He flat out told everyone that this was the kind of thing that would spell trouble for her future. Then he leaned in and told Irene, "Our date is 3 days away," and that's when he pushed for one more thing, because Irene was here right now with another request, and she'd better tell him the truth. To sweep up the remains from the cemetery by those ruins where the nest sat. When Irene told him the government was dead set on leaving nothing behind, he lit up with a plan and told Irene if that's really the rule. He'd let Baltsak and Sarah take it, because Sarah's got real appraisal skills and Baltsak's got that sharp nose for what matters, so when they got recommended for the job, they were honestly stunned. Then Irene shot them a question: could a slave pull it off? Sarah swallowed hard and admitted she could handle something like that. But I just had to check with Kamuro, because the slaves were supposed to stay right beside their master. And he told her, "I've got to handle something else with Irene first, then it'll all be fine." He fired those two off to the work right away. Sarah was absolutely buzzing to knock it out after that. Komodo told Irene, "Let's talk on our walk," and they started strolling. She couldn't believe it when she heard him barter for a date right after the favor, and she demanded to know exactly what he wanted her to do. He told her it was simple. She seemed so knowledgeable, and he wanted to learn everything about this world. Irene was shocked to hear he knew nothing at all, and once she finished signing, she leaned in and told him, "This world is called Sarasofia, and our planet's surface is a giant hemisphere with a rim that traces straight around this place." Kamuro caught a glimpse of what it could be like, an Earth, but sliced clean in half lengthwise. Halfway they reached Cubenia, the town way out beyond the mainland, so remote it was nicknamed the Abandoned Land. The crazy part? It was peaceful, no wars at all, but news from the outside took forever to reach them, and that was pretty much everything she knew about the place. And that was more than enough to light a fire in his heart. Kemuro stared out and couldn't stop wondering what the outside world would look like. In his old life, he basically lived on TV and smartphones. Everything was right there, and the info was always within reach. And it wasn't like he missed those gadgets or that lifestyle at all. He just couldn't shake the urge to peek beyond his bubble and learn what the outside world was really like. He couldn't stand not knowing what else was out there or exactly where his feet were taking him, because if he didn't figure it out, it would. It did feel just like how Balzac and Sarah got trapped in a cell, same suffocating reality, no difference. As he stepped forward, he couldn't stop thinking, was the god who dragged him here watching him this very second? Now like he was staring at those two again, right from the other side of the cell. He kept staring up into the sky, lost in wonder as he tried to figure out what was up there. Just imagine how enormous this world could feel if that god was still watching it, because the moment his gaze vanished, everything changed, but he didn't dwell on it for a second. He snapped out of his thoughts, and Irene asked him too, "Is something wrong?" He shook it off and told her, "No, it's nothing," and begged her to tell him if any good jobs were out there for them, only for her to snap that it'd be nearly impossible, since they weren't adventurers, and on top of that, the fact they were slaves made employers balk at the very thought of taking them in. She pushed it out of her mind, then it hit her. Maybe there was still a job they could take after all. When Kumuro finally burst through the door, Sarah and Camilla were waiting there, ready to welcome him home. For some reason, she clutched a towel in her hands like it mattered. When he pressed her for answers, she snapped back that they already had plans to go to bathe, right up until that point. Together, they headed straight for the public bathhouse. Sarah pointed the way and led the charge straight to the bathhouse. Kumuro blinked in shock. She suddenly knew so much about the town, and she just shrugged and said she'd done her homework on the place so she could actually be useful to him. When he finally got there, he spotted the public bath's towering chimney and immediately guessed it had been made with magic. Sarah leaned in and told him this place was built by some mad genius from 2,000 years ago. Just a moment ago, someone claimed they were another worlder, and that stunned Komodo so hard he didn't even know what to do. Then he grilled Sarah out of pure curiosity about this mysterious other worlder, and Sarah just shrugged. Only his name was known, that was it. Kamuro tried to picture how it all started, and figured the guy who got reincarnated here was probably just some ordinary dude like him. Those thoughts stuck with him for days, and later, right in the bath, he kicked back and chatted with Balzac while the warm water soaked him. Sarah scrubbed her body clean in the other side of the bath. As Kamuro stood on the men's side, he couldn't stop wishing he'd get the chance to meet someone, anyone from the outside. The second he imagined meeting someone new, a weird warmth flooded him, way stronger than any heat from a hot bath ever did. The very next day, Balzac and Kamuro pushed through the woods on the edge of the outskirts, deeper into the forest with every step. And Balzac jumped in to help them blast the monsters they ran into. Kamuro's eyes lit up when he realized Balzac could throw down in combat. So he pumped his sword full of symbology, and Balzac nearly fell back in shock, because this blade used to be dull trash he bought on the cheap, but Kamuro's work is what truly forged it into something terrifyingly strong. He leaned in and asked Balzac if he could make it even stronger. Balzac just nodded and said this was polite, because anything past that might have turned his blade into artifact-level gear, and Balzac was genuinely thankful. "Thanks, and I'm really sorry to drop such a sudden request on you." Kamuro shrugged, saying it was fine. This was exactly the right moment, and the wild part is he'd already made this huge decision a while back. And honestly, Balzac never dreamed a slave like him could land a job as a gravekeeper, until Kamuro stepped in and hooked him up with the guild. Kamuro said Irene told him the last gravekeeper got murdered by Vespa hornets. Minutes later, Balzac leaned in and demanded to know whether Kamuro had finally talked to Sarah about that decision. But he held his tongue, waiting for the perfect moment, because if he told her right now, she'd explode and create a full-blown scene. He grinned, realizing Sarah had too. She's out there grinding at the guild right now, working herself to the bone as we speak. Sarah didn't just dream about adventure, she joined the guild, and before she could blink, her training was about to kick off. Kamuro told her she could soak up tons of skills here, real training that would end up helping her big time. He told her, "I took that test myself, and I learned the hard way I'm no match for either sword or wand." After Sarah snapped that she'd give it her all in training and become his sword someday, determination blazed in her eyes. Kamura's happiness exploded through him. Balzac warned Kamuro that her feelings for him weren't just ordinary master and servant affection. If he tossed her aside now, her already shaky trust in people would crash even harder, and Kamuro refused to let that happen. But still, he craved doing it solo, because it was the simplest way, no distractions, just him. Balzac realized Kimuro had already locked in his decision. Before long, Sarah flashed him a troublesome look, so he snapped at Balzac not to say stuff like that, and they kept pushing forward on their way. Next, they jumped back into finishing their request to exterminate goblins, because that twist was exactly what Balzac had thrown at them out of nowhere. Because he couldn't wait to team up with Kimuro and tackle that quest together. Kimuro told him, finish the job, then grab proof every single time, like for goblins. You don't even need to overthink it, just snag their ears, nice and easy. Then they stuffed the bags with goblin ears and sprinted back to the guild. Killed, though it wasn't that easy on Irene's side, because seeing those overstuffed bags of goblin ears left her reeling, and suddenly the guild's finances were the real monster she feared. She pressed him, so how many did you wipe out? And he grinned back, saying his detection skill led him straight into a cave full of goblins, so in the end, they tracked down a total of 636. Irene burst out, 5 goblins, that's all it takes. He kept heading that way and asked her straight up if there was any issue with hunting more. Irene smiled and told him it was honestly amazing that he'd taken down so many. But if he took the job, the payoff scaled with every goblin he wiped off the map. And once again, Komodo clocked the truth. Guilds just don't have the money to cough up that kind of price. Kamuro mulled it over for a second, then lined in and begged Irene for a favor. Once he finished telling her everything, Balzac leaned in and said Sarah had come back. Training, but she was absolutely wiped out, like her body had nothing left to give. She'd been training way harder than she ever expected. He told her to scrub everything clean using the health potions, then the guy training Sarah finally showed up to greet him. She rocked a gorgeous knight bikini armor that turned every head her way. She stepped forward and introduced herself as Sarah's instructor, Ale, and everyone knew her as Guild's official trainer. Ale told Kamuro that Sarah's magic was wildly promising, and if Kamuro was cool with it, she'd gladly write her a recommendation letter for the capital's magic academy. Kamuro leaned in and told Sarah this chance was straight up incredible. Sarah didn't want to hear any of that, so she shut it down fast and clearly refused to go there. Sarah didn't want anything but Kamuro's leash, because a real slave never leaves their master's side. She never once believed someone like her, trapped as a slave, could actually step into the capital's magic academy and study. Ale leaned in and told Kamuro straight up, Sarah's talent was the real deal, and letting it stall like this would be a full-on tragedy. Kamuro pressed Sarah, asking if she'd heard it firsthand, only for her to sob harder and insist it was exactly what she wanted, no matter what anyone else said. Fish, desperate to stay by Kamuro's side no matter what, and refusing to step foot in the capital, period. Ale decided they needed room to breathe, so she backed off and gave them some space. Meanwhile, Kamuro finally blurted out the plan right then, because everyone was gathered right there. That he was plotting to vanish from this town tomorrow, and that's why today would be his final day with them, and Sarah was right there too. Sarah, he told everyone he knew nothing about this world, but the moment he talked with Irene and then saw how thrilled Sarah was just to explore around town, something sparked in him, and suddenly he craved more than local streets. He wanted to travel and see what lies out there, so he leaned in and told Sarah straight up, if she came with him, she'd just be dead weight. Sarah's face crumpled and tears spilled the moment she heard the news, but he couldn't shake his own logic, so Kamuro kept pressing the point. He'd bring Balzac in as this town's gravekeeper. Sarah couldn't let it go. She was determined to stick right by his side. And straight up told him that if she ever died, he could just dump her behind. Kamuro hated that, especially because she somehow still made it sound like she was being thoughtful of him. So much so that if she ever got sick, she'd swallow it in secret and hide it from him, which could have blown up their lives in the worst way for both of them. Sarah warned him that places outside town could be dangerous, and he brushed it off, saying his level had jumped a little, so he'd be fine. Irene froze after hearing that, because she knew his level was way too high already. Then she suddenly remembered something and told him, go on, boost your rank up to F. Kamuro practically begged her on the spot for a way to boost his rank, and Irene was thrown off, because she knew damn well he'd never cared about ranks in the first place. Kamuro fired off a reply after sending Balzac and Sarah to the cemetery the other day, then watched them get roasted for having a master with a G-ring. Sarah threw her head down and apologized to him, begging forgiveness for letting something like that happen. Then he pressed, asking if she shouldn't be the one apologizing, and Irene let out a heavy sigh, warning him this might be the final time she'd send him off from this counter. But he needs to realize, she and the guild are both grateful for every bit of work he's put in so far. Kamuro couldn't stop smiling, grateful to the core for the life he had now and for everything Irene and the guild had done for him. Then he headed straight for the examiner, only to find it was Ale again. She introduced herself a second time, telling him she was the examiner for this exam, and Ale laid out the exam rules to him. Use any method you've got to get her to finally acknowledge you, and if you pull that off, you pass. Other guild adventurers clocked that Ale was seconds from going all in, and they couldn't wait to see the battle maniac cut loose, until they realized her opponent was nothing but a Jirang. They blasted him with newbie jokes and laughed at his weird outfit, then told him to just do his best. Komaro figured it was cool, because he actually loved that jumpsuit. So after that, during his exam, Ale told him flat out that everyone said he had zero talent for the sword or magic. Then she shoved a wooden sword into his hands, the exact one she was using. Komaro grabbed the wooden sword and snapped into position, ready to kick off the fight. Even more people showed up, just to watch the fight unfold. Sarah burst into cheers for Komodo to give it his all, and then she turned around and roared for the instructor too, pushing her to do even better. Sarah's cheering had me grinning, so he let him take the first move. Kumuro realized pushing himself could end up hurting Isle, but Isle thought he was ignoring her, so she barreled straight at him, slashing with everything, and Kumuro snapped her attack away with his wooden sword, only for Isle to shout that blocking her wasn't going to be enough. Then she drove her sword straight into his chest. Kumuro felt absolutely nothing, no pain at all, and that silence told him his power was actually working. Ale snapped, "What kind of magic is that?" And before Kumuro could even answer, she hit him again with a fresh charge for an even nastier blow. Ale suddenly vanished from Kumuro's sight to pull off her bold move and make her. While she wondered what Sarah would do next, Sarah started praying that instructor Ale could knock Kumuro down, because if he lost, this town would lose its only reason to stay standing. She fired off her appraisal skill on Kumuro, just as Ale was lining up for the attack. Kumuro tried to hold back from throwing a punch. He wasn't built for combat and feared he'd make things worse, but there was no way out this time. He struck her with the bare minimum of force. Of course it was gonna hit even harder. Kumuro was only level 70 right now, and Ale hadn't expected him to be this scary strong. So that crushing blow hit her, and she crumpled into a faint and crashed to the ground. Kumuro lunged to ask if she was okay, but every spectator just stared in pure shock, because Kumuro had clobbered the instructor in a single hit, and nobody could even track his moves. Irene's eyes widened as she realized it. Kumuro had gotten even stronger again. A few minutes later, Ale snapped her eyes open and realized she'd blown it. Kumuro leaned in and asked if she'd managed to scrape by with a passing grade. He nodded along and somehow managed to level up, still wearing that crushed, sad look. Then he headed off, and Komodo couldn't shake the feeling that he'd messed up somehow. While he stared at her, Sarah suddenly burst in and wrapped him in a tight hug. She clung to him, sobbing that she couldn't bear to let him go, but Kumuro only smiled, because he knew he had to leave. Later that night he threw a massive feast for everyone, because this was his final night in town, and he wasn't wasting a second, and at that. And right then, everyone dove into food and drinks like there was no tomorrow, chowing down and celebrating with full hearts. Including Sarah one time. After the party finally ended, they crashed into bed. Then the next morning, they headed straight for the town entrance gate. Kumuro was all set to bolt out, thanking everyone who came to see him off that early, crack of dawn morning. Then Sarah blurted that he didn't look okay, and Kumuro was still shaky, too drunk from last night to even pretend he was fine. And the same thing hit Camilla and Irene too. His goodbye was packed with full-throttle party chaos and big, non-stop pukes. Then Irene leaned in and told him the guild would cover Sarah and Balzac's expenses using the money it owed him. He thanked Irene for hearing him out, and then Kamuro jumped in, handed Camilla a pouch of money to cover the rest of the rent, and backed it with a heartfelt thanks for every time she'd taken care of him. And finally, he vowed to rip Sarah and Balzac free from their slave seals. So he lined in and demanded the two show him their seals. Kamuro leaned in and asked Camilla how to let it out, and she told him it was simple. Just declare it released, and that would be that. Kamuro carried out her instructions right after. And the slave seal vanished from both of them at the same time. Kamuro shot those two a huge thank you for every ounce of their hard work. Sarah flat out said she wouldn't let herself get separated from Kamuro, and Kamuro fired back that she was being stubborn, then. Which is why she believed it. She wasn't anyone's slave anymore. Now she could decide who she followed and who she didn't. Komodo warned her that if she went through with it, he'd never speak to her again, because he was free to walk away too. He watched her panic and twist up in fear, but he was only messing with her. Then he calmly told her, "I can't carry the weight of another person's life." He leaned in and told Sarah about an idiom he loved, one that says you'd better treasure every encounter because it won't ever come back. It means you might never realize when that next hangout or that one last moment with someone could be your final time, so you better cherish every single encounter while you still can. He fully bought into this kind of lifestyle, so he told Sarah to respect his wish. Camilla leaned in and asked if he still remembered the moment he brought those two slaves and how hard it made her snap. And he said that his idiom might actually carry a meaning that fits perfectly with it. But from her side, it looked exactly like the other slave traders, like the moment things turned ugly, he'd just toss people aside. So if he truly wanted solitude, he should have set them free right away, before anything else. Kamuro's gut dropped when it hit him. He totally should have done that. So we practically groaned at Camilla for snapping at us when she had no reason to. Irene told him that graduating from the magical academy usually takes 7 long years, but if Sarah skips ahead and jumps grades, she could crush it in just 2. Kamuro snapped at Irene to stop talking like that, and right then Sarah blared that she'd get stronger no matter what, because when the moment came, she'd join him. Komodo couldn't stop it anymore. He knew it, and it was happening. So he let out a heavy sigh, went right on with what he'd planned all along, and handed a pouch to both Sarah and Baltzek. He told them this is a communication bag, right here, a magical circle stitched into the fabric. With it, they could reach each other no matter how far apart they were, and he'd actually made these for the moments when everything goes wrong. Then Sarah's composure shattered, and her emotions came flooding out. She promised she'd reach him every 5 minutes, but he shot that down instantly, claiming it would drive him crazy. Kumuro warned her, if she ever abused it, he'd yank it back. And just like that, everything was locked in for the farewell. So he pushed a little farther, then he said goodbye to everyone, like he was bracing for the end. To everyone, it wasn't easy for the others to say goodbye to him, but once it hit them, they couldn't hold back. So they sent him on his way, grinning from ear to ear and cheering like they mean it. Once Kamuro started moving, he didn't stop running until his communication bag finally crackled with a call, and you already knew Sarah had engineered it. Kamuro eventually kept moving, covering ground until he'd finally put some serious distance between himself and that place. He never once glanced over his shoulder, he just barreled forward and kept going straight ahead. There were moments when passing merchant carriages pulled up to offer him a ride, but he turned them down every time because nothing beat the freedom of walking. He loved slipping off alone, moving at his own pace, and honestly, that life suited him just fine. But as Kamuro pushed onward, his detection skills suddenly flared, alerting him to something he could feel coming. Something invisible was dogging his steps, creeping right behind him, so he threw down a tiny magic circle packed with strange symbology, and then set an ivy trap to snag whatever was following. Soon a voice barked from behind him, and he knew the trap had finally caught its prey. But when he finally checked up, he never saw it coming. Ale the instructor was right behind him, and she was trapped in vines. And he demanded to know why she was lurking out here, right after stalking him. She shot back that she'd already quit her post at the guild, and now she was just running wild as an adventurer. Komodo leaned in and demanded to know what she wanted from him, and she shot back like it was painfully obvious that she demanded a rematch with the man who knocked her down in one brutal blow, bragging that she was a world-famous warrior. A warrior, before she could finish her words, the vines yanked harder around her body, and she was forced to beg Kamuro to rip them off. He told her straight up he wasn't looking for any duels. He said the magic would fade on its own soon, so she'd just have to wait it out, and she shot back, so you're really a demon, and you're going to keep acting this cold. He snapped back that he didn't care about strength at all. His levels skyrocketed purely because of the kind of job he had. She didn't have a clue what he did for work, until he smirked and told her he was just their friendly neighborhood pest exterminator. She couldn't wrap her head around it. This pest exterminator was terrifyingly strong, and somehow she'd misread everything, thinking he was talking about monster extermination instead. He told Ale to turn back, but she snapped that she was done being a stuck instructor when she could finally chase the answers she'd been dying to explore. Then she finally learned that Kamuro's next stop was the nearby town of Oslo, and stepped up to guide him there like they were partners, despite being totally uninvited. He pressed her again, why was she shadowing a guy like him, and she even went as far as quitting the guild. Ale bragged that everybody in these parts knew her name, and that she was the real deal. And that's why she refused to accept losing to him, because he could tell she was nothing but a total battle maniac. And then she pressed him. How on earth did he dodge that attack back then and come out completely unscathed? Kamuro shot back that he'd stitched a magic circle right onto his clothes, beefing up their strength and defense, because he wasn't about to let them get ruined. Ale nearly froze when he realized he could bend something as ruthless and rigid as symbology to his will, because it actually worked. Which somehow made perfect sense with the sheer strength he packed. Even after he made all that clear, Ale still didn't look like she wanted to leave, and the second he asked, she got desperate to stay right there with him. She told him, "Let me fight the monsters on our path, I've got you," and he shot back, reminding her how she would still help him, even if she ended up weaker than him. Then she bragged that she could slice monsters up and cook them for him, and Komodo snapped back that he didn't need to, he could just buy the meat once they hit town. Ale's disappointment spilled across her face like she couldn't hide it. And if that was the deal, she leaned in and muttered that if he wanted it, she'd even offer him her services at night, because she was sure she could pleasure him in all sorts of ways. And so she begged him again, hard, swearing she wanted to be his comrade, and Kamuro had no doubt now. In this world, women's limits don't exist at all. So he snapped that she should stash her thoughts for the moment, because right now, she'd be his partner in the fight and the dissection. He knew she'd stick to him no matter what he said, so he bided his time and waited for the perfect moment to finally shake her off. After marching for a while, they finally reached the town of Oslo. Komodo took one look at this town and realized it felt almost exactly like the last one. Then Isle made it crystal clear that, at least on the surface, that was the whole story. He couldn't stop thinking, what did she mean by that? Then Ale leaned in and told him, "Let's go sign up for an in first, right now." Kamuro snapped that he'd blown every last coin on Sarah and Baltzek, so yeah, he's broke for real right now. Right now, then they sprinted off to the adventurous guild of this town. Ale told him she could have lent him money if he was broke, but he shot back that helping Sarah and Baltzek was exactly what he wanted to spend his cash on. So now he decided to step up, earn it all on his own, and keep growing. Ale said she was going to grab a quest ahead of time, and that's where she spotted a hunting request for field boars. Komodo wanted to choose something the F-ranks could actually accept, and then cover the fees too. When he scanned those requests, one in particular caught his eye and instantly pulled him in. Ale showed up at the reception desk to register for the very request she'd picked up, and when the receptionist saw her B rank, they instantly greenlit her to take it. Cormorow's jaw dropped when he finally saw Ale was truly a B ring. Then she shot Kamuro a question, "Want to level up your rank?" because that move would open a whole bigger menu of quests. Kamuro admitted he wasn't built for dangerous quests, so he tried to lock in something way safer. Then the guild's adventurers spotted Ale instantly. She was the Sword Demon, and that famous nickname rang a bell the moment they saw her. Kamuro flashed his signature grin, then slid his request across the counter like it was fate, and shoved his rank F into the receptionist's hands. Around the guild, the adventurers burst into laughter at Kamuro's rank F, right there beside Ale. People threw all kinds of comments at him, but Komodo didn't even blink, none of it bothered him. And Isle warned him again, people were mocking him because he wouldn't raise his rank. He shrugged it off and told her it was no big deal, because this kind of thing happens all the time. Then Kamuro leaned in and asked, straight up, if he was truly okay with everyone making fun of him. Then her gaze locked onto the request he picked. Tasked with wiping out a roach infestation at the slave dealer's estate, once and for all. Taylor Alex insisted he'd get no real, noticeable payoff from beating them. He told her his only goal was to cover the lies so it didn't matter, but she still shot it down and said it wasn't good enough. Her words hit the air, and then other adventurers erupted into laughter, convinced that accepting a request like that had to be a prank. Ale didn't tolerate people talking over her, so he cut in and told her it was okay, but he couldn't just let that slide, could he? Komodo snapped the truth into focus. His job was wiping out pests, not trading blows with swords or casting magic, so this request, he was totally okay with it. He smiled hard like a promise, to calm her down and reassure her everything was all right. Day and Ale's smile lit up with pure satisfaction. After that, they split up, Komodo racing straight to the slave dealer's estate, while the other went after their own quest. He was greeted by an old maid named Tell, who was assigned to lead him through the front door of this place. He grinned and chased right after her, diving into a brand new quest packed with fresh experiences. Looking back on his life, Kamuro realized God handpicked him for reincarnation into this world, and right now here. He picked the exact same work, scrubbing everything clean and exterminating every last pest. He came searching for proof that other worlders like him might be roaming out there somewhere. So he snapped to it, set out on a journey through the world, praying he'd finally run into one of them, and two. And to pull it off, he had to walk away from some people who mattered most, the kind he never thought he'd have to lose. And on the road ahead, he'd meet even more people, and genuinely treasure them all. Those freaky encounters still haunted him. Now he was on a mission to wipe out a bug roach, a lightning-fast pest with a shiny black body, and yeah, to him, it was just a cockroach. When he stormed into the mansion and checked every corner, at first glance it hit like a shock. This place was massive, towering 3 stories high and… So tell ASTM right now, can he start the cleaning and extermination immediately? He clocked that most of the… In this world, homes were built the old-fashioned way, wood and stone, just like that slave dealer's mansion. He guessed the wood would rot and the stone would crumble. Then roaches slipped through and spread like wildfire inside the walls. He fired off his detection skill and swept the entire house, room by room. And to his shock, the entire house was crawling with bugs, roaches stacked in every corner and lurking even inside the walls. He stepped into the house, and Tell snapped that every person he laid eyes on around here, including her, was a slave. Then she urged him to stay away from needless contact with anyone. She was basically the house's head maid. Everyone went to her for answers, and somehow she always got the job done, no matter who asked. Right after that, she stormed up to her busy master, called his name a couple times, and when he finally answered, she blurted, "What was it?" But when Tell told him the cleaner was coming, he brushed it off, said he was swamped, and left it all to Tell. Tell obeyed her master, as her master puzzled over why the slaves on the floor weren't selling anymore. Kemuro clocked that Tell's face didn't flicker one bit, even after that sudden order, showing everyone just how dignified she truly was. He couldn't wait any longer. He was ready to kick off his quest. After staring at it for what felt like forever, he finally turned and headed back to the guild, where he ran straight into Ale in the dining hall. They traded stories about their quests, and Kamaro slipped back early just to lay out a plan to finish this one. She clocked that his bag was crammed full, and her battle brain instantly screamed that it had to be packed with spoils of war. She snatched the bag without a word, then tore it open, and inside were some strange little things the glue trap for small pests had caught. And the rest of the adventurers lost it, screaming and bolting after spotting those filthy, freaky things. Isle snapped at Kamuro fast, blaming her for leaving that mess on the dinner seat. Then she pointed the finger and yelled that Kamuro was the one who'd opened it without permission, just so she could turn this into an accusation. Next morning, the sun climbed and Kamuro clocked in immediately, because after yesterday's investigation, he already knew the mansion was packed with just 2 horrors, bug roaches and masma skulls. So he hauled out rat poison and a set of glue traps, ready to wipe out the problem in one go. The bug roaches were causing real trouble, so we kicked our detection skills into overdrive and tracked down exactly where they were lurking. They were scattered all over the mansion, so he figured he'd need something big, something that could cover the whole place at once. He marched up to Tell and demanded the few things he needed to finally wipe out every last roach. So first, he'd have to hunt them down and sprint after them to the lower floors. Tell told them he could pick any route from the 3rd floor straight down to the ground floor. But Camaro said he'd have to scrub it all the way down to the source, right from the roots, which meant the basement. She first swore there wasn't any basement here, but the second he pushed back, she knew he'd be going straight against what her master demanded. She nodded and promised to lead him down to the basement door the moment they stepped in. The basement was a nightmare, prisons stacked on every wall, and slaves crammed everywhere, just waiting for the next command. She warned him to watch every step, because if he got too close, the slaves weren't just watching, they could be attacked. Kamuro just knew he'd have to watch his step. Those slaves were treated like valuable goods for the slave dealer, not something anyone could touch, so that's why Tell tried to shove off his question about the basement. If anyone tried to enter here, the slave dealer would instantly sniff out their suspicions, so he knew he had to be on guard from that moment on. Then they pushed straight down to the lowest room, where sweaty stench and filth hung in the air, exactly the kind of nasty spot roaches swarm like they own the place. He spotted just one prison cell, sealed off like a fortress, and asked Hell if he could use that room, which she didn't mind at all, but warned him face to face that the slave inside was a wolf tribe member with a temper so vicious it could snap in an instant. Kamuro told himself he'd be fine, then stepped into the prison, right into the darkness. The wolfman's slave snapped into rage at whoever stepped in, then the voice calmly told him, "If I need the room for a minute, I'll need you to deal with it," and the wolfman exploded forward, attacking Kamuro. Just like she warned him, Komodo didn't even flinch. He swatted him away, sparked a bit of fire magic to settle that slave, then told Tell he'd hand over a healing potion for that wolfman later. But not yet, he wasn't letting him out of that room. Next, he pressed her for a yes or no, had she done everything he'd ordered before, and she nodded, saying it was all completed exactly the way he wanted. So they shut every door and window tight for the next few hours, and anyone cooking had to bail out right then, snapping off every stove before they left. She pressed him, asking if this really would speed up the extermination. But then he blurted, "What's the next step?" and demanded that the slaves be ripped out of here. But it was a dead end, so Komodo had no choice. He had to handle it his way, right then, and only after that did he stare at her. Like he couldn't stand the idea of her staying, he cut straight to it. He warned her this room was about to blow up with noise, and she needed to get out fast. She told him, "I'm fine," and then made it crystal clear this was just her duty. Turns out Tell was riddled with doubts, thinking he might be a spy sent by one of their rivals, because he was way too sharp and too strong for an exterminator. She couldn't blurt out anything strange or chase him off because the contract chained her hands, but she swore she'd keep her eyes on every single move he made. After that, Kimuro scribbled out a small induction heater using symbology. He yanked out a tiny box and set it right on the circle. "So tell me, ask him what's about to happen next." But Kimura was so locked in on his work that he snapped his focus and instantly lit up the magical circle. He'd scoured the whole house, drawing circles everywhere until nothing was left unchecked. Then once they lit up, the little boxes sat on glowing magic circles, and with a quick pop they blasted out thick smoke. He got terrified when explosions started roaring from the floors above, and he snapped, "What the hell did you just do?" The guy just shrugged and said, "I only made some smoke." It was the same stuff they use in rat poison and glue traps. Then he set up one of these boxes, sealed with that poison and a magical circle in every room, and Kamuro just lit up every single one of them, except the one right here in this room. It was an insecticide he brewed himself, and it had to be in smoke form because it was a gas, it could slip into basically anywhere, and even stomp down tiny invaders like bugs and roaches. She challenged him, asking if he could really beat monsters with nothing but smoke. Then he snapped at Tell to slap a cloth over her mouth before she could say another word. He told her he could have done it, but he had to bring proof of the extermination, something he could show the guild to make. So she'd finally get what he was trying to pull off right here. He demanded she answer, what would she do if the entire house was burning, except for just one room? Tell snapped that she'd sprint with everything she had, then get everyone out and hightail it to that one room. Right then she suddenly got it, Kamuro's main plan. He planned to corner every last bug roach in the house, forcing them all to swarm into the room they were in right now. A swarm of bug roaches stormed into the room, and before you could blink, thousands were crawling everywhere. Kamuro snapped on his detection skill and clocked that. Now every last bug and roach is piling into the basement, crowding in like they're about to swarm. So we hit it with the final ignite, and it wiped them all out in one brutal strike. He insisted that the smoke was harmless in small doses, but one big inhale could spell danger. He turned to Tell and asked, "Are you all right?" But just as the moment hit, Tell collapsed into a faint right where she stood, straight up on the spot, and he realized he'd have to pick her up and carry her out of here before anything got worse. And the very next morning, Kimuro slipped out early, hopping off an carriage, then he turned back and thanked. He thanked the carriage driver for hauling him and his friends along, and the driver waved it off, said he was heading to the next town anyway. Meanwhile, Ale kept laughing at him nonstop, insisting he couldn't possibly be just some regular guy, and her laughter was all because of what happened with Kimuro. From a third-person view, it looked like an adventurer who'd gone out for a cleaning job returned, except instead of coming back alone, he brought a maid with him. Komodo shot back that there was nothing he could do. The dealer was flat out short on cash, so the job couldn't be paid for. He couldn't believe it. His house was crawling with roaches, and the sheer number of them hit him like a punch. So by that 2 knots per roach deal, the final payment came out to a whopping 2,000 knots, and the slave dealer just stood there, stunned, like he couldn't even find words. So he flashed a polite smile and asked if, by any chance, he was looking to buy slaves. Komodo shot back, "Nah, that's not me." Then Tell stepped forward and demanded Komodo get her the thing she wanted. Kimura's jaw dropped when Tell stepped forward and offered herself without hesitation. That's how he got dragged into his current mess. Tell even told him that she'd spent most of her life working as a maid in that mansion, so her skills were apparently solid, which might prove useful for him, so he thanked him for buying her, even though her body can't offer those physical services anymore. He told her her old master hated the idea of that mess ruining his name, so yeah, that guy was basically pushing her into Kamuro. Isle stepped in and introduced herself as Tan's companion, but Kamuro snapped back, she wasn't his. Which makes her choke up and burst into tears. She asks him if she's not good enough, and he tells her to keep her distance, but But instead, she flipped the script and slid him some good stuff under the cover of night. Kimuro was barely holding it together, because even Ael's scent alone was enough to spike his desire and throw him off. She dipped her head and declared, "From now on, I'm under your care." He begged her to open up and be honest with him, but she shut it down cold. She wouldn't be that blunt with her master. As the journey rolled on, Ael leaned in and demanded to know what Kimuro planned to do next. And yep, their time in Oslo barely lasted at all. He admitted they only went there to lock down their living expenses. And now he couldn't wait to dive back out there and keep uncovering what the world had in store. Tell him if that's really the case, grab a boat at the next town, and the second Ael heard the word boats, his excitement exploded. So she blurted out her excited yes, then couldn't wait for what was coming next. Kimuro praised Tell for her work, and Tell's heart swelled. She felt genuinely honored that she could help him. He told her again to ease up a little, and Ael burst into laughter when she saw Kimuro stumbling over his words with the senior. Suddenly, wyverns erupted across the sky around them, and then, right when the moment hit, they surged forward and cut off his next move. Ael, Kimuro, and Tell clutched the carriage as a roar crashed outside. What on earth was coming for them? The carriage driver screamed that wyverns were swarming all around them, and he slammed the carriage to a halt without a second to spare. "I'll tear open the carriage in a flash, then hunt those wyverns down, yeah, the ones everybody knew as." Ferocious beasts drop from the sky to strike their prey, then they die right after. The wyverns were throwing pure rage at the world, and an adventurer had to punch one of them down just to claw their way to B rank, so. With this many showing up, it had to be dangerous. Kimuro leaned out of the carriage, and on one. They spotted other merchant carriages too, not just theirs, while over on the far side, Ael was going toe-to-toe with the wyverns all by herself. And he asked her straight up if she needed help. Ael laughed it off, saying those lizards were no big deal, and proving she was a total battle maniac through and through. After that, his stomach growled like it had found a rival, and it demanded food right now. She spun around and blurted, "Wait, can we actually eat wyverns?" Then she tossed out that their meat was rumored to be ridiculously tasty, so. Once the hunt was over, and every last wyvern was wiped out, the carriages finally stopped rolling, and then they tore into their captured prey and threw it over the fire, cooking up something mouthwatering so they'd have an epic lunch. Everyone else was grinning like they'd just struck gold. This rare wyvern meat was pure treasure. And Kimuro just had to sprinkle in some salt too, because it was Tails' very first time watching her master deal with someone else like that. So she leaned in and asked Ael if he was always like this, and Ael shot back, "You mean my randomness?" Then she realized she'd only just met him, so yeah, he was. He had to be the most fun person to be around, no question. She said that the second he shows up anywhere, it's like everyone nearby is already in the middle of it. Tell finally started clocking what kind of lord she had, and then one of the carriage drivers blurted out that wyverns had no business being around this time of year. Because for ages, the red dragon had been stalking them like prey. Kimuro couldn't shake the question, could this blazing red dragon be one of those terrifying, legend-sized monsters? Then one of the carriage men grilled them, asking, "Are you adventurers?" and pointed to a nearby nightmare, the red dragon's cave, because it's been tearing through the nearby village and racking up casualties. Kimuro got totally hooked on this red dragon, so he grilled the other two, should they head over and check it out right now. A sudden decision hit him so fast that Ael and Tell were left totally stunned. But he barely even processed it, Ael screaming at him, and then he still went for it. After 2 non-stop days, they finally burst into Marina Port, the busy port town waiting at the edge of their journey, which acted like the front door to this continent. It towered over the towns Kimuro had seen so far, bigger, louder, and way more alive. Dozens of ships crowded the harbor, docked shoulder to shoulder like the sea itself had brought in a whole army. Because he showed up at night, he only had time to sneak a look around the guild and make sure Anne stayed close. The very next morning, right at the end, a killer breakfast spread sat right on the table, ready to go. Tell had set it up. When he finally reached the dining table, he found Ael and Tell already there with a perfectly set breakfast, and the two greeted him with a cheerful good morning. Ael dug into the food right away and urged Komodo to taste it too, and when Komodo realized he hadn't sampled Tell's cooking yet, he grabbed a seat and told Tell to sit down as well. She couldn't stand the thought of a slave sitting at the same table as their master. Kimuro told her she could pull it off, because once time passed, the food would get cold. Now he dove into his breakfast like he couldn't wait another second. After one bite, Tell lit up with a warm, bright reaction. Because the food she whipped up was insanely good, he and Ael dove into the rest of the dishes too, and Ale even snatched a few bites from Kamuro's platter. Meanwhile, Tel couldn't shake the weird, unsettling feeling creeping up in her chest from what she was watching. After that, they tore through the shopping district, pushing straight toward the next area they had to reach. Turns out this was the exact spot for Kamuro's brand new request, so he grabbed it and moved on. Ale read the order out loud: clean up the shipyard, then wipe out the Masmaskull's infestation. She leaned in and asked, "Are you really sure you want to do this right now?" Fresh off a previous quest in Osla, he finally had enough money, so she said it wouldn't cost much for all three of them to get on the boat. Kamuro admitted he'd been secretly dreaming about getting a boat for the two of them, and that's why. Which burst out as a total shock to Tel and Ale, since boarding a boat and owning your own were two completely different stories. After Kamuro explained that if he owned a boat, he could go wherever he wanted, whenever he wanted, it clicked for her. This was exactly what they needed to cross the whole world, and Tel even chimed in that maybe that was the smart move. Even a tiny boat still cost a fortune, so Kamuro would have to pull off the impossible, because he did manage to rack up 2,000 knots in just one day. Ale couldn't hold it in. She burst into laughter as she nodded along, agreeing with Tel. With their new goals locked in, Kamuro and Tel charged toward the shipyard, while Ale shot off to sell the bag stuffed with wyvern scales. And that meat was worth a small fortune, the kind you'd fight for because it sold for top price. From talking about wyverns now, the moment the conversation sparks and everything takes off. He replayed that day in his head, when he first heard about the red dragon, and finally marched straight into his cave. The cave was so massive they couldn't even doubt they'd found a dragon's lair. Then he and Ale stepped up and confronted the beast, a towering crimson body, roaring so hard the air itself trembled. Ale braced her feet and straightened her spine, as the dragon's overwhelming aura crashed toward her like a wave. Kamaro even warned Tel to keep her guard up because he suddenly remembered he might have the answer if they just stayed focused. So he spent his skill points to master the dragon language he could finally speak. He finally clocked it. This dragon wasn't just mad, it was seething because strangers had stormed straight into his lair. Kamuro and the red dragon finally exchanged words, and Kamuro wasted no time, telling him all about the wyverns. The dragon lunged right after those wyverns, hunting down the ones he heard were already dead, and straight up going for the kill. Kamuro practically froze, because that dragon wasn't a show-off at all, just a quiet introvert who only left his cave to eat once the red dragon was finished. He handed Kamuro one of his own scales as a thank you gift, but the moment Kamuro saw it slip back into sleep, it clicked. He realized he had to stay sharp around all kinds of monsters, because it could save him later. Now he's blazing toward the shipyard, ready to kick off his quest. On the way, he made sure to look out for the elderly, guiding their steps and helping them tackle every climb down the stairs. Kamuro kept strolling along the shore path, clearly loving the bright weather and open sky, but Tel started getting that same eerie feeling again and couldn't stop wondering what it meant. Soon they burst into the shipyard, and Kamuro told the gate crew he'd come to clean it out and exterminate the guild. They waved him in without hesitation. And the shipyard's owner, Borek, greeted them warmly, practically glowing as he said, "You made it, finally." Then he offered to give them a full tour. And Kamuro clocked it. Borek was cleaning way too fast. Borek shrugged and said they were smack dab in the middle of building a ship, and the thing was absolutely massive, so yeah, Kamuro was shocked. He was even plotting to snag himself a little boat someday, while the workers insisted Borek had busted his tail his whole life, turning the shipyard into nothing but non-stop, top-tier shipmaking. Borek snapped at the guy to get back to work and shut up then. Then he leaned in and promised, "I'll tell you about that request in my office," and the moment they stepped inside, Komodo finally got why Borek was in such a damn rush. Because his whole office looked like a busted storage shed, used for years with zero cleaning. The second Borek stepped into the office, he went straight to work, demanded a minute, and told them this job might get painfully dull. Then by accident, her hand bumped a cup, and it tipped, tumbling straight toward the floor. Tel barely had time to blink as the cup slipped, but Kamuro shot in, snatched it mid-fall, and stopped it from shattering. Milla tried to thank him for cleaning up her mess, but then Borek snapped, shouting that they had to be extremely careful right there. Because every single thing in this room mattered, each piece had a reason, and none of it was there by accident. Kamuro shot Borek an apology and promised he'd be more careful, and then Borek suddenly caught himself. Yeah, he'd been a little too loud. So he blurted out another quick apology for raising his voice, and Borek told them that working can make people snap and get irritable sometimes. He claimed the whole room looked like a wreck because it was staffed only by guys, and all those boat-obsessed hands didn't magically make them experts at cleaning up. That's why he had to beg the guild for help. Yet, before Kimuro ever showed up, nobody in there wanted to touch a single drop of this mess. Bork asked if he could tell Kimuro to start cleaning right now, and Kimuro nodded, then warned that scrubbing this entire office would take a couple of days. They burst into excited yesies and locked in the time right then. Next, Komodo took on the extermination, and Tell handled the cleanup. They hit their jobs with full dedication, because anything less would have doomed everything from the start. After hours of grinding, Komodo finally hit exhaustion for the first time while doing something that felt just like Tell. Their very first day at the job wrapped up. Then they finally met up with Ale at the guild. She grilled him about the shipyard, and the two of them launched into a blow-by-blow of how their days went. And she tore through the arena to win. And she stepped in to test out fresh skills, then went and sold the scales too. She reminded him again, "I'm a famous adventurer," but the truth hit hard. He was just way too strong and she got crushed. Kamuro's face lit up at the news they were doing great, until she casually said she'd snagged a boat ticket too, the kind that's insanely hard to land this time of year. And before Kamuro could even process it, Ale looked ready to board the boat. And if he's gotta own that boat, it's gonna take time, so yeah, that's why it meant they'd be. We'll be saying goodbye right here too, just like a beloved moment you never forget. Then Tell snapped up and said, "I've got something I need to tell you." Kamuro couldn't shake the feeling she was hiding something, until right out of nowhere, Tell crumpled her posture, lowered her head, and apologized for humiliating him in front of everyone that afternoon. She argued that a slave shouldn't force her master to apologize, and then, like she'd already decided, she braced for any punishment her mistake could bring. Kumuro snapped that it was pointless to hold back. If she had something to say, she should say it any time she wanted, no matter what her status was. But he argued, if you do that, your reputation will take a hit, and the client might yank the whole request the moment they get scared. He told her, "Don't worry, this won't be a problem," and then he added, "So please, don't push yourself so hard if you're feeling like that." He apologized because he couldn't stand the idea of her being stuck enduring all that just to end up falling short. Ale knew it was just like him. Then he leaned in and told her to speak up if it would help them work better, no holding back. Now Tell was fully convinced. Kimura wasn't just humoring her anymore. He was treating her like a true equal. It hit her with that same eerie feeling all over again. Kimuro even said that after today's mess, their client Borak apologized right away. So yeah, that proved he wasn't a bad guy. Ale told them she'd help out again tomorrow. Then, the very next day, all three of them showed up at the shipyard. This time the workers there, Borak. They were blown away by the results from the day before. Many Mazmaskals had been hunted down successfully, and then, just like that, it led to the next turn of events, and lastly. On his side, he scrubbed everything clean, but on Tell's side, when she slipped into the kitchen, she found the sink packed with dirty plates. Tell quickly wrapped her arms around herself for a job well done, then dove right back in and started clearing the plates. After a while, Tell tore through the chores and scrubbed the entire kitchen until it gleamed in every single corner. Man, the shipyard workers gawked at how insanely clean the whole place looked. Then Borek stormed in and clocked them with punches for wasting time during working hours. But the second he saw what those lazy guys were staring at, his jaw dropped in pure shock. Then I finally came by, greeted her, and checked in on her while I did. She wiped down the grime from the dirty bags and hauled every single one in her own, using just one hand, and Borek couldn't believe how fast it got done, overwhelmed with shock and pure joy. Soon enough, he got a front row look at mouth-watering meals cooked for everyone, and for one shaky second, he wondered if any of it was even meant for him. Tell nodded like yeah, and right then Komodo swooped in too, ready to join the dinner. Borek and the rest of the guys shoved delicious new food into their mouths like they'd finally hit the jackpot. Komodo praised Tell him for the good work. Like always, he nails it. After a little while, Kamuro finally caught the voices, Tell and the Chief Borek. Tell was straight up snapping at him, yelling that he needed to clean the stuff himself sometimes. And he needs to set the standard himself, show those subordinates exactly how it's done. Borica jumped in to help clean too, and Kamuro couldn't shake the feeling that the two of them looked like a husband getting dragged into shape by his wife. That's when it finally hit him. They didn't just feel close, they looked like family, and the word family dragged him back to every memory like it was stamped on his heart, and then he couldn't help wondering if he'd ever get one of his own. They powered through for a whole week, nailed the job at last, and crept closer to the chief and his crew with every day. The very next morning, Kamuro and Ale got ready to bolt, after tearing through goodbye after goodbye with everyone. Ale told them she'd cook for them once, since they kept pushing her to do it, and later Kamaro wandered around, heading toward a meeting with the chief. HC workers peered from the corner of the wall, and flashed Komodo a warning to shut up and quiet down. Kumuro leaned in and followed their gesture. There, clear as day, stood Chief Borak beside Tell, shoulder to shoulder, and the workers told him the truth. Tell and Borak had been getting along great. So they cornered Kumuro and begged him for a little more time. Kaeamoro didn't care at all. Then Ale suddenly barged in, latched onto him, and yelled, "What's going on?" And Kumuro got shoved forward right along with it. And it cut right through Tell and Chief Borak. Kumuro didn't like any of this one bit, but now that those two had clocked him, there was no way he could just slip back and pretend it didn't happen. Everyone else was crushed because Ale's mistake blew everything up. Then Kumuro strode up to Tell and planted himself beside her, while that warm ocean breeze kept sweeping around them like the world wouldn't stop turning. The workers snapped at Ale to stay right there. Then the moment the silence cracked, Tell broke it and informed Kumuro. That Chief Borak swept in and popped the question to her. He was totally stunned by that revelation, and the moment he tried to congratulate her, she shut him down, like she had no clue what to do with her own feelings. She spent most of her life stuck as a mansion slave, and now that she was old, the outside world suddenly felt like a place she might not survive. She leaned in and demanded, "Do you remember me cooking for you the first time we got there?" It was the first time ever. Her food didn't even cool. They gobbled it up the second she finished cooking. She even got praised for it, and then she admitted something wild. Right in that moment, her chest felt tight, and she couldn't make sense of what that weird feeling was. Turns out, every time she cooked for her old, he'd just brush it off with, "I'm busy," and storm out, leaving the food sitting on the table. The food would sit there for a while, then later on it would get tossed out for good. But the moment Komodo praised her cooking, she couldn't help but light up, like her heart just got fed. She finally tasted what happiness feels like again, and Komuro's face lit up the moment he heard it. And just a minute later, everyone spotted Tell charging toward Borak. She flashed him a warm smile. Then he yanked out a box. When he yanked it open, a proposal ring sat inside, shining like it was waiting for fate. Tell grinned from ear to ear and thrust her hand out toward him. And everyone stared in disbelief at how perfectly those two were crushing it. Komuro beamed when Tell finally found someone who truly loves her, because just a minute earlier, Tell had remembered how Komuro freed her from her servitude. He told her he was genuinely thrilled to see her finally kick off a brand new life, which is basically the exact way he kicked off one here in this world. He promised her she could start filling her life with bright, happy memories and then never look back, and repay every drop of what she suffered as a slave. Toa practically burst with joy, because after everything, she'd finally locked in her engagement to Borak. The crowd erupted as everyone cheered for that couple. And Komuro felt true joy before, when she opened up about herself and spilled her feelings, and the moment he heard it, he couldn't stop being happy. Tell burst into happy tears because Komodo giving her this life meant everything to her. Life, she fired off a huge thank you, pouring gratitude into every word for everything he'd done. And with a final goodbye, he turned away from her and stormed off down the road like the world couldn't stop him, heading a. Ale questioned him, asking if he was really sure about slipping out that early. Then he shot back that he'd already said his goodbyes. So it was the perfect moment to split, and Komuro shot her a question. Was she really sure she wanted to hand her ticket over? And she swore it was just a backup stash for their travel, only in case Komuro couldn't snag a boat. But then she handed it to Tell, convinced it'd make the perfect wedding gift, and now. She leaned in and asked Komuro straight up if he was worried about Tell. Komuro muttered that he wasn't worried one bit. He knew she'd be just fine with Borak and spend the rest of her life smiling. Life Ale exhaled in relief the second he said those words. And just like that, he got caught off guard, because the chef's got a sharp eye for spotting the right mark. Then Ale couldn't shake the fear. Would it really end up being just her and Komuro? She wondered if they could really ship together, and right then Ale leaned in and told him she was into people stronger than her. But he just kept striding on, like he couldn't even feel the hint. Ale closed in on him again and he snapped, asking why she was trying to pull something like that. Then she blared, "Don't you know you can't just do that?" That's when Komodo's mind snapped. He completely forgot to ask Chief Borak about the boat. Now he couldn't just turn back, because they'd already said their goodbyes. The next day, right after seeing Tell off, Komuro and Isle checked into the very same inn again and stayed there. And she spotted him clutching a bag in his hand. He mused about using it to finally call Sarah and Baltsak, because it had been ages, then remembered those two were the very duo he'd said goodbye to back in Cubania. And she also remembered those two who had managed to get right up close to Komuro first. Meanwhile, Baltsak was out here grinding through his job as the gravekeeper, hands steady and eyes locked on the dead. When his communication bag crackled with a call, he snatched it up and right away, Kamuro's voice hit him from the other side. It's been a month. He let out a huge breath when he heard that energetic voice. Everything was fine. Baltzek told him things over there were running perfectly. Then Kamuro asked if Sarah was anywhere near all of it, since he'd called her before, but she never picked up. Just then, right when everything lined up, came a sudden, bone-rattling shout. Sarah messaged him asking, "So are you talking with Kamuro?" He told her he'd call back later if she was busy, but then he snapped at him, "Don't you dare hang up." He leaned in and asked how she was holding up there, but she shut him down, because every day without Kamuro felt unbearable, and she was missing him like crazy. She leaned in and asked, "So, how's your travel going?" Then Kamuro leaned in and told her, "I started out traveling solo, but somehow my crew kept multiplying." Sarah snapped, asking right away if that companion was a woman. That question rattled her a bit, and when he finally answered, it was a duo. One was a maid, and the other was a fierce female warrior. Sarah's anxiety exploded, and she blurted at Kamuro to get away from them fast, like they might be setting him up. Then Kamuro snapped back that the maid had left their place the day before, which lit up her whole heart. She burst into cheers for that one, but bounced back to ask about the other one, saying she might recognize her already, since she used to be Sarah's instructor. Sarah paused, suddenly snapped with recognition, and blurted out that she remembered it. Ale then strutted up to Sarah, bragging that she couldn't possibly forget her, because she was the one who hauled Sarah to the capital in the first place. Ale fully expected a few heartfelt words of thanks or gratitude, anything that showed she was appreciated. But Sarah snapped, calling her an exhibitionist instead. Ale hated that label with a passion, so Kamuro quickly agreed it was at least somewhat correct. Sarah and Ale were driving each other absolutely nuts. Then Ale snapped with an idea and grinned like a devil, plotting his next move. She started whispering softly at first, then suddenly played the victim like Kamuro had done something to her. Ale suddenly started blurting weird little sounds, acting like Kamuro was hitting on her, and Sarah got so uncomfortable she nearly couldn't stand it. And then it went too far. Ale literally started yelping like Kamuro was shaking him up. Sarah's mind snapped at the edges as she started picturing everything about Ale's life, and it was pushing her past the limit. That Kamuro was pulling straight up embarrassing stuff on Ale, and Ale wasn't holding back for a second when it came to making those sounds. To make Sarah lose her mind even more, Ale kept at it, pushing her from one place to the next like a mad carousel, until she finally mumbled about snacks. Sarah couldn't keep her "I'm doing this alone" act going for even a second. Then Kamuro snatched the call bag out of her hands and snapped, "What the hell are you doing?" I grinned and told Sarah she should go all in on studying while we wait. While she promised she'd take care of Kamuro, Sarah teetered on the edge of collapse, one breath away from falling apart. And just like that, the transmission snapped off, dead silence. Kamuro snapped at her to stop teasing Sarah like that, and Ale shot back that it was payback for calling her an exhibitionist. Then she bolted off to wash her face, and right after that, the two of them were diving straight into breakfast. Ale even dropped him a note saying that if he truly wanted to do that. She stayed ready at all times, like she'd been waiting for this moment her whole life. Kamuro turned betrayed, blurted that he'd never bet on a woman he didn't have feelings for, and then Komodo kept getting calls from Sarah, and she grilled him again and again, every single second after, right up until the end. Komodo grilled Ale, asking if she knew anyone who really understood monsters. Then Ale pressed back, curious why he'd suddenly latch onto it. He just shot back, saying he was only curious if anyone out there really knew monsters, and if they could help him dig into them. Ale says those monster scholars really do exist, and yeah, people actually use that name. Then Kemuro leaned in and said he only knows about Masma's calls for now. Vespa Hornet, then the bug roaches hit the scene too, and the red dragon coming for them. And every single one was nothing like the pests he'd ever known. And since they were about to cross the sea, even deadlier monsters could be lurking just beyond the waves, waiting to hunt them down. So he decided it would calm everyone down to have a monster scholar riding shotgun with them. Ale dropped a bombshell. People were whispering about colossal creatures living on the far side of the sea. Just the moment she imagined dangerous monsters lurking in the shadows, her whole body buzzed with adrenaline. And that left Kumuro with a prickly unease crawling up his spine. She leaned in and told him, "I know a monster scholar who lives right here in town," and asked if he'd want to meet her, though it's clear she might already be juggling a ton. Kamuro finally learned the monster scholar's name, Belsa, and she turned out to be the daughter of the old lord who once ruled these lands, so the whole town talks about her like she's some celebrity. Komodo didn't bother waiting for answers. He decided he'd figure it out himself, so the next day he showed up at Belza's house. As soon as he showed up, he spotted an ancient stone house, teetering like it was one gust away from crumbling. He knocked on the door, and from deep inside, a faint voice answered him, but no one dared to open it. Then he burst into the living room and finally took his shot. And right there, under a stink of rot, sat the moldy bread, next to the person he'd been hunting for. Belsa, for some reason, she looked like she was one breath away from dying. And he blurted out, fast as lightning, "Are you okay?" After that, Komodo slid her the food, and she snapped it up so fast, chewing like she hadn't eaten in days. She was still starving. She even choked a bit as she gulped her food too fast, so Komuro slid her some water and asked, "Can you talk normally now?" Once she finished that water, Belsa leaned in and told her just how grateful she was for that amazing, mouth-watering meal. She swore she'd been one breath from dying of starvation, and honestly, he had to be her savior, showing up exactly when she needed it most. And this was the first time she ever dared to look him straight in the face. Then she blurted, "So who are you?" After Belsa figured out why Komuro showed up, the two of them finally introduced themselves. Then she led him straight into the adjoining room. Turns out her room was a total disaster, cluttered, filthy, and wildly unhygienic. Like any normal researcher, it still carried the wreckage of countless monsters, and even the research kept rolling, and Komuro couldn't believe her eyes when she stepped into the lab. "I rebuilt this room," she said, but she got so buried in the experiments that she burned through all her money. For the last few days, she's been stuck with nothing to properly live on. That's why he tracked her down like that, and once he did, he apologized because she didn't think she'd actually be able to help him. Komuro told her, "Fine, then just go earn the money yourself." Because having a monster-whispering expert in their corner was pure gold for adventurers. She might even hop onto an adventurer's party and dive into the chaos with them, and help those adventurers who tremble at the sight of monsters by teaching them how to face the monsters they're terrified of, so she wouldn't end up stuck with even more work. Belsa had dreamed about it a bunch of times back then, but she shut the idea down because it felt like everyone despised her. Then he totally didn't get what she meant by that, so he had to figure out how to fix this mess. He asked whether the money would hold out to keep this place running and to carry her research forward. Once she finally said yes, he used his lifestyle magic, and she watched as the mess got wiped out again and again until her whole place looked spotless. Belsa stared at the sudden cleanliness of her place in shock, and then he topped it off by offering to be her sponsor. She never once thought someone would step in and sponsor her someday. And just like that, Komuro showed up, ready to bankroll her research, because in exchange, he demanded to see the results with his own eyes. He even promised to get her samples too, and Belsa felt like she was living in a dream. He handed Belsa 5,000 knots right off the bat, basically like giving them 5,000 yen to kick things off. Belle's jaw hit the ground on this very sight. Then she steadied her breath, looked straight ahead, and snapped that she couldn't accept this. She told him monster research isn't a task you finish, it's a never-ending journey. And if he was hunting for results, Belsa didn't even think she could match the expectations he had in his head. She said she was definitely not happy, but then, to her shock, Komodo leaned in and told her everything would be okay. He did it purely out of curiosity, because if they could learn something useful for hunting and exterminating monsters, that'd be a win. He was ready to take the plunge, and Belsa grilled him, asking if he was absolutely 100% sure. Komodo nodded in agreement, and Belsa's face lit up like she'd just won, because now she could finally dive back into her work. She flashed a grin and practically sang, "All right, let's get started with this," and so Komuro sprinted back at the end of the day, and from that moment on. At night, he'd head back to his inn, then the next morning, he'd return like clockwork. Morning rolled in, and suddenly they had a routine. Belsa threw herself into her research and experiments on monsters, while he kept the lab stocked by handing over the creatures to test, all with him also stuck with the cooking duties. He spotted her conducting research, and got so locked in that he spent the entire day on it. He hauled in even more specimens for her research. Belsa couldn't stop smiling as her research finally clicked, and Komodo lit up seeing her actually enjoy it. Then he dove straight back into work, and started cooking up food for Belsa like his life depended on it. While she got buried in research and couldn't cook, he stepped up, whipping up delicious meals every single day, and it quickly became Belsa's new normal. After she once starved herself, Komuro leaned in and asked her, casual as can be, what sparked her to become a monster scholar, because he was still blown away by how perfectly she handled monster carcasses. She told me half of it came from the fact she'd always been obsessed with monsters, and the other half was just a wild event that happened in her life. She stared out the window, stunned that 5 whole years had already slipped by since that moment. When Belsa hit rock bottom, so depressed and numb she just slumped in one corner, doing absolutely nothing at. Back then, someone pulled her aside and urged her to claim her father's will, then use it to change her life for the better, and help everyone in town too, and those words are exactly what turned Belsa into the person she is today. She told him her father used to rule this place, and when he retired, he handed the job to a lieutenant back then, who's the current lord now. Komodo still remembers Ale mentioning that same thing back then. And he said the current lord actually seemed like a genuinely good guy, so Belsa nodded along. Yeah, that dude really was a good person. The second breakfast was cleared, she bolted back to her workbench to dive into her experiments again. Meanwhile, a shady figure in a hooded cloak is lurking nearby, clearly keeping tabs on Belsa's house. And he hurried to the present lord and delivered the report. Right when he arrived, he hauled the news to the main butler who served the lord, then watched the report get handed straight to the lord himself, only to hear that. For the past few days, it looked like Belsa was getting secretly stalked by a mysterious guy, Kamuro Naoki. And he'd been helping Belsa the whole time, so her research finally kicked back into gear. The lord looked shaken by the report, snapping that they should have let her die, and then he ordered the butler to bring Kamuro and the rest of the family right in. And Belsa blurted it out to him instantly. The butler leaned in and asked what to do about her research, but the lord waved it off like it didn't matter, and so they figured they'd hit her at night and torch her whole house, plus smash her research, and honestly, that's the kind of deal he's willing to let slide. Then nightfall crashed in, and the night falls, and where Belsa's house stands, flames swallow everything by the next morning. Kamuro was peacefully asleep when Ale suddenly burst in like a storm, burst into his room and snapped him awake with an urgent jolt. She demanded to know why she was causing a scene so early, and then, when she told him it was because of Belsa's house, everything clicked. His sleep vanished, and Komodo bolted straight to Belsa's house. On his way, he stumbled on a terrifying sight. Soldiers lined up and shoved their swords straight at him. And then he went ballistic, accusing Komodo of treason against the kingdom. The soldiers swore that if he'd just stop interfering, everything would be fine. Kamuro couldn't believe they'd torch Belsa's house just to drag her away, and then he started to wonder, what did they want him to interfere with exactly? But when they snatched Belsa away, he didn't have a second to spare, so he lunged for the sword that was pointed straight at him. And to the soldier's shock, Kamuro's tiny shove from his sword hand sent him crashing to the ground, pinned there, completely unable to move. Kamuro stared them down with a cold face and snapped at them to start explaining everything to him. Then they tore through town, sprinting straight for Belsa's house. And right then, they stared in shock at a packed crowd gathered outside Belsa's house. Kamuro shoved through the crowd, scanning the chaos to see just how bad things had gotten. And the moment he finally got there, the situation wasn't just bad, it was way worse than anyone expected. All that remained of Belsa's house were a few battered stone walls. Everything around them turned to ash, and the people there snapped, "Kumuro, are you Bel's friend?" Kumuro nodded without hesitation. They told him that after tearing through the wreckage, Belsa was nowhere to be found, and then another guy chimed in. He'd seen a group the night before, all scrambling like they had no time, and he watched Belsa get snatched by the butler. Kamuro blurts out, "So who are you really?" And the crowd snaps back. The guy is the Lord's personal butler, a former arena champ. Even so, they swear it's hopeless, because they think nobody can stop this butler from snatching Belsa. And after that, just come on, listen to what happens next. Komodo remembered Belsa saying this whole town hated her, and now he couldn't wrap his head around it, especially with everything people were saying. They look terrified for her, so he steps right up and asks them straight, "Why don't you hate Belsa?" After locking eyes in that awkward silence, they finally were. They shot back that yeah, Belsa was still haunted by what happened 5 years ago, and they admitted they were absolute disasters back then, totally immature. And when Kamuro pressed for a break, they quickly laid out every twist and turn that had happened, and Kamuro and Ale didn't waste a second. And that's how they ended up at the Lord's mansion, only to find the gate standing wide open, like it was daring them to step inside. And there it was, the Lord's mansion, looming right ahead of them. Then a voice boomed, stopping them dead in their tracks, warning that nobody gets in here without permission. This voice belonged to a man the butlers had warned them about. Kamuro got what they were hinting at, and then Ale jumped in. He'd heard about the butler. She couldn't contain her excitement. Maybe this butler would actually be a worthy opponent, and right then Kemuro strode toward the gate, asking the butler straight up if Belsa was inside the mansion. The butler shut him down and refused to answer his question. Even though he warned Kemuro, one step onto these grounds without his say-so would turn him into a full-on trespasser. And Butler would sniff out the truth, then move in to erase Kemuro himself. Komodo snapped that the gate being left wide open after they were told to stay out wasn't an accident. It was the butler daring them on purpose. Kemuro started boiling with rage at this guy. So he just stepped in himself like, all right, let me see this with my own eyes. Kemuro slipped through the gate, and the butler yanked out his. He snatched up daggers and hurled them straight at Kemuro. When the daggers came at Kemuro, he didn't even blink. No fear, not a shred. With Ale, a powerhouse ally, standing right beside him, those daggers never landed. She swatted them aside with her blade, then declared she'd handle the butler while he pushed on. Komodo flashed her a quick thank you, then slipped past the butler and headed deeper into the mansion. The butler judged Kemuro as weak since he couldn't even react to his daggers, but he figured the real danger was this girl, so he finally waved him through. And the moment Kemuro reached the gate of the house, he activated his detection skill. He used his sharp skills and clocked it instantly. The mansion was packed with people too many for comfort. We could tell they were straight up lying, so we just waited in the shadows for the intruders to show up. Inside that back room, only two people stayed, most likely Belsa and the Lord, then it all cut off as he. He stormed into the mansion first, hunting down these intruders before anyone else could get a say. As the butler slammed into Ale, things turned ugly fast. The butler leaned in and told Ale straight up, Kemuro was coming back dead. They'd been keeping their eyes on Belsa the whole time, so they knew Kemuro and Ale were coming, because the butler warned them. The mansion was packed with ruffians inside. Who could be tearing into Kemuro right this second? I laughed it off, then told the butler that the fact he let Komodo slip through meant they never stood a chance. This was the first time she'd ever seen Kemuro act this aggressively, so right now. Nobody in this world could stop Kemuro. As ruffians lay defeated at his feet, Kemuro charged forward and slipped into the back room to find the Lord. Belsa was being held hostage there. The second he stepped into the room, the Lord snapped and blasted him with a surprise fireball. Kemuro took the Lord's blast straight on and still walked away totally unhurt, so when the attack finally failed, the Lord stared in pure shock. Kemuro exhaled in relief, grinning because his clothes were totally unscathed. Then, right after that, he lined in and demanded to know if Belsa was really okay. And the second she checked in and confirmed she was okay, she snapped, "So why are you here, throwing your life away?" She told him about the fire at her house, and by the time she snapped back into herself, she was here, only to find the Lord staring at her with pure rage and disgust. Komodo finally clocked it. He hadn't told Belsa a single thing. Kemuro realized this Lord came for the both of them from the very beginning, because if Belsa or Kemuro survived, his disgusting crimes would finally hit the public. He heard the exact same tale from the attendants Lord Gook sent, but before the answers even finished landing, he knocked them down and tore the truth out until he got everything he came for. No, Komodo practically shouted at Belsa, making it crystal clear that this guy wasn't anything like the man they'd imagined. And he even orchestrated the whole mess, shoving the old Lord into retirement while exploiting her when she was at her weakest. Belsa listened in shock, and Kemuro told her the real truth. This so-called nice Lord wasn't doing it for anyone else. He was just pushing his own agenda. Belsa blasted a shout at the Lord, demanding he confirm whether that claim was true. And Gook had zero defense to fall back on. He just stared at Kemuro, who was standing there, completely unbothered. Cornered and trembling, Gook screamed the whole truth out loud. 5 years ago, lava from the nearby mountain surged all the way to the town, slaughtering people, wrecking everything, and the Lord back then. Belsa's father cared so hard for the people that he emptied his own pockets to rebuild what was wrecked and help everyone recover. Then one day the caravans packed with valuable supplies, meant for the people, got ambushed, and suddenly those supplies never made it, leaving everyone with nothing. That one incident shattered their trust in Bel's father, forcing him to walk away from his post, so Gook stepped in and became the next Lord. And that's why the rage didn't stay with the former Lord. It spilled onto his daughter, Belsa, until the backlash against her kept swelling and getting harsher. Belsa leaned in and demanded, "Lord Gook, why wouldn't you back me back then?" Even though he was the one who ordered her to become a monster scholar. Gook snapped back that monster scholar was just a cover. He only wanted Belsa dead, any way he could, and he'd make sure it never pointed back to him. So the real reason he pushed her to become a monster scholar was simple. He was hoping she might. He could end up dead one day, risking everything to snatch specimens and dodge every suspicious eye from everyone around him. He did it all because Belsa was the previous lord's daughter, and Gook started fearing she'd one day come for his throne, so he didn't just plot, he tampered with her world until she'd starved to death. Then boom, some outsider shows up out of nowhere and starts backing her, and that's when Gook's rage spikes, and he finally decides to move in and act directly. Belsa got hammered by one brutal reality check after another, each one stinging like a thorn. Then she crumpled into despair, right as Kimuro spotted her from behind. He couldn't stand to leave her there, so he snapped and called Gyukia, the coward who'd been waiting 5 long years for Belsa to finally die. Then Belsa muttered under her breath that she was done staying here and wanted out. So Kimuro hauled her out of there, and Gook blurted, "This isn't over." Refusing him meant treason, and the whole kingdom would stampede after them without mercy, including the elites trained at the Magic Academy in the heart of the capital, Komodo. Spoke up that he could come for him any time he wanted, which blasted Gauke with a total shock. Komodo finally understood this. If he even tried to make a move, the man would shut him down instantly and make sure he couldn't keep going. Gyukin knew that threat in him wasn't an empty threat, so he stayed right there, head bowed low. Kimuro hauled Belsa outside, and right when the air changed, she froze mid-step like something had just grabbed her. To Kimuro's shock, the moment she heard his words, she burst into laughter. Belsa stayed because she really is a fool. She swallowed the Gyuka's words and blindly followed them all the way here, never once stopping to wonder if he was lying. Belsa cringed at how she could already hear people calling her stupid. Kimuro stood there like an idiot, taking it all in as she ranted her frustration nonstop. As she stormed out, Belsa realized her house was gone, her research with it, and suddenly she had absolutely nothing left in her life. She burst into tears, realizing she'd lost everything. Kimuro couldn't think of a single thing to make it right, so he closed the distance to her and thrust out his hand. Kimuro noticed something. Right when she said she could come with him, Belsa stopped crying, reached for his hand like she was finally ready to hold on, and then she hesitated for some reason, and that mysterious feeling hit him. And he leaned in and asked her straight, was she still scared to trust someone again? Or whether she was bracing herself for betrayal yet again, because Belsa couldn't lie to herself about it. And right after that, Kimuro finally snapped, so if that's true, then all she had to do was roll up her sleeves, take control, and decide her next move for herself. He told her, "I've got my own situation, so yeah, I only just started my life in this world." At the very start he had nothing, just some way or another he pushed through anyway, and the wild thing is, Ale, who'd already taken down the butler, ended up being one of the comrades he met on the road. Sure, he had to say goodbye to plenty of people, but he didn't regret any of it because he made every call on his own. He turned to Belsa and asked if she wanted to try it, and the second her eyes caught that, hope lit up all over her face. After that, Belsa lifted her head, nodded without a second thought, and agreed to team up with Kimuro. Relief hit him hard. He finally had a brand new ally by his side. And a week later, they finally rolled up at the port, right where Chief Borak was waiting. He handed him a tiny boat, then had his workers tear into it, fixing it up and getting it shipshape. It was set to roll with 0 issues, while the townsfolk groaned, regretting every bit of anger they'd thrown at it. Once it was all ready, Komodo got a heartfelt send-off from everyone at the shipyard. He thanked them all for turning his time here into something special, and just like that, they jumped onto the boat and blasted off for their next stop. Everyone sent them off with safe travels. But just a few days later, Kimuro finally hauled himself onto that island, and right when he did. There's no way this feels safer, at all, and he can't stop thinking about how this trip will even go when monsters on this island are bigger than the ones they faced before. They crossed the ocean, then slammed straight into their next wild adventure, an island packed with dense, looming forests. This island was bursting with life, like the place was overflowing with every kind of creature. Belsa was practically bursting with excitement after spotting all these fresh monsters and animals, especially a wild boar so huge it dwarfed everyone they'd seen before. Kimuro had this same uneasy feeling. It looked just as dangerous as the size itself, but for Ale and Kimuro, this was never going to be a real problem. Belsa even said an adult boar should top out at about 2 meters, but the ones on these islands blow that rule out of the water and make everything feel wrong. Kimuro just told her to stay just as locked in on keeping her own life safe, with the same sharp focus she'd been using for her research. But Belsa was the only one ready to start, while Ale practically burst at the seams with excitement to dive into battle with those monsters. Kamaro was the only one still thinking straight in that chaos, so he kept everything under control until a terrifying mass of giant mammoth came charging at them, and Belsa was still acting like a kid at the zoo. He told Ale he was about to test his brand new rat poison spray, and Ale jumped at the chance to join the hunt, until Belsa blinked in shock, realizing these two were seriously strong, and that was just the start of it. As they pushed onward, Kamuro let out a heavy sigh, then finally got his opening to slip rat poison onto Masmus Gulls. He fired off a quick question about whether any beasts were still lurking, and Ale snapped back that she'd already wiped them all out. Belsa started noticing something was wildly off around this place, like the island was warping the monsters right before their eyes, and Kamuro guessed the island itself was evolving on its own. Because it's just like evolution, water snakes and land snakes adapt and change depending on where they live. Belser admitted it still felt wildly wrong for monsters to evolve like that, then he trailed off, cutting himself off mid-sentence. If monsters were hunting a monster, the rest would usually scatter and bolt for the nearest escape, but that didn't happen here, because she saw that when Ale cut one of them down. They barreled straight at them, like something out there was pulling their strings. And based on Belsa's sharp deductions, she felt it. Someone was pulling the strings, controlling every move. She also made it crystal clear. Every monster was pouring in from the exact same direction. Which kind of amazed Kamuro, because the moment he saw those monster scholars, he realized they could spot things normal people never would. She didn't just feel excited, she was buzzing to uncover where these monsters were born, because that trail could finally crack the secret behind this island. Kamuro was thrilled to watch Belsa finally drop the pain from her past life and turn into someone brighter and happier than ever. Even the way she pushed into this side was risky as hell, but she still struck out on a whim, chasing those places without a second thought for what might be waiting. So she sprinted forward, then Kamuro lunged in from behind and caught her. She figured he was trying to boss her around, but Kamuro only wanted to warn her, so he stayed out front to make sure they didn't get hurt. Kamuro was doing everything he could to keep these two maniacs alive and to keep Belsa from running wild. He snapped that she needed to act smart or he'd drag her right back to the port. The trio kept trekking across the island, pushing deeper into the unknown with every step they took. They suddenly stumbled right into a giant snake. One brutal slash from Ale's sword was all it took to drop the snake. Then every time they mowed down another ordinary monster, Komodo felt like he wasn't just in a forest, but trapped in some half-built dungeon. Until their eyes locked onto a house sitting there, planted right in the heart of this monster island. Kamuro pushed in for a closer look, and then he realized they were boxed in from every side. His detection skill clocked them fast. The crowd closing in was about 10 strong. And chances were they were archers. The masked attackers unleashed a deadly volley of arrows straight at Kamuro and the others. They nailed the move almost instantly the moment they got the marking out. One of the arrows was about to slam into Belsa, so Kamuro threw himself in front of her, and his body simply refused to be penetrated, leaving the attackers totally stunned. And Kamuro handed this one to Ale, warning her up front that those guys could hit her from long range, only for her to grin and say she'd be fine, because it was just 10 people. After that, she stepped into the sky, and her foot hung there like the air had become solid ground. Ale pressed him, "Why are you so shocked?" And he snapped back, "I figured you couldn't use magic." Ale reminded him that she'd used this very skill even back when he was taking his advancement exam. Then she leaned in and told him she wasn't just a warrior at all, she was a magical one. Komodo couldn't stop asking herself why she was suddenly a star, while Ale launched onto her air footholds to take down those archers. She sprinted through the air at the same blistering pace she ran on the ground, and that speed threw the archers off so badly they couldn't even line up their shots. Ale lunged forward with a massive jump, closing the distance fast. As Kamuro and Belsa locked onto her nostalgic moves, everything felt like a blast from the past. Ale snapped with rage and started laying waste to those archers. And one by one, she picked off every attacker lurking in the treetops. Kamuro crept up to the trees, and then bam, the branches started raining down like apples being shaken loose. Right after Ale finished taking care of everything, she came back, and Kamuro wasted no time thanking her for the help. She couldn't stop glowing after his praise, and Belsa, just out of curiosity, asked if those two were actually dating. Ale smiled and asked what she meant, but Kamuro's face fell and he flat-out snapped that he'd never believe it would happen. While the attackers Ale had just beaten dragged themselves up, they sprinted straight for that house, shouting for their master, warning him that these intruders were insanely strong. A gleam of worry flickered across Ale's face as she tried to figure out what was happening, and Kamuro immediately followed them straight to the backyard. Belsa grilled him, were those ghost tales really just monsters in disguise? And Kamuro could barely wait to figure out why they were using human weapons. He stormed into the backyard, peered through the windows, and just like that, the inside looked completely normal, no surprises at all. Kamuro even spotted a calendar sitting in the house, like someone had time planned out for what was coming next, and which didn't look like it belonged in this world at all, plus, on top of that. But after he strode toward the backyard for a bit, he spotted a water well sitting there. Kamuro stared at the place, trying to figure out who could live here, then he peered at the well, and suddenly he froze. A head suddenly popped up from inside the well, staring right out at them. Both of them muttered a few sharp words in Japanese under their breath. And then he froze in shock, because Kamuro was an otherworld or two, just like him. Komodo leaned in and demanded, "How do you know you're from another world?" He threw his name out to the whole crew, Marquez, then dropped the bomb that he was an otherworld or two. Later, Kamuro finally dug deeper into Marquez's role and learned why everyone calls him the Dungeon Master, the one who runs the whole dungeon. He's got a round build, a big nose, and those wide, curly-eyed eyes, and there's this familiar, friendly aura around him that Kamuro can actually feel, like his excitement is being pulled out of him. A weird, crushing tightness clamped down on his chest, but once Komodo finally reached Marquez home, the thrill didn't stick around for even a second. While Marquez and Belsa chatted nonstop about the dungeon, she finally realized the horrifying truth. This place wasn't just a dungeon, it was an automated monster generator. Kamuro was at his breaking point from their nonstop chatter, because not a single word made sense. Dungeons, cores, anything. BELSA. Zaza leaned in and asked where it all started slipping for him, then he answered, but his voice cracked with uncertainty. That not a single thing came his way from the start. Belsa realized she'd need to carve out a ton of time, but she laid it all out for him. Then Kamuro caught the gist that dungeons are basically just caves packed with demonic beasts, yet all the fancy stuff like subspace inside the dungeon completely sailed over his head. She pressed him, asking if it finally clicked or if he was still lost. Then he shoved his confusion down so hard it barely showed, and Belsa said this was so simple even Ale couldn't miss it. While she stayed silent, hanging on every word they said. And just like that, Ale was already out cold, fast asleep while they were still turning to look at her. After that, he swore the reason was simple. Belsa had only just started sticking by his side, so he couldn't catch half of what she was saying. Then she snapped at him for being rude, and Marquez watched them getting way too close for comfort. Komodo said, "If I can step into that dungeon and look around, I'll finally understand." Then Marquez leaned in and asked, "So, do we head into the dungeon and talk, just the way we do, fellow Otherworlders?" Kamuro and the others couldn't believe what they were seeing as they pushed deeper into Marcus's place. Then Marcus led them to the dungeon's entrance. The moment Kamuro cracked open the entrance, he froze, staring at a mind-blowing world of endless desert, blazing sky, and a scorching sun that beat down like it was hunting him. The air practically crackled with rage that year. Monsters prowled the deserts like they'd been born to live there. And it was the very first time Ale got to see monsters like that. Kamuro stood there, completely stunned. And this time was nothing like the last time he stepped into the Red Dragon's cave. He finally realized the dungeon wasn't just underground, it was a whole separate world, cut off from everything outside. And right there, Marquez started training him and the others, teaching them everything he knew about that place. It was so huge, it felt like you stepped into a brand new world. Then Kamuro told Marquez to hold up while he grabbed a pen and notebook to jot down notes. After that, he can't even remember most of what Marquez said, because they just kept tracking him. Kamuro's imagination for those dungeons exploded with wild, mind-bending new ideas. He finally understood dungeons weren't just hallways, they were split into rooms with wild different weather, and it all led down to the dungeon core, a massive magic stone that powers the whole place and demands a steady feed of magical energy to keep it running. So Marquez hunted down the mana stones from the monsters, then fed them straight into the core, and Kamuro immediately blurted, "Wait, what exactly are mana stones?" Marquez snapped back that mana stones turned up in every monster's body, so yeah, you could spot monsters just by hunting for those glowing clues. Belsa peppered Marx with even more questions, and then Marx finally got a shock. Marx showed her a book called *** Lisa's Monster Book ***. She told me this book was penned by her mentor, Lisa, and then right inside it. Someone said dungeon cores can spawn monsters even without a mana stone, and once those monsters gulp down enough mana-worthy stuff, a mana stone slowly starts forming inside them. Marquez told her this wasn't far from the truth, and Belsa lit up, because her research into demonic beasts was finally moving in the right direction. She told Kimuro that the Mazmascles they'd already smashed had to be packed with mana stones too, because later, those stones would get recovered and tossed straight into the dungeon core to power it up. And right then, their big theories finally kicked off the match. Except Kimuro, our clueless protagonist, had zero clue what these guys were even talking about, so he decided to pretend like he'd get it later and planned to ASDBLSA for explanations when the time came. Suddenly, Belsa crumpled to the ground, and in this brutal heat, she suddenly couldn't move a muscle. Kamaro figured she'd been so overwhelmed that she'd burned herself out trying. Ale shot them a question. Could she stay here for a bit? She wanted to see just how hard she could hit these monsters. Marquez grinned and told her she could go on a full rampage as long as she wanted. That's exactly what she wanted, so when Kumuro got a little uneasy, you could feel it in the air. So he called her over, handed her a handful of his extra clothes, and told her to use them as armor to stay safe. We figured these clothes could shield her from getting hurt, and just thinking about that made Ale light up with pure joy. She demanded what flipped a switch in him and made him change toward her all of a sudden. To which he shot back, "Yeah, I'm not sure either." After. When Belsa finally cooled off, Marcus and Kimuro hurried back to the house. And then he heard a wild rumor. There was a plantation hidden right under the well. So he snuck inside to inspect the well, climbed down into it, and the moment he looked up, he spotted a sprawling tea plantation. Kimuro never saw it coming. No way he'd believe a plantation this massive could exist under a well, but there it was. He asked Marquez if he could run the place too, and Marquez just smirked, saying he'd been alive for 300 years, so he had plenty of time to tinker with whatever he wanted. Kumuro's jaw dropped when he heard Marquez's age, and Marquez hurried to apologize for not saying it sooner, because he was summoned here to subdue the Demon King. King Marquez used to be the hero everyone worshipped in his prime. He marched alongside his comrades on a mission to bring the Demon King down, and the wild part, his strength was way beyond normal, like something no one could explain. And his elf partner loved it too. He even got shielded by the defense and resistance system skill. On top of that, his way of absorbing skills matched Kimuro's, and then, out of nowhere, a skill tree rose before him with a single terrifying option. Immortal bodies, he ended. He snatched it without a second thought, and just like that, he sealed his fate with an undying body. Marx brewed a fresh cup of tea for Kimuro, and warned him to be careful, because the heat was still blasting. Out of nowhere, an arrow shot in from behind and thumped straight onto the table. Kimuro jolted hard, and in that panic he spilled his tea everywhere. Those same ghosts who fired the first arrow didn't stop there. They launched another right at him. This time the arrow slammed right into Marquez's head instead, and the ghosts couldn't stand the guilt of it, knowing it wasn't the target they meant to hit. Then Marquez snapped at them, roaring that Kimuro wasn't an invader, he was their guest. They apologized to him on the spot, while Kimuro stood there, shocked, realizing Marquez was truly immortal. Then Marquez ordered the ghosts to brew tea for Kimuro as an apology, and they snapped to it immediately. Kimuro took a sip, and the tea tasted awful, so awful it felt like the ghosts were daring him to become one of them too. Marcus remembered the moment he asked Geist Tyler for it, because yeah, that was a mistake. Because Komodo's brewing skills were trash, he finally learned the truth. Those ghosts were Jay's Tyler, elite, super-intelligent spirits, and Mark still sneers that they're totally useless. Marcus barked at the ghost, demanding it retreat back to where it belonged, right now. They obeyed his every command like he was their master, and Kimuro couldn't shake the feeling those ghosts were way too attached to Marquez. Mark shot back that they were nothing but evil ghosts, so useless they couldn't even brew a proper cup of tea. T. Komodo couldn't shake the feeling that something big was about to happen, even with that soft breeze brushing the air. Then, later. Later, after those intense talks, Marquez finally got the truth from Kimuro. Kimuro had been thrown into this world with zero idea what his role even was, so he kept roaming the globe while carrying out exterminations. Marquez hated the comparison. Back then, she was swept in to subjugate the Demon King 300 years ago, and even then he was called to it when he was still a kid, and yeah, it hurt like hell, every so often, until now. Looking back, those days were the brightest, most unforgettable moments of his entire life. They stared up at the sky as Kimuro grinned, and said it had to mean his youth was sailing smoothly. Marquez felt a wave of warmth spread through him after that, and he nodded like, yeah, everyone lives through their youth at least once. For him, that youth wasn't just gone, it was long buried, yet somehow those memories still kept flashing in his mind right up to now. Kimuro fired off that he was sounding like an old man, and Marquez couldn't even argue, he had to agree. Then Marcus leaned into Kimuro, and surprise after surprise, Marcus. Marcus warned him never trust skill or status, no matter what it costs, even if you have to swallow level reduction. He leaned in and told Kimuro that it was his skills and status that inflated his ego. And he only understood once his companion vanished. Marquez drilled an unforgettable lesson into Kimuro. Strength means nothing if you don't learn what matters most. Was the power in his heart, so he had to toughen up and finally break it down, explain it. He leaned in and asked Kimuro, what happens if someone rips the dungeon core out? He shot back that if that were true, the dungeon would collapse and gulp down everything trapped inside. Marquez admitted it had been so long since he lived for anything that he'd even forgotten who he'd been stealing that skill for, and he'd completely lost sight of how vital this heart was back then. Now that he finally had the chance to spill this secret to another person from his world, an otherworlder too, he warned him, if a nasty premonition hit out of nowhere, you better remember every word Marquez just told you. Right then, Geist Tyler burst in shouting, trying to get their master's attention. And he demanded to know why they were being so loud this time. They told him the snow foxes had exploded in number down in the lower parts. Then Marquez snapped with an idea and straight up asked Kimuro if he wanted to take on this extermination request. Kimuro nodded and agreed to take on the request. Then he returned to Marquez's house and geared up for the extermination, and Ale demanded to know why he was heading into the midwinter wasteland. He told them about the request Marcus had sent his way, then asked if the other two wanted in only for Belsa to shake her head and say she'd pass. And instead of letting the cold finish her off, she'd rather dive into the books and keep warm that way. So our battle-obsessed Ale agreed to come along too. Then he grilled her about whether she'd be hitting the even colder area in that outfit, and she just shrugged that it would somehow work out, but Kimuro shot back that there was no way, not a chance. And watching them scramble to get ready, Marquez suddenly remembered how 3 people who looked just like them used to line up with him and his crew every time they geared up for a monster hunt. He started replaying those days in his head, sinking into deep thought. Then Komodo kept shouting Marquez's name again and again, and asked if they could make a quick stop first before they took off for the extermination request, because they had to grab a few things and get ready. Marquez shrugged and said it was no big deal at all. He'd even welcome Kimuro for as long as he wanted, 100 years or way more, so Kimuro froze, stunned that he wouldn't keep him around longer, or... Marquez waved goodbye, headed off to whip up today's meal, and bounced along toward the farms with a big, happy grin. Kimuro couldn't stop smiling. Marquez actually seemed happy with him, and as soon as the moment hit, he dove straight into his dungeon work. They slipped into the forest and hunted a bear like it was the last boss. An ale started tearing into its skin, until Kimuro flexed his skills and turned that bear hide into a proper dress for her, while Belsa hunched over her study table, while Marquez leaned into the ghost's help, plotting the best meal he and everyone else could pull off together. Everyone rallied and the ghost started scavenging ingredients, working nonstop to cook up the feast. Marquez personally kept a sharp eye on everyone and jumped in to help in the kitchen himself too. Then Kimuro marched up to Marquez and right there it clicked in his head. Everything was set, the prep was over, and now it was time to move. Still, Kimuro pressed Marquez one more time to confirm it. That the midwinter zone had been swallowed by the mushroom lands. And those mushrooms pumped out magical energy that became irresistible prey for all kinds of animals. Animals and monsters tore them apart, and with every bite they fed an endless environmental cycle. Once the cycle was done, Kimuro and Ale snapped into their winter outfits and geared up. Marquez couldn't believe the sheer genius it took to craft winter gear right here, and Ale had to admit it. Those clothes were insanely warm, and he'd barely gotten to the calm part before the awe hit. Kimuro broke it down. These coats didn't just trap warmth, they also hid your human scent, and while he explained, he stuffed that huge fur into a tiny bag, which got magically boosted to hold way more than its tiny, visible size would ever suggest. Marquez said it wouldn't be weird at all if a war erupted over this bag, because it's the real deal, an artifact-class prize. He was relieved it was Kimuro who had it, and now Kimuro and the others were finally geared up to hit the winter area, where a terrifying blizzard slammed into them, so hard the cold felt like it could shatter bone. Kimuro still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Snow piled up in those dungeons so high it climbed right up to his knees, and he just stood there in shock, trying to take it all in. And the blizzard slammed into his vision, leaving him seeing way less than he should. Soon they caught sight of a snow fox, and it matched the descriptions perfectly. And Kimuro ordered Ale to cut it off, but the second she lunged at the snow fox, the plan blew up in the most unexpected way. That night rolled in, and the meal was cooked, plated, and served right on the table. And the drinks were already drained, because Ale had chugged every bottle, fueled by pure rage, while the snow foxes skated into the snow. And she still couldn't take down a single one of them. Kamuro even warned her to lay off the booze, but she couldn't help it because she was her. And when he finally turned to Marquez, Marquez was so insanely drunk too that the whole situation just spiraled. Dale stayed put and Kamuro ended up the only one still sober, so he should have poured himself a drink too, but he swerved the bottle since he had work waiting for him the next day. While Ale and Mark tore into the day with full-on smiles, Kamuro couldn't help but beam. Seeing them enjoy themselves like this warmed his heart. But that didn't shake the unease in his chest, because Marquez's warning about those brutal bad premonitions kept echoing in his mind, and then it hit him fast. One premonition came roaring in right away. So yeah, Marquez wanted Asterisk to die, but his immortality skill wouldn't let him. Earlier that morning, Komodo rushed up, apologized to Marcus, and admitted he couldn't grant his request to die. So yeah, things got complicated fast. Marquez pushed Komodo to learn a skill that could snatch someone else's power. So he could use his immortality to let Marquez die. Camaro made it crystal clear he wasn't going to do that. And he swallowed his pride, begging forgiveness for dashing those hopes. Then just like that, were yanked back to the present after the feast they threw. Marcus and Ale were knocked out cold, drifting in deep sleep. Kamuro finally let out a breath of relief when he managed to smooth things over with Marcus. Then he grinned, stood up, and headed outside for a walk. Then far off in the distance, he spotted something and fired off his detection magic to pin down exactly who it was. He clocked them as ghosts and shot them a grateful nod, thanking them for all the work they put in to set that feast up. First, the ghost swept down and asked if he needed anything else, and he just shrugged. "I only called you because I saw you." Then it hit him he needed a place to rest, and he hurried up to the ghosts, asking if they'd come with him to the tea plantation for a cup. After a few moments, everyone ended up planted in the tea plantation, and Kumuro brewed a cup of tea just for himself. Then he stared like something was about to hit. He stared up at the sky, and the ghosts snapped to attention when they heard what he was saying. The figure they'd been searching for was an elf, and that was just the start of what he was about to reveal. So because of that, he couldn't shake the curiosity, so he blurted out, "Why?" and begged to know the real reason behind it. The ghosts chimed back that their master had said he loved elves most of all, because they were the most beautiful and kind-hearted beings he'd ever seen. That wasn't the only secret. Marquez had spun tons of other ancient tales for them too. Kamuro leaned in and started grilling Jay's Tyler about his life alongside Marquez. He learned that the wisdom they held right then didn't come from nowhere. It was given to them by Marquez himself. Kamuro never saw it coming. Geist Tyler claimed they learned everything straight from the stories. Those stories straight from Marquez himself weren't just tales, they were clues, and the more they listened, the more they figured out what Marquez actually liked. If they looked more like elves, he'd be pleased with how they appeared and they'd get to have way more fun out here. Then Kamuro casually cracked a joke to them, saying Marquez had been mocking their archery and their tea, and he laughed out loud like it was pure fun. And he thanked them, soaking in their story like it mattered more than anything. He leaned in and asked if they'd let him learn from them. Guys. Tyler had zero idea what he was going to teach them, and the very next day, Kumuro and got back to the midwinter area with Ale, but this time Kumuro had a real plan cooked up after that. They started digging these tiny burrows, and once they had plenty, I just had to ask, what on earth were they even for? Kamuro stormed in and laid out his master's extermination plan for her. First, they'd burn the wild borifer on top of its meat and let its stench spread through the air. Then he'd shove those baits right into the burrows, and the moment they hit, they'd vanish like shadows. Komodo figured yesterday's snow fox chaos, those furry troublemakers crashing into the snow, would not happen again this time. And just like he predicted, the snow foxes pounced for the bait, only to lunge right into the burrow where they were trapped. Kamuro practically snapped at Ale to hurry, then the two of them tore forward in a full charge straight at the snow fox. Foxes brandished razor-sharp knives and plunged them into their necks. They finally cleared out the snow foxes that were trapped, and that same day, Kamuro went on a rampage and wiped out around 30 snow foxes. Then it was back to the drinks. Marcus and Ale clinked cups and kept hyping each other up, cheering like they meant it. Once it was over, Kamuro shot up from his seat, slipped out of the room, and left the other two passed out right where they were. He headed back to the same tea plantation, and right there he picked up from yesterday, teaching Geist Tyler the exact same lessons all over again. The next day, he and Ale smashed right through their milestone and landed at 78 out of 500. While they were grinding through the extermination work, Marquez couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously off. Then the big day finally hit. 500 snow foxes were wiped out, and it took them about 20 nerve-wracking days to pull it off safely. Meanwhile, Elaine Marquez linked up with drinking buddies and turned it into a full-on night out. And Belsa had already crushed through 2 full research runs in that same time. Next morning finally rolled around, and Kimuro and the others had to leave, so Kimuro thanked Marquez for looking after them all this time, and Marquez just laughed, saying he hadn't had this much fun in ages. Then he handed Kimuro the quest reward, straight cash in huge amounts, and Kimuro was completely blown away. He kept trying to wiggle out of it again and again, but somehow, at the very end, he walked away with every last bit of that money. With a sad look on his face, Marquez turned to Kimuro and begged him, if he ever stumbled onto an elf village, he had to find a girl named Linya. He said that when elves die, their souls shoot back to their hometown's world tree and come back to life, reborn. Kimuro couldn't stop wondering if this elf girl was somehow tied to the one Mark had been carrying in his party. So he swallowed his doubts, accepted Kimuro's request, and promised to give it his all, while Kimuro quietly realized that ever since he and Mark started spending time together, something felt off, like a cold gap had opened between them. Marquez waved him off with a smile that looked meant for strangers, yet somehow, even so. He stormed forward, totally unable to explain himself to his 300-year-old senior, who demanded he erase his very existence. He couldn't stop asking why anyone even bothered with a farewell after an encounter this once-in-a-lifetime. They headed toward their boat, and Ale and Belsa looked like they couldn't stop grinning, yet for some reason, Kimuro just wasn't feeling it. And when Ale pushed and asked what was wrong with him, he clenched his fist and sprinted straight back toward Marquez. He came sprinting toward him, gasping for air, and shouted Marquez at the top of his lungs. Marquez couldn't shake the question, why was Komodo here, and then they dropped down together in the tea plantation. Marquez leaned in just to hear what Kimuro was going to say, and when they finally sat together in the plantation again, it instantly dragged him back to that first time they shared tea here, when everything was fine. But since Marquez made that strange request, the air between them had been tense and weird ever since. Komodo swallowed his pride and apologized to Marquez, admitting he'd dodged him because this awkward mess had made everything feel impossible. Marquez thought it might be exactly that. They smiled at first, then Marquez's face twisted with anger as memory hit him. Kimuro had said those skills were for his job, so he wouldn't be able to save Marquez the way he'd hoped. Marquez got it, Kimuro was looking out for him, and still, the truth hit hard. He just wanted to bolt from this same, lifeless routine. He told Kimuro that when he finally clawed his way out of the debris after the fight, months had already slipped by, Marquez had already watched his friends get wiped out, and when he made it back to town, he saw the Demon King was gone, defeated by yet another brave hero. That's when it finally hit him. Living forever mattered more than keeping a body that never breaks, so he threw himself into studying dungeons. But as the days dragged on, a heavy sadness crept in, crushing the drive inside him until his passion and motivation withered away completely. And in the end, all that was left was a forever, crushing loneliness. Marcus felt like the second he stepped outside, everything would shift, but the spark to even try was gone, dead in his chest. Then he shouted to Kimuro, trying to get his attention before it was too late, lower. Bowed his head to apologize, because he realized he'd tried to dump something on him that never should have been his to carry. Marquez just realized it. By doing that, he'd basically painted himself as a murderer. And he couldn't stop feeling crushing regret for it. Komodo heard Marquez's apology, shut his eyes for a split second, then told him to let him teach him something next, after all. After a while, Kimuro finally made it back to Isle and Belsa, then blurted out a heartfelt apology for keeping them waiting. Meanwhile, Marcus was staring up at the sky, trying to figure it out, when he snapped and called out to Geist Tyler, telling him eavesdropping was a terrible habit, only for. But Jay's Tyler seemed to have a trick up his sleeve. When they poured tea and handed it straight to Marquez, they urged him to taste it. He hesitated, unsure if he should drink, but he did, and after that first. He suddenly tasted something off, like the whole world had shifted one notch. And they warned Marquez that Komodo had grilled them every single night, teaching them how to brew the perfect tea, so their master would be thrilled by it. Marquez snapped to attention at that, and then Kimuro's words crashed back into his mind. When he told Marcus that Jay's Tyler looked like an elf, because that's exactly what he was, loving every old tale he used to spin for them. They said it just like that, and the first time Marquez ever cracked a smile was the moment they transformed into elves. He looked so insanely happy that nobody in their right mind ever wanted to switch back. Kimuro leaned in and told him elves carried the same empathy he did, so if he could finally connect with them, So yeah, Marcus wasn't alone after all. He still had his comrades standing right beside him. Even though his old comrades were gone, Jay's Tyler showed up for him. Marcus was like, "Are you kidding me?" Because the demons he'd once crushed were suddenly acting like his teammates, and he couldn't stop replaying what he'd told Kamuro back then about sharing youth with others. Marquez's eyes welled up and tears spilled as he admitted, voice shaking, that Kamuro was undeniably an amazing person, someone who could even touch the heart of an immortal like him, the Geist. Tyler leaned in and grilled him. So, was the tea any good? Marquez took a sip, grimaced, and shot back that the tea tasted awful. Then he called Jay's Tyler over and made him sit right beside him. He warned them if they wanted to see that smile, they'd better step up and sharpen their tea brewing game because his patience wasn't free. Marquez leaned in and promised, "Starting now, I'm the one training you." When Jay's Tyler heard that, joy hit him like thunder, and now they were promised a real shot at a good life together. Marcus couldn't thank Kamuro enough, because that freewheeling guy with no mission and zero strings attached was definitely the kind of person you can't ignore. Meanwhile, down at the seashore, Kamuro stared in shock at the mess he couldn't believe he was seeing. They stumbled on a towering monster that tore their ship to pieces. This monster stared hard at something on the ship, like it was trying to see the truth hiding right in front of it. And as Komodo watched their only way to travel get crushed, he couldn't stop worrying. Then he remembered everyone would still have to make connections. Whether he was at work or school, he couldn't help but think the same thing. Just like them, even a monster with human brains like Jay's Tyler was bound to form real connections. Just like that, Kamuro couldn't stop thinking about what kind of trouble he was about to tie to this dragon, because seriously, what connection was even there? Ale snapped, asking if he was okay after seeing him drift off with that lost look, and Kamuro muttered that he didn't know the answer to that either. Then the beast that wrecked their ship leaned in and introduced herself. Turns out she was a 600-year-old dragon, and yanking a bean-sized ship like it was nothing was basically child's play. Kamuro finally realized she wasn't just anyone, she was the water dragon all along, and it hit her like a thunderclap. He tracked every single one straight to this place, chasing the scent of his lover, the red dragon. But Kamuro couldn't hold it in. He screamed in pure shock like, "What the hell are you guys going to do about our ship?" The water dragon kept digging on their ship, its massive shadow swallowing the sea, and Ale turned to Kamuro, asking what they should do next. Then everything stopped. Then the dragon roared at them, demanding to know why she could smell her darling red dragon's scent clinging to them. Komodo finally clocked it. She wasn't just into him, she was head over heels for the red dragon. Then he spilled everything about the mana stone he'd snagged from the red dragon, right after he finished telling her how wyverns had torn into the humans. So he woke up a red dragon from its nap, and that beast immediately took off to snack on some wyverns. Then, after a while, he sat down for a chat with the red dragon, and Kamuro basically admitted that he'd rather crash and sleep than go gallivanting around. Then Red Dragon showed up everywhere he went, and the whole place erupted into chaos wherever he stepped. Kamuro told him he could try his luck talking to the adventurers, but that Red Dragon wasn't convinced, until Kamuro shot back, "Relax, I'm an adventurer too." That's the whole reason he ended up receiving the Man of Stone from the Red Dragon. A hidden dragon would tip the Red Dragon off the moment Kamuro was anywhere at all. The Red Dragon found comfort in knowing he had a human friend, and Kamuro figured that if things really were like that, he'd already be making his. He handed over a single communication bag to the Red Dragon. So no matter how far apart they got, they could still talk to it. Red Dragon said that was the perfect, convenient setup to have. Kamuro snapped that he didn't need the Mana Stone and would hand it back, but Red Dragon pushed back, demanding Kamuro keep it so the other dragons would finally recognize him. In the end, Kamuro gave in and agreed. And he slipped a hopeful note for the Red Dragon, begging for the chance to finally meet them outside. Just like that back in the present, Kamuro watched fate flip, because the water dragon hauled him and the others straight toward a town. She tore through the water at insane speed, living up to her name with every single rush. And Ak and Belsa were grinning the whole way, while Water Dragon laughed in the wind, aching to finally meet the Red Dragon, mate with him, and lay her eggs, because Kamuro couldn't shake the feeling that she was far too chatty for a dragon. And the Water Dragon dropped a wild hunch about where the Red Dragon might be hiding right now, so she vowed to catch the Red Dragon red-handed as soon as it went to that place. When he thought it was all laughs with the girls, Kamuro got blindsided. Turns out the Red Dragon was cheating. So yeah, that had to be it, because the Red Dragon had been locked away for centuries, but Kamuro found a convenient way to hop to Dragon Town. And he couldn't wait to visit it too, while the Water Dragon was devastated, apologizing for smashing his ship. Kimuro remembered the dragons from his past life movies, terrifying, no doubt, but when this water dragon finally surfaced, it felt downright friendly in comparison. That was the point where Ail's brain started flirting with the idea of falling in love and laying eggs. Then she snapped and asked Kimuro what the heck he was thinking. She came at him so close that she had to brace herself to check if he was okay. Up, she looked so stunning that Kimuro couldn't help but get jittery. His eyes lingered on her soft skin and on her cherished curves. While Belsa misunderstood the whole situation too, she started loosening her clothes as well. Then Kimuro snapped at both of them to stop, because he hadn't been sleeping worth a damn lately, and Belsa instantly breathed easier seeing that he was okay. Then Kimuro finally blurted out that they needed to get it. He wasn't some machine, he was a man too. Those two figured something was off, so they pressed him to spill it in a quick explanation to his friends, and Kimuro tried to dodge the whole thing. The real problem wasn't some mystery at all, it was his overpowering sexual hunger, and no matter what he tried, he just couldn't calm it down for a bunch of reasons. While Ail and Belsa sat there, chewing their nails, they couldn't shake the fear that something was about to go wrong for Kimuro. He couldn't stop thinking, should he finally tell Ail? She said he could ask for it anytime, and suddenly, everything started to fall into place, like a countdown about to explode. It all cracked him up hard, because even dragons were out there falling in love, but when it was his turn, misery slammed into him so bad it throbbed in his head, and then he couldn't shake it. If that water dragon was telling the truth, then the red dragon had to be a fake, a total decoy. But no matter which way it went, he still stood there baffled, itching for something, anything, to happen for him too. Kimuro somehow snapped himself back together, clenched his fist, and threw all his hopes into that story, determined to reach the town with girls in it and reach it fast. So Komodo shouted at the water dragon, warning her that if the red dragon was cheating on her, then both. They were both ready to give him a quick lesson, because the water dragon genuinely thought Kimuro was kind, and with no time to lose, she sprinted toward town even faster. Once they finally rolled into the dragon's town, the whole place was a wild patchwork of cozy houses and towering mountain views as far as the eye could see. When Kimuro and the other two stepped into this town, they froze, because they never expected it to be this calm and peaceful. Then the real shock hit, watching the water dragon transform into a human, absolutely stunning, but with a temper so volatile it could ignite the whole world. Kimuro's jaw dropped so wide it almost hit the floor, because he couldn't stop asking himself why every woman in this world seemed to have zero shame, just roaming around naked like it was nothing. Komodo clasped hands with the water dragon, and together they raced off, hunting the red dragon. They both bolted like maniacs, sprinting past Belsa and Ail, who chased after them at a steady pace, and then, later on, they slammed up to the black dragon's house. And Kimuro shoved the door open and charged in, yelling that the red dragon had better show up here, like, right now. He heard a stranger's voice call out, recognizing Kimuro as the adventurer who'd dragged him from his sleep. Kimuro didn't understand a thing until he finally clocked it. This guy was the red dragon, and he had dragon girls swarming around him like he owned the place. The red dragon was laughing, and when the girls panicked, he leaned in and told them, "Kimuro's my friend." What? Kimuro's jealousy flared when he saw that bastard just messing around with women, and then, right to the red dragon, he spilled that the mana stone he'd gotten from him dragged him into a mess. But there was one person who snapped, refusing to waste a second on chit-chat, because the water dragon backed Kimuro, and then she exploded with fury when she caught the red dragon cheating on her. Red dragon demanded why she was here, but the water dragon shut down hard. No way was it explaining anything to some cheater. Kimuro finally pushed himself back up after being shoved. The moment the door swung open, a red dragon got hauled out by a water dragon, dragged like a warning sign. Then the door slammed shut and the air finally cooled down. Ail rushed over and asked Kimuro if he was okay, but she had no clue what she'd just seen. Kimuro explained it all in one breath. It wasn't a disaster at all, just a petty lover's quarrel they'd stumbled onto. With the mission finally done, Komodo barked that it was time to turn back, fast, and fix up the ship before it left them stranded. But Belsa snapped that she wanted to stick around a bit longer, digging into the research on humanoid dragons everywhere she looked. Kimuro couldn't argue or deny her, and right then someone came down from upstairs, saying it was rare for humans to even come to this town. Kimuro finally realized the person was really the black dragon, and then, right there, the moment hit. The black dragon snapped his attention to the chaos coming from the water dragon's fight with the red dragon. He immediately clocked what was happening and knew this mess had to be Kimuro's fault somehow, so he launched the other dragon girls into action. And just from how Black Dragon was moving, Belsa was sure he had to be the one calling the shots. Ail nodded, saying she could feel that brutal aura radiating off him, loud and clear. While Black Dragon dug up memories of Kamuro, back when Red Dragon had first told him about him. Kamuro was on the edge of bolting for the ship. Then Black Dragon ordered him to wait, and he told him he'd heard Kamuro was an adventurer who also handled cleaning and pest control. Kamuro nodded along, then introduced himself like, "I'm an exterminator." Black Dragon figured he'd better shoot his shot and ask Kamuro. Kamuro froze, wondering if he'd even dare accept this request, and thinking, what could a dragon possibly want from someone like me? And just like that, him and the other two all hit the exact same feeling. But Komodo stayed unshaken and answered straight up. Whether he'd accept it or not hinged on what was being asked, because if a dragon came knocking, it was bound to be something dangerous. Black Dragon admitted it was all true, and now he was dying to find out whether a human could really back it up with strength that even the Red Dragon would respect. Dragon, Kamuro leaned in and told him straight up he didn't care about having his strength tested. But Black Dragon didn't care at all. He kept locking in on his own abilities, staring through his dragon eyes like they held the answers. Kamuro just stood there, blasting a fierce dragon aura into the air. The Black Dragon stared into Kamuro's power, and what he saw left him reeling. He couldn't believe it, because a level 91 human with abilities so insane made even his own strength feel like a tiny drop in comparison. Black Dragon finally came clean. Yeah, he wasn't like other adventurers, and he kicked things off with an apology for the mess Red Dragon and Water Dragon got dragged into. Kamuro followed suit, apologizing too, because he'd just barged in and started yelling like that. Black Dragon slid up to Kamuro and handed him a job request, promising a dragon's protection as payment, something almost no one could ever get. Kamuro shrugged it off, saying he didn't really need a prize like that. It looked bad, then Black Dragon swooped in with a monostone too, but Kamuro was totally sick of those, so Black Dragon had no choice. He had to scramble up a brand new reward. And this time he asked straight up if a ship and a map would be enough, because Kamuro desperately needed a ship right now, and he couldn't stop wondering what kind of map, from dragons, even looked like. He pressed the Black Dragon, asking why a dragon would ever run a shop and carry a map. Then the Black Dragon smirked and laid it out. He wasn't doing dragon stuff. He was selling ships, running this massive building, and beyond that, he still had more to say. He could only bring Kamuro into his world, through the doors of his brothels. Brothels. Kamuro snapped awake, with excitement the moment he heard about them. And just like that, he snapped into action and agreed on the spot to help Black Dragon when Black asked. Black Dragon practically burst with joy when Kamuro finally caved, because Kamuro insisted that Exterminator's duty was, somehow, the whole point. Ale and Belsa couldn't figure out what was going on with him, and then Kamuro finally learned the truth. This wasn't just any job. It was hunting down and exterminating zombies, and even a dragon got dragged into the nightmare with them. It all started with a full-blown zombie outbreak that had to be handled fast, and the moment Kamuro heard the details. He nodded and jumped straight into it, then passed all the job details to Ale and Belsa. And they told him the dragon they had to wipe out was hiding inside a cave on the edge of town. But the cave mouth was sealed shut like someone trapped the poisonous fog inside, blocking the entrance with one grim decision. He told them he'd be flying solo for this one, because their enemy was a dragon zombie, and he'd only heard that back when he was talking about it to the Black Dragon. He asked, wouldn't it be easier if you just did it yourself, since you're high level and can knock it out in one single go? The Black Dragon hung around, and sure, that could work, but he couldn't pull it off with his own hands. Because the one who turned into a dragon was his comrade, and he was determined to give her the kind of farewell she deserved. She was once feared as the Light Dragon, and before everything went down, she'd fought side by side with the Black Dragon, mentoring him like a brother-in-arms. Light Dragon was legendary, an elite rank of pure marvel, power, and beauty, but then one day, a hero threw down the gauntlet, and she took a brutal, critical hit. Then the hero vanished before he could land the final blow. And shockingly, that wound didn't just hurt her, it flipped the switch and turned her into a zombie, which pushed her to unleash a deadly poison list. One touch turned anyone who got close into mindless zombies. Komodo finally understood why the town felt so weirdly silent the moment he showed up, and now that he'd landed the job, he was ready to fire up his tools and get to work. Kamuro barked at Ale and Belsa to handle the zombies, while he darted off. Take on the Light Dragon. Kamuro couldn't shake the feeling that the Black Dragon had truly put its trust in him, because to Kamuro, he looked exactly like the human hero who originally brought Light Dragon so much suffering. He couldn't wait to learn more about this world, and Kamuro was buzzing with excitement to scout out the brothels. Belsa leaned in and demanded, so what's the best way to wipe out the zombies? Then Kimuro held up a chunk of boar meat and showed it to them. He counted on the stink of blood to lure all the zombies into one spot, then wiped them out in a single strike, right up until the moment he was about to step out. Ale caught him and told him straight up she was coming with him. He was on the verge of exterminating the light dragon, and Ale wasn't about to miss her shot at fighting a dragon. And she swore he could drop it on her. Kimuro still worried she'd be okay, so he told her to stay put and hold it down for once, but Alex shot back. Why not, since she couldn't see a single reason she couldn't come along. Kimuro already knew this. Ale's light dragon was terrifyingly strong. And yeah, there was that poison mist too, sneaking in with just a tiny infection and turning her into a full-on zombie, like it was already decided. This was the first time Ale finally got to witness Kimura from this wild, unexpected side. Then she whipped around, bowed her head, and frustration crushed through her chest. Kimuro snapped out her name, right while wondering if his words bruised her pride and set her rage on fire. Then Ale lit into Kimuro, reminding him of the promise she made the moment she chose to follow him. Kimuro knew once she was like this, there was no escape, so he let the battle junkie tag along, but only if she finally followed his lead. Ale's face lit up the moment she heard that. Then Kimuro leaned in and told Belsa his healing items could smash through zombie flesh, so he'd show her how to make and use them ahead of time, And yeah, Ale didn't just hand her clothes. He picked a job-specific outfit for her, because her usual getup would have been suicide out there. With everything finally locked in place, Kimuro bolted out early that morning for the cave, and when they finally got there, Black Dragon laid out every piece of info they needed, right on the spot. Moro finally figured it out. The cave entrance was sealed tight to trap that zombie-light dragon inside. Black Dragon asked if he should wipe out the blocked entrance, but Kimuro cut him off. No, that wouldn't be a good idea. Good, he warned that wind could carry the poison mist far and wide. So he ordered Black Dragon to hand the work over to him from here on, and right after that, Kimuro's mind snapped. He had a plan to deal with it. Then he grabbed a few more people and led them straight to the top of the cave. Kimuro handed Ale and Black Dragon matching masks, enchanted to shield them so they couldn't breathe in a single drop of that poison mist. Then he leaned in and asked Ale if she could slice right down the dragon zombie's neck. And Ale agreed to give it a shot, and honestly she was pumped she came along with him. Then Kimuro jumped in and started cleaning up the area. He stared at the Black Dragon and demanded, "Are you really sure you're okay with this?" Black Dragons demanded answers, because all they really wanted was a stable world. Even those light dragons are probably praying they could just die right now. Kimuro drops a circle onto the ground where they stand, finishes it, then points and tells El the zombie dragon is right underneath it. Once Ale got the go-ahead and confirmed she was ready, Kimuro rocketed up from beneath with a blast, because he was about to level everything. Back in town, Belsa played it smart. She tossed out the meat and dragged zombies straight to her. She spotted the explosion tearing out from the mountain, and Belsa instantly knew Kimuro must have lit the fuse with his work. As she was sealing up her work, wiping zombies from the world, she stared in shock, realizing there were way more zombies than she expected, and now she had to wonder if those healing items could really save her. Now back in the cave, Ale and Kimuro burst inside like a thunderclap, and they got hit with an instant wall of purple mist, yet they could still make out a gigantic shadow roaming inside, right at the center. And it was absurdly massive, nothing like the time he first met the red dragon, when Kimuro immediately sensed the attacks coming. Ale snapped into action, snatching the initiative before anyone else could react. So she lunged forward and carved a brutal slash across the dragon's neck. The zombie dragon shrieked in agony, but no matter how hard it fought, its neck still wasn't cut all the way through. So it managed to swing in and land that hit. Then Kimuro jerked out of the attack's path, whipped his head back, and stared at the dragon zombie, which was going on a blood-soaked rampage, its neck half-cut and still tearing through everything. He roared that this dragon's neck was thicker than Ale's sword, yanked her back to dodge its poison attack, then swore he'd take care of it, but Ale refused to retreat, trusting her own power. Also, Ale bolted straight at the dragon and used her flying steps to stride through the air. Kimuro clocked the trick instantly. As Ale went full warrior mode, he hacked into the dragon zombie's neck with non-stop, consecutive cuts, until it finally got brutally cut free from the rest of the body. The dragon's head crashed down like thunder. Kimuro caught a brutal wave of poison, missed the moment they wiped out the light dragon, then told himself it was over for good, so he wasted no time, spraying in his cleansing items to burn off the remaining filth until the last trace was finally cleared. And Kimuro handed over the magic stone he ripped from the light dragon's corpse to the black dragon. Dragon could tell Kamuro's gift wasn't random. It was his thoughtful way of handing over a souvenir just for him. Komodo cut it off right there, then slipped away and left Black Dragon alone to get some private time. The Black Dragon was heartbroken after losing the Light Dragon, so it tore the sky open with a deafening roar, mourning its fallen friend. Black Dragon snapped into his dragon form, unfurling massive wings, and Kamuro just stood there watching it all unfold right in front of him. He watched Black Dragon ride off to give Light Dragon's manstone a proper burial. Then Kamuro finally shut his eyes for a moment before snapping, "All right, we're done here. Let's go." Then Ale shouted his name, demanding to know if she could pull off being a comrade. She convinced herself Kamuro must have seen her as nothing but a burden. Kamuro froze when he heard it, then blurted, "Wait, what is this all about?" Ale told him she'd realized he'd been worried about her the whole time, right when he handed her those tough clothes in Marquez' dungeon. She's in the dungeon now and the thought hits her. Maybe Komodo's carrying her like luggage, like dead weight, and she knows that'll slow him down. So Ale speaks up and tells him to stay away from any danger in his path. Kamuro realized he'd totally missed the mark, so he made it crystal clear he'd never once seen Ale as a burden, he said. He finally admitted the truth. He wasn't worried about anyone else. He was scared for himself, and to her shock, Kamuro even spilled a little about where he used to live, safe, calm, and peaceful. Even the tiniest bruise or fracture there set off alarm bells, and it was terrifying to see. Compared to this world, back then it felt almost harmless, like an adventurer could walk off, get killed by a goblin, and everyone would shrug it off. But if that happened to Ale, that kind of wound would haunt him for the rest of his life. So that's why Kamuro didn't go soft with "it's for you." He insisted it was for himself, swearing he'd rather keep her out of harm's way, and then he apologized, just in case it bruised her pride. While Ale finally realized she misjudged him. She clutched her hands tight, snapped that Kamuro was an idiot, and still, somehow, he kept worrying about her even when nobody told him to. It thrilled her to realize she'd been totally wrong, and that Kamuro's answer was exactly like him. He even froze for a second, because he'd assumed she'd been mad at him the day before. Isle admitted she'd only been frustrated, and that she worried Kamuro saw her as an unworthy partner. She erupted into laughter the second it hit her. She'd been the one who misunderstood everything. But for real, I need to say something straight to Kamuro. Kamuro heard it straight from her. She was a warrior, going to fight on pure willpower, and if she ever lost her life, it would be her own responsibility, so Kamuro had no reason to panic. Kamuro got exactly what she wanted, and now that it was all crystal clear. He told them to head back now, and Kamuro practically breathed with relief, because having someone dependable like her by his side meant everything. On the way, she snapped, "You're a walking worry ward." Kamuro was grinning way more than usual now that the confusion was finally cleared up, and Ale was loving every second of it. As soon as they barreled back home, Komodo leaned in and asked Belsa how it all went. She answered by pointing straight out toward the sea. To prove what was left of the zombies, Kamuro's jaw dropped as he watched them choke and drown in the sea. Then the sea did its job. Those zombies were drawn to the meat like moths to a flame. Belsa admitted she'd run out of medicine, so she tossed the zombies into the water, and they drowned. Kamuro exhaled, relieved their mission here was finally done, and the very next. He told Black Dragon they'd be heading out soon, and before they left, he thanked Black Dragon, Water Dragon, and everyone else for the help. Then Black Dragon fired back the same warm gratitude. He offered them a ride straight to the nearest town. After that, Kamuro cashed in the request's reward. Black Dragon handed him both a map and a ship. He spotted a black dragon, shook its hand, and boom, dragon blessings surged through him, pushing him to keep moving forward. After that, he was ready to bolt, letting the water dragon step up and ferry him out. They pushed on to their next destination, and Kamuro and the others were thrilled to snag another wild, fast ride across the water. Kamuro practically couldn't thank the universe enough for it all. Kamuro snapped at Ale and Belsa to hear him out for a minute, because he was done beating around the bush. He wanted to hit a brothel in the next town. That sudden declaration totally caught Ale and Belsa off guard. Their peaceful voyage got wrecked by something wildly pervy, but Kamuro couldn't stop himself, because he'd been holding back for way too long. Belsa knew her words made sense for a guy, and once she felt good around him, she didn't hesitate to lend a hand, because she was grateful he pulled her out of that dark, suffocating place. Nail echoed the same feelings, then nodded and promised she'd help Kamuro too. And in the next second, Kamuro got completely swamped, because the two of them just latched onto him and wouldn't let go. He tried to tell them it didn't feel right to bother them, but the two were so thrilled to do it that they kept rocking each other on the ship for 2 straight days. As soon as they rolled into the next destination, a water dragon swooped in and escorted them off at the port town, Flora. It was another fresh new spot, like the story just kicked open a brand new door. Kimuro set out to explore the world, and all he could find was a tightly packed maze of buildings. Packed shoulder to shoulder with people, he'd heard this was the city of adventurers, so of course. And with jobs stacked everywhere, Kimuro was still buzzing, ready to blow off steam and have some fun. So he couldn't wait, he was all fired up to finally hit the brothel. But once more, fate slammed into him with a shockingly unexpected run-in. And this time was the biggest turning point of his whole life, because the person who'd sent Kimuro into this world finally showed up. Now Kimuro was about to dive right back into his job as an exterminator. In this brand new town, he rolled in with his crew, and right around the corner, he was about to meet the person who reincarnated him. The god wait, because before all that, the moment Kimuro rolled into town, trouble was already there, waiting right on his doorstep. An adventurer with a dagger in his hand was slashing a girl in bed right in front of this. Kimuro was still stuck at the port of Flora town, waiting in the loud sea air while trouble brewed somewhere nearby, where they dropped anchor and rested their ship. Then he watched a bunch of adventurers throw down in the bar, and it immediately screamed how wild and loud this town really was. Kimuro told Ale and Belsa to break apart for the moment, then meet back up later. They both knew he was headed to his brother anyway. After that, he took off, leaving Ale to hunt for an opening, while Belsa kept the new ship running with non-stop maintenance. Kimuro grilled people for the brothel's location, buzzing with excitement on the ride there, until just outside the place, he spotted a frustrated adventurer storming off, clearly beaten by what happened inside. He marched straight into the brothel, yelling out to find out if they were actually open. And just as it seemed like things couldn't get any weirder, Kimuro stumbled on something she never saw coming. While the brothel girls rushed an injured woman out, fighting to keep her upright as Kimuro stood there sobbing over her wounds, and the truth hit him. Those injuries on that woman screamed abuse at the hands of some adventurer, not romance. Her face wasn't even close to sex appeal, while everyone else scrambled to give first aid to that seriously battered lady. The brothel's manager bowed and apologized to Kimuro, horrified that he'd been forced to witness such a mess. Other girls started yelling at him that he wasn't welcome right now, claiming they had a problem on their hands, while they kept shouting for the injured to wake up. As she screamed that bastard adventurer was pure cruelty, they scrambled to get a priest here fast. Then Kimuro shoved his hand into the bag and yanked out recovery medicine for the injured, and the woman stared in shock. Why do you even have something this expensive? And she swore the injured lady would be dead before anyone even touched her wounds, plus they had zero money for medicine. Medicine, and Kimuro smiled that it was a super concentrated potion he brewed himself, so everyone could finally stop worrying. Kimuro hands the potion to the wounded girl, and the moment it hits, her injuries start vanishing right before their eyes. And Kimuro clocked the fresh scabs still clinging to her skin, so he did something next. She slid a knife under the scabs to peel them off cleanly, making sure her skin stayed unhurt, then she slapped on more medicine. Soon, the injured woman jolted back to consciousness, and her friend nearly cried with relief that she was still alive. Kimuro just shook his head, knew this wasn't the moment, and slipped away. Out in the open, Kimuro couldn't stop thinking, what in the world was he supposed to do next? Then the girl he saved, who was treating the wounded, showed up right there, thanked Komodo for keeping her friend alive, and told him she wanted to repay the favor, and Komodo straight up asked if there were any spots where they could get some privacy. She couldn't understand why he'd say something like that, until she looked down and saw that hard man's pride, and suddenly it clicked. He'd come to this brothel for one reason. And she told him about a hill where he could finally slip away and be alone. While she pulled her panties off right in front of him, Kimuro froze, totally blindsided. Then she shoved them into his hands as a blunt, awkward thank you. She flashed a smile and said, "I'm Miria," then gave him the go-ahead to take whatever he wanted from her, straight from the heart. Kimuro leaned in and introduced himself to her, like it was the start of something bigger. But once they were gone, Kimuro just stood there, stunned, trying to wrap his head around how he ended up with this damn panty. And wait, there's more. All right, forget that, he pressed on and headed out to the hill just outside town. Church ruins crouched all around, and everyone swore nobody ever came here, so when Komodo finally sat down in that lonely spot, it felt like he'd stepped into a forgotten world. He eyed the panties he'd snagged, and honestly, at least this was something instead of nothing. But he'd never once done anything creepy or pervy, never. So he grabbed his thoughts and wrestled with what to do next. Should he just slap it on? Just then a stunning girl swept into the scene. She somehow knew Kimuro and walked right up to him like, "What are you doing here?" Kimuro got totally blindsided the moment she popped out of nowhere, and all he could think was, where did she come from? And who she really was. She spoke like they'd met before, but the moment hit him, this was the first time he'd ever laid eyes on her. So she brought Kimuro back to that moment when he stared at the sky and asked, "Is God up there?" And the girl just shrugged. Sometimes it was a yes, sometimes it was a no. At the start, Kimura was completely baffled, while the girl stayed ice calm, until it finally hit him, the exact moment he questioned the god, asking if it was even there. She finally confessed it. She wasn't just pretending, she was the god herself. And Kimura greeted her like it was totally normal, no shock, no hesitation. He didn't even blink because Kimura had long since trained himself to expect the weird, and God was relieved. Kimura finally knew how to roll with this world. Then Kimuro leaned in and asked her, "So what does God need from me?" She said she'd come to hand over an ordinance. Then, out of nowhere, everything went sideways. She spotted something off in the sky and immediately snapped Kimuro's attention because she knew something weird was headed their way. The next second, the ground exploded from the brutal impact of this strange, evil-looking male. Turns out he was the evil god, and he wasn't just here to fight the light god, he wanted credit too. God stared the evil one down and demanded, "Why are you here?" And none of it made sense to Kimuro, because that evil god even claimed he had business to handle with the other world too. But curiosity got the best of him. He leaned in and demanded, "So, what's in your hand, Kimuro?" Kimuro yanked off the panty and shoved it in front of the evil god, creeped him out so badly that the god snapped and called Kimuro a total mess. Kimuro spun in place, completely baffled by everything crashing around him. So why were God and the evil god suddenly here for him? After a long talk, Kimuro finally caught on. They'd come with one huge, world-sized request, and it was from God. God said it was technically a divine decree, but if she really wanted it done, she'd need Kimuro to handle the job, so Kimuro demanded to know exactly what work God wanted him to do. God didn't back down. He promised to start explaining everything by showing her the truth first and laying out the planet's circumstances as he spoke. She conjured lifelike holograms out of sheer imagination and showed Komodo the whole planet, like it was perfectly shaped into a single hemisphere. Kimuro finally got his first look at the planet, until the god snapped the truth in his face. It wasn't some lopsided hemisphere at all, but a full sphere. The northern half was basically Earth-like, while the southern half looked straight-up moon-like. He remembered Irene had said the same thing before, about the planet and everything tied to it. And then the evil god ordered him to stare hard at that eerie blue half, right where the wastelands kept swallowing more ground, growing worse by the day. Kimuro could see it in their eyes. Back then, the heroes and spirits were just running wild, doing whatever they pleased, and it was smashing the environment to pieces. Komodo's eyes caught those bright, shiny glints too. They asked what he meant, and the evil god smirked. "It's exactly what you're asking for when you're talking about Kimura." Then he broke it down. Those places were called monopools, and once they spread across the southern hemisphere, the sky that looked like the moon lost the ability to use magic. Kimuro realized that if magic couldn't be used here, it would hit everyone hard. Then the evil god smirked and warned it could wipe out countless monsters, plants, and even humans living in those monopools, like a world-ending disaster had just begun. And Komodo figured this was the reason the southern hemisphere got split from the northern hemisphere. But the evil god snapped back. This space was carved by a god, so it belonged to them, yet it never bothered to answer her, and it split the planet all on its own, and God had no comeback because it was her own careless mistake. Then the evil god snapped that Kimuro should go clean up this hellish monopool of heavy mono-sucking creatures and let the whole thing spread. Kimuro broke it down like, this job is on a whole other level, and every quest he'd done before suddenly felt small. Then the evil god leaned in and basically promised, doing all of this alone, it's going to be brutal. Kimuro's mind started firing off a dozen ways to handle it. So he swallowed his fear and handled it, then turned to the evil god and begged, "Got any ideas?" He even pitched wild options, like growing plants right inside the manipool. So they'd either unleash the pollen from those trees to blanket the world, or just let the slimes loose to multiply and spread, because they barely drain any magic energy. But the evil god froze in shock when he heard the audacious plan, plants and monsters teaming up to do the work. So he shot straight into the sky, ready to kick this plan into gear immediately. God, what a move. God figured the evil one was up to his old tricks again, restless as ever. Then Kimuro leaned in and demanded, "Why'd you bring up the hero in spirits before?" God kicked things off by grilling Kimuro. What kind of hero image did he see in his mind? Kimuro fired back that the hero sounded like the real deal, powerful, overflowing with justice, and so kind everyone depended on him, from the king down to the people. God told him a hero isn't picked by titles or status. No, it's the spirits that bless them that makes them one. She broke it down like this: when a spirit blesses a regular adventurer, their power gets upgraded fast, and that's how they rise as the heroes everyone ends up talking about. Komaro told her maybe the god should fix this herself, and she snapped back, I already gave them their will when I created them, but they ignored her completely, straight up like the space would. And just like that, it's all said and done. God leaned in and asked Komuro if he'd actually follow through on her request to exterminate the heroes. That request was a total power move, and God even broke it down for him in full detail. And she just wanted him to wipe out the extra heroes scattered all over the world. Komuro stared in disbelief, because God was actually demanding this from him. Because that request was basically a command to slaughter people. Tomorrow wouldn't let something like that slide. He meant to crush those heroes and spirits for good, while carrying the weight of their lives on their shoulders. God told him he couldn't refuse God's order, so Komuro shot a question at her. What exact moves was he supposed to use to handle all this? She said that if they just killed or pulled out the spirit, it wouldn't make them stop. Komodo understood why she phrased it that way. So it turns out God never meant to wipe them out. She flashed a friendly smile the second she saw Komuro and put on an agreeable face, as he snapped the request out of the air and accepted it. And in this port town, things are about to flip for Komuro fast. As he told God that her request was nothing but trouble, then she leaned in and grilled Komuro, asking if he had even a rough idea of what she was talking about. And he said it felt totally random, that they'd just twist everything and force him to change his plan on the spot. She figured that's exactly how the other worlders always make it happen. Komuro finally pushed past the small talk, slid right into the main point, and told her he'd figured out exactly how to handle this request. Then he headed straight back to the city's merchant guild and stormed up to the counter. He shoved out an application to launch his very own cleaning and pest control business. Komuro nodded and said he wanted to launch a company so he could keep pushing his requests from here on out. In the end, Elaine Belsa finally leaned in and asked, so you built a whole company just because you were buried in work? Komodo said it would be the core theme of their work, and right there, they'd snag even more jobs straight on the spot. He'd cooked up this plan because it would burn precious time hunting for heroes across the whole northern hemisphere. He thought, if I build a company and pull in more employees, I can send them to every corner, weave a solid information network, and finally track the heroes with way less trouble. At the Merchant Guild, they told him straight up, if he wanted to start a company, he'd need someone who'd already done business in town before. Komuro marched into the brothel on his own request, and they vouched for him like a debt paid in full, because the recovery medicine had to be repaid. He was thrilled they'd stepped in, and as he filled out the form, he couldn't stop himself from. He was replaying it in his head. Those two gods just tossed him onto an extermination request, and now he'd have to handle what needed doing while still running his company like it's. As president, Komuro already knew the gods had picked him, tasked to handle both the heroes and the spirits. But if he could, Komuro would push the gods to the brink with solid proof that spirits would only lose their power when they used it needlessly, so everything could be revoked, somehow, before it spiraled out of control. But then a thought hit him. Maybe he'd need a real way to wipe out the main hero for good. He looked up and froze. Ale and Belsa were there, laughing and chatting like everything was perfectly fine. Komuro couldn't help but wonder, if he tried to take on the heroes, would it even be safe? Because they definitely wouldn't stand there and let him exterminate them like obedient targets, and that meant one thing was always waiting: bloodshed. Komuro had no clue what to do next. Should he hunt for allies now, or just figure out what not to mess with? So Al snapped, calling him out, and told him straight up she'd be the vice president, while Belsa would run the whole thing as head researcher in his company. Komuro stayed calm for half a second, until it hit him that these two had already mapped out joining his company. Ale leaned in and promised they wouldn't split up here, and she was convinced she'd get even stronger as long as she kept moving with him. Belsa felt the same way. She loved the buzz of life around Komuro, and Komuro couldn't help but replay how it all started when they first joined up. And he realized he needed reinforcements, fast, and those two were perfect picks. He was convinced everything would be fine, and he swallowed his doubts and accepted their call to join in. Ale wasted no time. She started throwing demands right away. Her basic salary would be 1 gold coin every month, and as for Belsa, she'd charge the expenses on top separately. Komuro shrugged and figured he'd be fine skipping the price talk, because, in this strange world, he had zero clue what anything even cost. 2 days later, a notification from the Merchant Guild hit his screen, his application was accepted. And on top of that, the guild handed him a merchant certificate, the key pass anyone needed to legally start selling and doing business. Komodo told Ale and Belsa the big news too. Komodo's company was finally official and fully established. He was straight up blown away. He never once imagined he'd end up becoming the president of his own company. That little win lit him up, and he practically barked at everyone to get to work right now, while Belsa chimed in that they should grab lunch at the cafe and hash out their plans over food. They were practically buzzing to rack up more expenses, mostly yanking money straight from Kamuro's pocket, which sent shivers down his spine about his brand new company's future. In the cafe, they grabbed a table, and as lunch buzzed around them, Ale pressed Kamuro and demanded to know who sent this request. Kamuro just smirked and told her he'd explain it later. For now, they've got to figure out how to pull in more manpower and crank up their allies fast. Belsa said they could hire a captain to handle the ship they'd gotten from the Black Dragon, so everyone else could finally kick back and rest while they sailed overseas. Ale insisted they hunt for someone strong enough for the road, and that's when her old guild instructor, right then and there, spoke up and said they could train together. Kamuro declared his plan. He wanted a skilled sewer so every employee could wear the exact same uniform as him, and once they started talking about what kind of people they'd need, it narrowed Komodo's job down to one thing: find at least 2 people who fit every single one of those criteria. They scarfed down lunch in a flash, and Kamuro rushed to the guild, already plotting how to spread the word about their company. Then he sent Ale and Belsa out to hunt for jobs. He'd keep dropping more jobs for hire in the guild, then immediately hunt down quests for him too. It took. Kamuro and the guild spent a while piecing together every last detail in the job notice until it was finally complete. And he tossed it up on the wall like it meant something. The job poster was calling for crew who could master ship handling and nail the site-based skills. Right then, Ale showed up and told him about a brand new quest: wipe out the Mazmascles and bug roaches. Kamuro didn't hesitate. He took the job and hurried straight to the client's huge mansion, where an old lady was pacing, waiting for the exterminators to finally show up. When they finally arrived, the old ladies guided them straight into a basement overrun with pests, and Kamuro dropped the extermination tools down for the Mazmascles and the roaches alike. After one whole day, he came rushing back to the same spot, and there it was, a pile of Mazmascles and roaches sprawled on the ground, all dead. He gathered every one of them like hard evidence to prove the subjugation. The old lady lined in and thanked him like he'd done something truly great. Kamuro grabbed his quest rewards from the guild, and that's how the day wrapped up, chaotic for a moment, but absolutely worth it. Right when they crashed back home, Belsa burst through the doorway and welcomed them with open arms. And Komodo lined in and told her, "We crushed a ton of work today." Belsa snapped that things were going wrong right now, even as she asked how it was on your end and refused to stay calm. Kamuro got it straight from her. Back earlier, a guard rushed over to tell her there was an intruder slipping around their ship in the shipyard. Ale pointed out that the intruder could be zeroing in on their cargo. But Kamuro insisted his ship was picked clean because he'd stuffed everything into his bag, and Ale just laughed. Like, come on, only a real idiot would try to loot an empty ship. While Belsa was the only one staying behind, Kamuro decided to make a move. He went to see them and told the other 2 to rest up for tomorrow. Kamuro bolted out the moment he got the chance, sprinting straight to the shipyard to see what was going on. And the second he showed up, the shipyard was already drowning in chaos. The workers were in full panic, scrambling to track down the intruders lurking somewhere around the yard. Then Kamuro stormed into the building, and the shipyard owner immediately ordered everyone to let him through. He slammed the door shut fast, trapping the intruder before they could get away. The shipyard owner rushed in with an apology to Kamuro, and Kamuro shot back, "What's going on here?" The owner swallowed hard and said it was a catfolk, and she was somewhere inside the yard right now. The workers kept losing sight of the intruder until he vanished from view. Kamuro clocked the intruder almost instantly, then barked to the shipyard crew, asking if the guy looked like a young boy in ripped, tattered clothes, because the owner was absolutely blown away by how sharp Kamuro's eyes were. And that intruder was about to launch the final speed run straight for the gate. Kamuro figured that creep would slip away if nobody grabbed him, so the second the catfolk got close, the intruder blurted, "Just swing by him," but Kamuro stopped him mid-step and ordered, "Hold up right here." He flicked the intruder clean off with one finger, and the guy blasted away for meters like it was nothing. Kamuro realized he might have knocked the guy down, so he shouted for the shipyard owner. Later, they tracked the intruder's identity: Seth, born in a cat village on Lake Adele. They followed Seth's orders to board Kamuro's ship, because the real goal was to learn how to be fishermen, not to steal a single coin. Money? Seth's eyes screamed pain as he begged them. Then he admitted plain as day that all he wanted was to meet the ship's captain and get hired, because he'd come to this town only to find work. The shipyard owner rips into Seth, yelling that his reason is never good enough to let him break into someone's ship. And just like that, Seth finally caught on, right in that moment. Now right then, the shipyard owner grabbed Kamuro's attention and demanded, "So what now?" While flat out admitting the truth. Even if nobody got hurt and nothing was damaged, someone still broke in. Then Kamuro dropped into a seat, and because Seth was a fisherman, he leaned in and grilled him. Did he know how to handle a ship or even cook? Seth shot back in panic, saying he'd handled ships ages ago, and when it came to food, the only thing he could manage were fish dishes. Kumaro heard that and immediately hired Seth, then slipped in a warning that with a bit of training, he could probably handle himself in a fight, and told him that starting today, he'd be captain of his own ship. Seth couldn't believe the stupidity of it, just handing the thief a spot on his ship like it was no big deal. As the captain of that very same ship, Kamuro leaned in and basically dared him, "Do you want to get caught?" And yeah, Seth's answer made that painfully obvious, so Kamuro stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and reminded him, loud and clear, he didn't come here for feelings, he came to make money. Money? Seth couldn't tell if any of this was real, but one thing was crystal clear, he had to know it. He grabbed Kamuro's hand, and the moment he did, surprise hit him like a punch. Seth grabbed Kamuro's hand with both of his, gripping tight like he was afraid she'd vanish. He swore he'd put his trust in Kamuro from here on out, and Kamuro shot back that it was the same for him. Then by nightfall, they finally crashed and slept like everything was right. Next day, the guild was buzzing like it always did, full of life, noise, and restless energy. And today, a horned beast girl spotted a job poster, and just like that, she locked onto the opportunity. And he took a deep breath, stepped forward, and applied for the job with shining hope in his eyes. After a while, Kamaro dashed over to the guild. And right then, the receptionist leaned in and told him someone was already coming to ask for a spot in his company. Kamaro practically buzzed with excitement after hearing that news, then hurried over to meet the applicant, only to spot a Beast Clan girl with rounded horns, fresh-faced and clearly from the countryside, looking simple and downright adorable, and somehow he just felt she might be exactly right for the job. Until he finally realized she was sweating buckets, stuck in thick clothes under this brutal heat. She shot her name over her shoulder, "I'm Maramu," and told you she'd come straight after spotting the recruitment ad. Right in the middle of her conversation, she suddenly crumpled and started fainting, and Kamuro immediately rushed in to help. He told her he finally got her sport, promised to hire her, then demanded she step up her game by getting better clothes first. Later, Kamuro and Maramu slipped into a talk while strolling through town. He told her she'd been accepted into the company, and that meant he wouldn't be under her care anymore. Maramu apologized for freaking him out earlier. She told him her parents once worked at a Goten sheep ranch, so dressing like this was totally normal for her. Komodo hauled her into a clothing store and told her, "Go on, pick whatever you want," then promised to foot the bill since she was his employee now. Maramu grinned and hurried off to grab herself a fresh pair of clothes. Right in front of Kamuro, she yanked off those thick clothes without a second thought, sweat pouring off her, then wiped herself dry and slipped into the brand new lighter outfit she'd just bought. Then she greeted Kamuro like it was totally normal, yet he just couldn't believe how ridiculously adorable she looked in those clothes. With just the right proportions, Maramu felt her cheeks burn in those weird clothes, while Kamuro completely lost focus, staring like she was hypnotized by her curves. Then everything shifted. He said everyone was set to roll to his shop, and on the way he thanked her for joining his little company. She couldn't help smiling right back. Then they hit the food market and were moments away from grabbing lunch together at a buzzing little cafe. Kamuro kicked off the celebration by introducing their two brand new interns. He called himself Seth, the beastman of the Black Cat family, and Maramu jumped in too, ready to sew and cook to help the whole crew. Dell nearly couldn't believe it. Maramu was the only one brave or crazy enough to throw in an application. Kamuro pointed out they weren't exactly famous, so everyone figured it was only a matter of time before people overlooked them. Next, Ale stepped forward and proudly introduced herself as Ale the warrior, swordsman, and the dragon's guardian. Kamuro leaned in and asked if her title wasn't the sword demon anymore. She snapped back that it must have changed, all because of what happened with the light dragon. Then Belsa stepped up and declared with full conviction that she was a magician, and that she planned to pour her entire life into studying monsters, and she. After their quest, Black Dragon personally handed her the title, Dragon's Guardian. Meanwhile, Kamuro's head spun Why did he have no title at all? And right as he was about to introduce himself. Seth couldn't believe it. Ale and Belsa were both carrying the titles at the same time. Kimuro pressed them on why those titles mattered so much, and Seth shot back that only 10 people in this whole country even held one. Ale blew it off and said titles didn't matter much as long as Kimuro was around, so Seth pressed, asking why, and Ale turned to Kimuro to demand his current level. Kimuro shot back that he's sitting at level 91 right this second, which left the newcomers completely stunned, like their brains just hit a brick wall. Seth and Maramu both toppled into a faint after staring at his guild card, and luckily the noisy crowd around them drowned out their conversation, so nobody really clocked it. Seth felt like some wild weirdo had him in their sights, while Maramu leaned in and asked Kimuro what kind of extermination work he actually does. He told her they started out dealing with insects like cockroaches, and even with the headache of troublemaking must masks. He said girls usually don't go for work like this, then asked Maramu straight up if she could handle the blood and insects, but the second Seth heard blood, he felt sick, and Belsa immediately snapped at him to stop bringing stuff like that up at the table. Kimuro went along knowing honesty mattered, but Maramu flipped the script entirely. Instead of resisting, she lit up with excitement, ready to join the extermination work too. Belsa figured, if that's the deal, I'll be fine with cadavers. To test her resolve, Maramu launched into the terrifying story of how, once, a poison spider bite nearly killed her, and that day taught her just how deadly even the tiniest insects can be. So she started treating them like something meant to be wiped out, and the worst part was, she'd already seen more blood than anyone should, back in the job she used to do in her hometown. So she was convinced she could shoulder every last bit of work. Then Kimuro heard it and suddenly realized he might have just hired a full-blown psychopath. But they pushed on, and once they did, they tore into a feast. And once they wrapped up, Seth leaned in and insisted he needed to hear President Camaro's intro too. Kimuro lit up at that news, and since everyone was finally in the same place, he knew it was time to lay out his own goals, so he kicked things off with a proper intro, revealing he was the president of the Kimuro company, and the room erupted with excitement. Right as they finally heard Kimuro's full confession, he died in another world, and God had dragged him here. And yeah, this company was created because a special request came straight from the goddess herself. Seth and Maramu were definitely fresh faces at the company, but for Ale and Belsa, this was their very first time hearing about Kimuro's wild request and the real goal behind this company. Then Kimuro laid out every single detail for everyone. And it hit hard. He finally got the order to wipe out the heroes, along with the report the god had sent him first. So, as soon as he finished laying out the details, he looked straight at their shocked faces and declared that from now on they'd all team up to exterminate the heroes, only for everyone to explode, demanding why they were only just now hearing about a bombshell like that. And yeah, it took them a moment to get their minds around everything, especially that whole God exists claim that no one had ever confirmed before. After a minute, Belsa leaned in and demanded, "Wait, are you really saying that?" They're saying they need to wipe out the heroes and clean up the Northern Hemisphere, and Camaro confirmed it, even while pointing out what's happening in the Southern Hemisphere. Belsa finally stole a quiet moment just to think, and for once, the world let her breathe. And she finally realized Komodo wasn't just roaming around, he was on a mission to save the world. Komodo didn't overthink it, he just lifted his glass and loudly told everyone, "Come on, we're saving the world together." Hearing Kimuro drop that massive reveal left them reeling, shocked out of their minds, but at least something was finally clear, either way. For them, it all started crashing in, right then, right there, like the world finally snapped into gear, charging hard toward their mission to wipe out every last hero. Even the newbies had to throw everything they had into it, because this job was huge, and when the day finally wrapped up, it didn't just end, it left fresh surprises brewing for what came next. Next morning, at the crack of dawn, the town buzzed like it always did, and Kimuro set off into the streets clutching a map in his hand, which he got from the Black Dragon. This map lit up the exact spots: town flora, the forests, the grasslands, the Black Dragon's mansion, and even the deserts. Kimuro could read the continent like a story from the map, until it hit the tiny spots too small to even make it onto the paper. He figured they'd have to keep darting around to scrape up intel on heroes. Kimuro knew they had to start somewhere, so he told Belsa and everyone, "Let's hit the adventurers and the merchant guild first, and start scraping up every scrap of intel they can about heroes hiding around the city." City crowds kept them talking and selling their company at the same time. Ale nodded along, then decided Seth and she would head for the forest behind town to kick his training off. Kumuro told Marumushi he could head back to the inn, stitch up some clothes for the employees, and bring him a sample later. Then he just left it hanging with, after that. And just like that, everyone split off to crush their assignments. He wrapped it up, then later at the guild, Kumuro leaned into the receptionist and demanded some intel. But she didn't have a thing on real heroes, so he and Belsa split up and hit different areas to ask even more people. As Ale hunted through the woods, he pushed Seth through a brutal training session meant to toughen him up. A wild boar bulldozed him back, and that brutal hit was all part of his training. Seth would crack under the pressure, but every time it got too much, Ale would step in, hunt the monster down, and knock it out himself. She finally figured out what Seth had to learn to kick off his training, and the moment she gave the instructions, he listened. No questions, no hesitation. Around that time, Maruma churned out uniforms at the inn, and when the very first sample came out, her face lit up because she loved it. Meanwhile, Belsa and Kemuro pushed farther and farther away from town, until they were well out of sight. Belsa finally stopped and leaned in, then blurted out to Kemuro that she had skill points to spend right now, and asked him straight up if he wanted her to learn any specific skills. Kemuro never even considered it, then it hit him, and once he thought it through, he knew that letting the employees pick their own skills is the real move, because now. He stared at the map, hunting for what to explore next, forest and grasslands, but the moment he realized there might be nobody around, he snapped to a stop and thought, nope, better turn back now. They caught the sound of some guy screaming in the distance, and Kemuro spotted him right away. A rider tumbles out of his carriage, and right with him, his horse crashes into the chaos. The horse broke free and went on a full rampage. And it hits them, maybe that person isn't a threat at all, maybe they're a merchant. Kemuro shot Belsa a question, and she snapped at him to stop the horse, because it was seconds away from slamming right into Kemuro. Kemuro snapped his fingers at the horse, and that one strike was brutal enough to floor it, knock it out cold, and send it crashing to the ground. After that, Kemuro spotted the merchant closing in on them, firing off a worried question, "You guys okay?" Kemuro peeled out of the chaos, handing the mess to Belsa to deal with. But the merchant grabbed Komodo and demanded answers, staring at the battered horse like it had been mauled. Komodo barely had anything to say, so he bolted over and checked the carriage for himself. Then he peered into the carriage and realized it was packed with slaves. Every last slave was terrified, and they blurted out, "Are you the slave trader?" Kemuro shot back, swearing he wasn't a slave trader or a buyer. Kemuro then heard a slave choke and coughed so hard it shook the whole room, and it made his stomach drop. So he rushed up to her and thrust a healing potion into her hands. She didn't hesitate for even a second. She gulped the healing potion, and as her strength started to come back, Kemuro froze, staring at how stunning she looked even while she was still deathly pale. "Thank you," she said, thanking him for the medicine. But no matter how hard she tried, that headache just wouldn't leave her alone. Komodo immediately worried that if things were really like that, she might be poisoned or hit with some kind of curse. The slave girl blurted out the truth. This won't heal him, and she'd eventually snap into a ghoul. Kemuro sat there, stunned by what she'd just said, because after that, it was like the conversation just vanished. Kemuro rushed back to Belsa and spilled everything. He'd slipped healing medicine onto the slaves, releasing healing fumes that soothed their bodies and helped them recover. Then he tried to bargain with the merchant to get those slaves freed, but it went nowhere because the slaves were sick and they were seen as too dangerous to touch. Then Belsa leaned in and said she had to know one last thing. As she told him the other horse was always calm and gentle, this one suddenly felt off, like it just didn't belong. She leaned in and told him, "I found the real cause," which turned out to be this tiny little insect she'd pulled from a horse's ear. A weird desert monster called a locust hopper. Yeah, that's what it's called, and it hangs out in the sands like it owns the place. Muro couldn't shake the feeling that finding this desert creature in the middle of the forest was too perfect to be a coincidence. But then they pushed forward, keeping right with the merchant's cart as it rolled ahead. Komodo leaned in and asked the merchant one thing: did he need them to escort him straight into town? And Belsa promised she'd grab the escort fees and pay for the medicine later, so the merchant nodded along, even though it left a sour taste in his mouth, and by the time dawn broke, they finally rolled into town, and when they got. Ale stared at the tiny locust hopper, stunned that something so small could send a whole horse sprinting wild. Kemuro nodded and agreed. Yeah, that was the truth, and he hadn't ever even heard about that insect back in his old continent. He leaned in and grilled Ale, asking if she managed to dig up any information. She told him we were out there the whole time, just out in the forest training. Other than that, she had nothing worth sharing. Murumu arrived with her report. She said the uniform was almost finished, and Kumuro told her to bring it back to him right after, so he could slap on the emblem and boost the whole thing with his magic. By the end of the day, the one big win hit them hard. Kumuro dug up solid info on the heroes from the merchant trader they'd bumped into earlier. He swore there was a real hero hiding somewhere on this continent, and then he boldly declared, "I'm the hero of Earth." Ale practically burst with joy after hearing that they made real progress. Kamuro couldn't shake the feeling that something nasty was about to crash down on them. Belsa grilled him, asking if this was really his extermination intuition, pointing straight at that insect. And Ale even said it was exactly like Kamuro. He had to learn everything he could about these creatures, more than any monster ever would. Kamuro brushed it off, then suddenly the night turned pitch black. So Ale trudged to her bed, while Komodo sent everyone else out at the exact same moment to gear up for a brutal day. Meanwhile, nobody yet knew what that tiny insect in the jar could do, or what kind of disaster it was about to unleash. The next day, Komodo and the crew were all gathered up, ready to find out exactly what the day had in store for them. Kamuro leaned in and told Time he was heading straight to the Adventurers Guild to give them the full lowdown on the locust hopper. Ale leaned in and demanded, "So you're really that hooked on that insect?" He nodded at once and told me that, back in his old world, the same kind of creepy insects had been everywhere. That swooped in, devoured every last crop, and left the people staring at ruin on a massive scale. Ale had never even heard of anything like that. While Belsa had read about it, she'd never actually seen it with her own eyes. Camaro leaned in and said this could be the perfect chance for them. They still needed that company funding, so they went all in, wiping out locust hoppers alongside the usual pests to lock in steady, reliable income. Come on, Belsa practically buzzed with excitement at his careful plans, and suddenly, this whole situation started feeling less like chaos and more like a real business. Kamuro said they had to do it, because they still needed to track down those employees' lunch bills. They gobble it up with zero hesitation, then Maramu finally shows up at Kamuro's door. With an urgent problem tied to the uniform, he couldn't wait another second. And the moment she tried to put it on, her mana instantly hit zero, then she crumpled to the ground. Ale and Belsa swore they had zero trouble putting it on. Seth didn't either. Kamuro stared at the symbol he'd carved and told them it could have happened because the uniform's strengthening magic had kicked in. You couldn't just slap it on, you had to have the mana to power the armor or meet its level requirement. Kamuro orders Muramu to team up with Ale, level her up with Seth, and then, before they dive into battle, make a stop at the armor shop. Muramu couldn't contain her excitement. She finally had a chance to witness blood, and it was all she could think about. Kamuro fired a question at Belsa. What was she planning to do? And Belsa grinned, saying she'd tag along with him because she couldn't resist studying the ecology of the locust hopper. Now that everyone's jobs were finally settled, they split off in a rush, chasing progress on their own. At the town Flora government office, where everything important gets handled, Komodo leaned in toward the receptionist, begging for help, and she pointed him straight to a stairway that dropped into the basement. The streets were pitch black, and as they kept marching, Komoro couldn't shake the thought, would they actually run into anyone? He figured that was the whole point, because the receptionist told him to ask the guild master, so yeah, he had to be around. When they finally slipped into a room deep in the dark, they spotted a flicker of light shining through. And after that, he pounded on the door. Kamuro burst in and declared, loud and proud, that he was from the pest control department. He finally reported the real reason he came, and when the locust hopper arrived, an old man greeted them with a warm smile. Then he introduced himself. As the landlord and the guild master, Riddle Blacks, finally stood face to face for their introductions, Kamuro took one look around and realized this room was way bigger and way more luxurious than it should have been for one person, because books and town-related materials were stacked everywhere like they'd been dumped straight out of a secret plan. He finally discovered those Riddle Blacks weren't just some random mystery. Turns out they belonged to the king's own cousin, the one ruling this entire continent. Kamuro couldn't believe it. How could someone so great be crouched underground, studying things like that? But no matter what happened, they kept talking, and Riddle said he was only reading up on the records for the locust hopper. Riddle told them that roughly 30 years earlier, a locust hopper outbreak had erupted in the northern desert. And according to the records, right before it happened, the desert was drenched in relentless rain. And just like that, the desert got even stranger. Riddle swore that heavy rain had been rolling in for days. Belsa shot Kamuro a signal, saying those clues might connect, then Kamuro moved just like that. Riddle got word that the day before, he'd stumbled into a slave trader, and the guy looked like he was fleeing for his life from an oncoming flash flood. Riddle nearly went numb when he heard about that disaster, and if that actually happened, he knew trouble was about to hit hard right after. Kamuro broke it all down, how he stumbled on a single locust hopper, and how old records link it to the brutal rain that hit just a few days ago. Things finally started clicking, and Riddle and Kumuro both felt that strange surge building in their bones. Then Riddle turned to Kumuro and asked if he ever heard about the chaos locusts leave behind. He finally admitted they'd even been caught stirring up Kagai incidents. They were wrecking the crops in huge numbers, devouring everything in sight, and once they kicked off, the destruction didn't stop with just one place. The damage was just as brutal as the Black Storm, exactly what the old book's prophecy had warned would happen. Kamuro leaned in and demanded, "So, Riddle, what's the gist?" And Riddle swore he understood one thing: if this ever became true, that same disaster from 30 years ago would roar back to life. Again, Riddle knew this was still only a guess, and after all those years, it wasn't easy to rush into believing something that old. Kamuro shot back, saying, if it's really like that. He'd sprint straight to the truth, pinpoint what caused it, and grab every ingredient he needed to make pesticides fast. Belsa snapped into action, dreaming up a new medicine meant to wipe out the locust hoppers, creatures no one had even heard of yet. Komodo leaned in and told her to hunt for other flowers, because back in his old world, that was the key. Farmers crushed certain flowers into a raw material to brew up pesticides. Belsa nodded and said he'd dig deeper, then pushed for one move: start researching from the forest where they first spotted the locust hopper. Riddle pressed him, "Are you really going to look into this with no quest to earn anything?" And Kamuro shot back that he wasn't chasing rewards at all, he just had to satisfy his curiosity, because this was his job. He'd consider it only if his investigation finally turned up something real after all of that. Riddle and Belsa hit the road to work, and the second she saw their drive, she couldn't help but be blown away. Later on, Kamuro slipped away for a bit and headed up to the hilltop church, chasing the one thing he wanted: meeting God. He told the god he'd keep working while hunting for the heroes at the same time, and the god shot back, "So you only called me to let me know." And Kamuro said he'd only been thinking about reporting it, and she was blown away by how calmly Kamuro handled everything. Then Kamuro shrugged and said it was his pleasure to do his job right. God told him his personality and gestures would totally win over the people of this world, but Kumuro couldn't figure out why. Then the god said she was totally okay with it, no deadline, just one brutal rule: get it done before the world gets destroyed. Komoro hustled back to meet Belsa after finishing that errand. They ran the errands first, then charted their next move with a map in hand, and he promised her they'd scout the deserts right after they left the forest. But her face fell the second she realized how far they still had to go. Kamuro then slid into a seat and told her straight up to show him her shoes. And he cast magic on them to whip up a fierce burst of wind pressure. Then she slipped down from the top in a rush, fighting the crushing pressure all the way. And Kumuro caught her before she hit the ground, snapped that she had to watch herself, because with these shoes, she'd suddenly be able to sprint way faster than before. Before they even took off, Komodo leaned in and asked her, did she really enjoy the desert at Marquez Place, and then pushed them into motion. And she laughed, saying it was awesome. Then she spotted Komodo getting ready to sprint too. Kamuro nodded back, then immediately started wrestling with one terrifying question. How was he supposed to control his own power when, sure, he was level 91, but he'd never once used it on purpose? He figured this was his best shot to finally put it to the test. So once he signaled Belsa to launch, both of them exploded into an absurdly fast head start. Both of them tore across the land, kicking up dust trails as they raced past anything this world has ever built, faster than any vehicle or transport. I'm absolutely loving this full-throttle pace. And she quizzed him, how could he sprint like that with zero magic in his shoes? Kamuro smirked and told her he still wasn't tapping his full power. Before long, they caught sight of those massive deserts, miles away, yet clear as day from the road leading into the forest. Kamuro swore his detection skill found 0 locust hoppers nearby, so they plunged deeper into the forest, and that's where they finally ran into a slave trader. Right there, Kamuro snapped his eyes around, taking in every detail of what was around them. Belsa leaned in and demanded, did that slave trader say anything else? Kamuro explained that, from the slave trader's side, something burst out of the bushes and sent the horse into a full-on rampage, so they figured it had to be a sign there were more locust hoppers lurking around. So Belsa popped open her bag, grabbed a net, and went after even more of them. For now, both of them hopped onto every locust hopper they could find, hunting fresh leads for their research. Soon, Belsa spotted one of them, and with her magic shoes blazing, she finally managed to snatch it out of the air. When Belsa snatched it, her face lit up. She did it all by herself. Camaro grinned because you could tell she was actually having a blast. Suddenly, he realized there were way too many locusts here, and When Belsa finally looked down, she realized the one in her hand wasn't anything like the one they'd found before. But the insane swarm of locust hoppers here was straight up terrifying, especially if they'd wandered off their usual forest home. Kumuro then snapped his eyes on that vicious locust hopper. And it hit him, this all felt like a prophecy locking in, one terrifying sign at a time. Kumuro and Belsa pitched their camp and dove straight into the investigation. He handed the job of tracking down flowers for the pesticide ingredients to Belsa, then rushed to the village to report it. Back at the government office, Kamuro gathered everyone and spilled everything he uncovered from the investigation. And Riddle's nerves snapped tight the moment he heard it. Kumuro told him the researcher was still hunting for the cause, but no matter what, this omen might still be coming. Then a voice from behind Riddle snapped into the moment, warning him that Kamuro might be nothing but a con man, and that they had zero reason to trust him. The one who said it was a dark elf. Turns out he was Riddle's stepbrother, and his name was Jerry. Jerry told Riddle, "If you ever need anything, come to me. I'll back you up, not Kamuro." Kamuro fired up the conversation by showing them the locust hopper he'd pulled from the horse, then laid out why he was doing it and exactly how he planned to build an extermination method. He told them that teaming up with Riddle would speed everything up for them. Then Riddle shot back at Jerry, insisting Kamuro was a one-of-a-kind rarity, an adventurer willing to take on the locust hopper when everyone else wouldn't, no reward in sight. Riddle sealed the deal, promising that he'd finally hand Kumuro the materials, right on his word. Jerry let out a furious huff, then slammed the door shut right in their faces as he stormed off. Komodo figured Jerry might be judging him like a total con artist just from his looks. That whole vibe screamed something S off, and Riddle rushed in to apologize for the trouble he'd caused. And Kamuro admitted he felt a huge wave of relief wash over him. Because in that massive room, he finally noticed someone was genuinely worried about the Riddler. Then Kumuro's remark hit, and Riddler shrank into shyness. Then he slammed down the truth. This was his town, so he had to step up and do something for it, just like Kamuro. He snapped at him to follow right behind. Then they headed straight for the guild's main hall and announced to everyone that, starting right now, the locust-dealing organization was officially born. He told everyone, "Turns out Komodo dropped me some seriously useful info. So from now on, our adventures won't happen solo. They'll need the guild and the government working together." To ready himself for the desert demon's terror. Once the tension finally eased off, the staff snapped into action and got to work at full speed. And it proved just how much everyone trusted Riddle. Kamuro could only stare at that kind of power and think, "That's the boss I'm going to be one day." And just like that, everything started looking up, because this was Kamuro's first ever company job, and even with a giant operation like this, it wouldn't take long before it all changed again. Thunder rumbled outside, and Kamuro snapped up to see what chaos was unfolding out there. And to his utter shock, black storm clouds barreled toward the town, so massive they even swallowed the desert in their shadow. Nobody saw this wild natural phenomenon coming, and for a few stunned moments, it left everyone, including Kamuro, completely gobsmacked. Things were about to get rough for Kamuro. After a while, the other adventurers started hurling bottles and smashing glasses all over the place, and Kamuro and Riddle just stared, totally baffled, like, what is happening? Then Kamuro shot back that he'd check it out, and he stormed inside right after. After he scoured the area for a moment, Kamuro's gut sank, because the adventurers were stirring chaos all over the place. Once they heard they'd be shipped overseas just to fight a bunch of puny locust hoppers, with zero real pay for it, rage lit a fire in every single one of them. Money, so why did it feel like they were being handed something tiny and worthless? The bar owner snapped at Komodo to duck for cover. Because every adventurer was in full rage mode right now, and you definitely shouldn't interrupt that fury. The owner grabbed his attention and said, "Just moments ago, a guild staff member showed up and asked us to back them up in defending against the Lucifer Hopper swarm closing in." But it fired them up so badly they sparked riots, and the adventurers were furious too, especially about how they didn't even get a chance to flee elsewhere. The storm wrecked the ships, and there was no sailing out of it. Then Riddle showed up at Kamuro's place, worried sick, and asked if everything was all right, only for Kamuro to snap at him that he had better not step inside. Suddenly, a chair came flying at Riddle out of nowhere, and he barely threw himself aside in time. Riddle jolted so hard, he toppled right down on his butt. Kamuro leaned in and asked, "You good?" And Riddle insisted he was fine, but the moment he said that, worry gnawed at him. Meanwhile, Kamuro just knew adventurers were about to stir up a whole lot of trouble. Then Kamuro's phone blasted with a call, and when he answered, Belson was the one on the line. Belsa burst in, desperate to tell him she'd finally found a flower those locust hoppers absolutely loathe. Then she pushed to dig into it a little more. Kamuro lit up when he heard how far she'd come, then leaned in and told her to keep pushing on with her work. Good news hit Riddle's ears, and man, he lit up instantly because he was just as happy to hear it. He said he'd send word to the guild to hook up with a crew of western florists to sort out the materials. Then everything hit suddenly. A thunderous explosion boomed somewhere far off, and Riddle's gut tightened as he tried to figure out what the hell that was. Kamuro spotted thick smoke billowing from the shipyard, and right as he did, someone stormed in to the Chief Riddle, face pale with disaster. Another bunch of adventurers had crashed into the shipyard and demanded a ship. And when they got shut down, they snapped and started brawling with the shipyard workers. Riddle never saw things spiraling this badly. Right when the town had to stop fighting and band together as one. Riddle couldn't figure out how to fix all of it. Then Kamuro hit on an idea and sprinted back to the bar for another round. Riddle slammed into him, trying to block his way, right as wild, raging adventurers closed in. But he grinned right back, saying he'd finally got something he couldn't wait to try. So yeah, Riddle didn't stop him back then, just watched as Kamuro turned and vanished into the distance. The office workers leaned in and grilled Riddle, asking if he knew Kamuro had a plan up his sleeve. But Riddle had no clue. Meanwhile, in the bar, the adventurers' fury kept tearing through everything, and they kept shouting remarks they had no business saying the moment they showed up in this town. The bar owner didn't care about anything else. He was laser-focused on protecting his spot. Then he spotted Komodo again, and before he could even process it, he blurted, "Why did you come back?" Kamuro leaned in and asked the bar owner if he could smash a table first, then promised to pay him back later. The owner totally missed what was going on until Kamuro leaned in and whispered his plan. He was about to put on an act to stop the adventurers. Owner felt a spark of hope, so he let Kamuro do whatever he needed with the table. Kamuro flashed a warm, gentle smile. Then he clenched his hands, shifted his grip, and tightened up his power, while the owner stared at him as his face twisted into something downright terrifying. Even that couldn't shake him. Kamuro shot his fist up over the table. Then he hurled it down with full force, crashing into the table and rattling it hard. Tables shattered into 1,000 pieces all over the place, and that brutal crunch was so loud it echoed for meters outside the bar. Kamuro grabbed every adventurer's attention in one move. They just stared at that terrifying old man as he barked. Don't any adventurer get this worked up over some little insect monsters, especially when the ones you're fighting are even smaller than you. The adventurers blurted, "Who does he think he is?" as they grabbed onto the idea of picking a fight. Then Kamuro snapped at them to shut up and bragged that he was an F-rank adventurer too, but he was still heading to the desert, chasing a little pride in his own physical strength. He demanded to know from everyone whether it seriously rubbed them the wrong way that an F-rank was talking to them like this. When he said it, every adventurer who heard him snapped, furious that some low-ranker thought they could be looked down on, and they yelled back that they weren't standing around letting it slide. They charged straight at Kamuro, and the second he snapped that if they wanted to tag along, he'd gladly throw down with them, the whole thing kicked into a fight-ready frenzy. The owner figured he'd get a say, so he snapped at the adventurers. If they were that fed up, then try going to the dessert. Otherwise, they were nothing but cowards, no real adventurers at all, so rage flared even harder, and that's when Kamuro finally got exactly what he wanted. As the adventurers warned him not to underestimate them, because something like locust hoppers was never going to faze them. Then every adventurer, fired up with pure rage, marched straight to the guild to team up with the locust hopper hunting organization. And they said, if we spot any other adventurers on the way, we'll shout them over. Come on, show this F-rank with the big mouth what real adventuring is all about. Meanwhile, shady, evil-looking Kamuro slid right back into normal, like nothing ever happened. Once he finally got what he came for, he flashed the bar owner a confident thumbs up. And as soon as he stepped outside, Old Man Riddle snapped, "What did you do, tell me?" So adventurers started flooding the guild. Komodo shrugged and said he only sparked their adventurer's spirit, and that lit a blazing fire in their hearts. It cracked him up hearing that, while Kamuro just smiled, relieved everything finally landed exactly how he'd planned. And it would finally calm everything down, smothering all that violence for good. Then he leaned in and told Riddle to head back to the office so they could lock down the arrangements and build a pump-driven device that could blast out a huge load of stored insecticide. Basically, he was trying to create an atomizer, used to deal with pest control and whatever sandstorms might hit. Kemuro piled masks onto the plan too. Riddle leaned in and demanded to know just how many people it would take to pull off this mission. When I asked him about the worst-case scenario, he just shrugged, because he had no clue how big the locust hopper problem really was. It left Riddle on edge, wondering if every one of them could be stopped. While Kemuro saw the truth, Riddle could look brave on the outside, but inside his chest was packed with raw anxiety, praying the town's fate would turn out all right. Kemuro paused and said, "From what I've seen, this disaster is basically hopeless, because I've never heard of anyone who could proactively fend off a locust swarm and stop the damage before it hits." He apologized for being brutally honest, even though it sounded totally hopeless. Riddle told him he had nothing to apologize for. And he finally got it, nothing would be certain until the very end. Kemuro wanted to pull Riddle out of the storm in his head, so he told him he'd reached this town only after a brutal, long journey. But he'd seen attacks just like this before. Back then, some people even laid out plans to slam the locust's damage back, but even then, going up against a swarm was always a gamble. One wrong move, and everything could go sideways. Even after they got the insecticide in hand, they still had no choice but to. So they had to hold tight and wait for this black storm to finally roll through. Food. Every last bite of food, every crop, and every type of plant got completely wiped out. And when the dust finally settled, everyone was staring at a wrecked wasteland with absolutely nothing left. Riddle's heart sank even lower after hearing that, and a heavy, heartbreaking sadness spread across his face. Kemuro suddenly clocked what he was wearing, and remembered every time they'd clawed through disaster in those clothes, because anything normal would have ripped apart instantly. Rips through the air, screaming at full throttle. So he finally spoke up to Riddle, telling him they might just be able to find a way out of this mess. In this world, it lit up a spark of hope in Riddle's eyes, and Kemuro snapped that he couldn't promise it, but he'd give it everything he had. Riddle trusted every word he said and flashed a grin, silently agreeing they couldn't quit this fast. Kemuro stared up at the sky and realized, yeah, it was about to get wild for him fast. He replayed the whole journey in his mind, right back to the moment he met two comrades. And they rolled into the town of Flora together. And then he met the god who dragged him into this world. Right after that, God dropped an unprecedented order on him, wipe out the heroes. Meanwhile, he uncovered a horrifying disaster, barreling toward the town of Flora. Up to this point, he'd finally learned the wild truth. Locusts can swarm in numbers from just a few hundred all the way up to several billion. And they could straight up chew through everything in their way. Kemuro thought, back in my old world, I couldn't possibly handle that many, but this time, we'll find a way to wipe them all out. Kemuro leaned in, burning with anticipation, and geared up to handle this massive job with his razor-sharp extermination instincts. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the map, right at the edge of the desert, there. Belsa's still out there at an actual campsite, digging through research like her life depends on it. She tinkered with all kinds of wild ingredients in those locust hoppers, testing every mix like a mad scientist. And as Belsa sank into the middle of his thoughts, Ale crept up behind her and shot, "So, does this thing kill us?" Belsa snapped to attention the second she appeared out of nowhere. And Ale blurted that she'd sprinted straight here the second she tracked Belsa's location, thanks to Kemuro. Belsa told her she'd tracked down a nasty smell the locust hoppers absolutely despised, but it couldn't kill them at all, and Belsa was just about to explain the next part when she cut herself off. Belsa sh. Melissa proved it by tipping the liquid straight onto the locust hopper, and it bolted the second it got the chance. Belsa leaned in and asked Ale if she wanted anything from him, because the moment her eyes flickered, it felt like the answer mattered, and then Ale shot back that Kemuro told her to watch Belsa just in case, and to drill Seth and Marimu with some training. Then things escalated. And the trainees burst in, gasping and soaked in desert heat after their grueling run. And after that brutal training grind, they hauled themselves back, ready to face what came next. Ale blurted, "Why are you wiped out from a simple walk in the desert?" Then shoved the truth at them. If they want to wear their uniform, they'd better boost their stats fast. Seth told her it was hopeless, because the desert was crawling with monsters like scorpions and desert salamanders blocking their every step. After she heard that, Ale's wish burned hot. She wanted to see those monsters with her own eyes. Seth and Marimu barely escaped with their lives. Live Ale snapped at them with a full-on scolding, then told them to stop stalling and get moving, more training starts right now. Setha and Maramu started calling her a demon and a devil, but Belsa only grinned. So good, she was a monster scholar and didn't need training. Ale dropped them out in the desert to push their training even harder, and then Belsa leaned in and asked if Kemuro was in town right now. Ale said he might be making progress of his own at this very moment. Then Ale felt it, the sky shifted, and the winds started roaring louder and stronger. Meanwhile, back in town, Kemuro watched the clouds roll in like a threat, crawling straight from where he stood, and then everything cut off mid-exchange. And they still expected that disaster would eventually come for them later. All the adventurers stacked up in town, ready to jump in and help out, while Riddle remained trapped below, in his underground room, all alone. Camaro and Riddle dove into more of the past, soaking up everything they could use to fight back and handle it. They struck a deal, somehow getting the shipyard, the florist, and the church all on board, with the town's adventurers beside them, pushing forward. Riddle reckoned the whole town's main mission right now was to nail down an extermination method for the locust hoppers. Kemuro stood there, staring at the chaos, torrential rain pounding the ground, flash floods surging in like a warning that danger was already here. That would spark the locust hoppers' outbreak, and it all ends with the town getting hit by an all-out invasion. Komodo couldn't stop thinking about how to wield magic. Magic would give him the power to go to dangerous extremes, and right beside that. And they weren't alone. Top-notch mages unleashed flame magic that scorched that swarm of locust hoppers into nothing but ashes. But that still leaves way too many alive, Riddle snapped, then told them to stick to a plan everyone could pitch in on, and Kemuro shot back a warning. The plagues he'd seen before supposedly had several hundred billions of survivors. Komodo couldn't shake the feeling that they were headed straight from the desert. Kemuro wanted to test a plan. Could they find a way to keep those things under control out in the desert? Then Kemuro declared he'd whip up repellent in the next room, using the very flower Belsa had found. He turned the whole mess into a solution, but for one shaky second, doubt crawled in and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was unreliable here. Like he was standing there, straight up telling everyone, "You don't have the tools to handle this." Riddle leaned in and warned him not to make that expression, because that stinky repellent was still better than having nothing at all. And with a beaten, downtrodden look on his face, he'd drag his subordinates, morale straight into the dirt. Kemuro couldn't shake it. Riddle was right about the whole thing. So we started figuring out exactly how many people they'd have to shove into that desk. Kemuro leaned in and said it'd depend on how many atomizers they could cram in and pull off, along with that. He figured the smartest move was to team up adventurers into one party, one exterminator to wipe out the locust hoppers, a scout to sniff them out, a fighter to crush the other desert monsters, and a healer to keep everyone alive. So he said they'd need around 40 adventurers who match all those requirements. Then a guy fresh from the shipyard barged in, tracked down Kemuro, and asked if he needed anything at all. Kemuro had been waiting for them. And just when Riddle thought he'd heard it all, Kemuro casually said he'd tried building an atomizer himself, then blew their minds by spraying water and showing exactly how it worked. Kemuro then leaned in and said the shipwrights could turn all the materials he'd hauled in earlier into an atomizer using their hard-earned craft. The shipwright stared at the atomizer like it was almost too easy, then snapped, "So, can we treat this as a quest?" Kemuro leaned in and asked Riddle if he could cover the shipwrights for this favor, and Riddle smirked, saying Kemuro was exactly the kind of guy who knew how to run things. Then the shipwright finally put it together. Maybe Kemuro was the one who quelled that adventurer's chaos, and he wasted no time thanking him for it, because those adventurers were stirring trouble all over the place. Kemuro couldn't stop smiling. These people were jumping in to help, and it made him feel genuinely relieved. So the shipyard worker started poking at the atomizer, while Riddle snapped at the office worker to get everything set for a special bonus headed straight to the shipyard. While all of this was going on, Kemuro swung by Belsa and Ale to make sure every last member of his party was fully ready. Riddle called the florist over, then barked out exact instructions to scatter a mountain of flowers into place. Kemuro was already relieved he wasn't facing this alone. Then a vicious rumble blasted from outside, and Kemuro and Riddle just stared, totally baffled by what they were hearing. And then they rushed over to see what was making all that noise. Kemuro saw the town's citizens, furious, crowding in, yelling, "Why are the adventurers even talking about wiping out those locust hoppers?" They were convinced the government was just slacking off. And the receptionist hurried in to explain that everything was already being taken care of. But the crowd couldn't calm down. Panic was eating them alive, because everyone was terrified of what the monsters would do when they finally struck. And there was nowhere left to run, no escape, not even a shred of hope. Kemuro and Riddle locked eyes with the citizens. Then they rushed to the outside to see what was really going on. Then, way sooner than anyone guessed, those dark black clouds swept over the entire town and swallowed the sky, turning that ominous sign into a chilling reality. Riddle told Kemuro that when the town hits with a pounding rainstorm, it only takes a few hours, or even a whole day, for it to make its way to the desert. So they had to push the arrangements faster, because they kept scrambling and setting everything up until the night fell. The next morning, Komodo shot out early, heading straight for Belsa's location. He'd been sprinting all over the place, running route after route, and earlier on top of that, he even had a florist deliver him flowers. Komodo admitted he was hoping for more flowers, but the florist apparently dumped everything they had, only for it to fall short of what was needed. Kemuro grabbed the job of bringing more flowers and set off alone. Riddle tried to stop him, but Kemuro was running on pure grit, refusing to believe his own resilience would break just because he hadn't slept. So he kept grinding for everyone, and even Riddle couldn't shake his worry. Then Kemuro sprinted off to the places where even more flowers were growing. Komodo blitzed through the field and grabbed the exact flowers they needed. And by nightfall, he burst back into the government office. The counters shut down for the day, and that's when Kemuro burst in. He stepped into the guild, and the silence hit him like a punch, way too quiet for comfort. He marched straight to Riddle's room, and even in there, the silence felt heavy. Kemuro darted into the adjacent room too, scanning the place again and again for a moment. Komodo feared they might not be on duty during working hours. Then he ran into a receptionist, and her eyes went wide when she realized Kemuro had come back so fast. He leaned in and asked if everyone had already gone. Then she shook her head and told him, "No, that's not what happened." Kemuro stayed baffled until she dragged him to the dining room where everyone was already gathered and a feast was waiting like a challenge. Kemuro had zero idea what the heck was happening. Then Riddle leaned in and told him, "When the big job hits, you better fuel up with a real feast." So they threw this huge meal for everyone right before the big event. And especially for the ones busting their backs, everyone told Kemuro, "Just say the word if you need extra hands." But Kemuro couldn't even figure out what to ask for. So he first asked if it was cool for them to keep their staffs back and stay put this late, and Riddle snapped back that it was still better than letting monsters hit their town. Then, after that, Kemuro tore into mouth-watering delicacies, and every bite felt like pure bliss, including the ones this town was famous for, and the banquet was buzzing with non-stop energy. Kemuro and Riddle leaned back, calm as can be, watching the chaos unfold like they were running the whole scene. Riddle leaned in and demanded to know if he could wrestle his exhaustion away, which hit him like a neon sign from where he stood. Kemuro darted off to grab even more flowers. Riddle kept grinding, baffled why he was busting his ass for a spot he didn't even call home. After that talk, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were leaning on Kemuro a little too hard. Kemuro snapped that it wasn't necessary, then said he only cared about one thing, giving every last ounce of himself to all of them. But then it hit him, maybe he'd been a little too fired up. Because this mess was part of his professional extermination tour, mammoth hornets, and roach infestations, and Riddle snapped a reminder, "You don't do this kind of talk while you're eating." Kemuro blurted sorry, and admitted this was his first time exterminating locust hoppers, so yeah, it hit him hard and left him completely worn out. Riddle figured it out, those kinds of things happen all the time. There are moments in every life when you shove forward blindly, not knowing what's coming next, and when that time hits, he told Komodo to back them up too, just in case anything went wrong. After Kemuro heard that, he shot up and hurried off, using the excuse that he needed a quick moment. He called every worker over and told them, "Once you finish eating, if you can work, come downstairs, help me with the simmering flowers in the basement," and the whole thing turned into a riddle. Riddle's face lit up seeing him come through, and he stepped in fast to back him up, ready to help any way he could. The workers didn't get a break at all. They were stuck in that stinking basement, and they had to wear masks just to breathe while they worked. The shipwright rolled in with atomizers, and somehow they figured out how to build the ones they could handle. Kemuro inspected every piece down to the last detail, making sure they were built right and sturdy. He packed the mask with magic, turbocharging it to blast stinking particles out of the way. And shockingly, even Jerry, who couldn't stand Kemuro, still stepped up and helped out too. Jerry insisted he was only doing it for his older brother, and even so, Kemuro still thanked him. And then they handed everyone their assignments, and moments later, the adventurers were yanked into the spotlight. And Kemuro marched right up, slid into a seat, and sat down in front of them. He tore the truth open for them, even telling them what he'd done before just to make them finally cooperate. Then rage rippled through every adventurer. And then people started whispering, "Wait, is the owner in on it too?" Kimuro dropped his head and apologized to everyone for the setup, but he made one thing crystal clear: they needed every single adventurer they could get. The adventurers couldn't just snap at a nice, apologizing guy, so they didn't hesitate. Right then and there, they decided to jump in and help Kimuro out. But they made a deal later. They wanted Kimuro to square up in a friendly spar with them. Kimuro swore on everything that it would happen. At least, that's what he promised them. And just like that, the adventurers snapped into action, ready to hunt down those locust hopper bugs and smash every last one. The whole town was buzzing. Every single person felt their spirits soar. They weren't stirring up trouble anymore. They were stepping in and helping others instead. Riddle handled every last person, and Kimuro was thrilled to have him backing them up. Once the drums holding the explosives were handled with absolute care, they were finally removed. Komodo watched everyone hustle to get their carriages ready to roll after everything was loaded up. Then right after that, Komodo got a call from Belsa, and the moment it hit, everything changed. And he demanded to know what was happening. Turns out, surprising is an understatement. She blurted out in pure excitement that she finally pulled it off. And then he stumbled on a plant strong enough to wipe out the locust hoppers, magic orba. Kimura's heart jumped at the news, and Hiwa praised Belsa's relentless hard work like it truly mattered. He wasted no time spilling the news to Riddle. His employees had dug up a working pesticide, so they'd be heading to the campsite for a while. Riddle wrapped him up in a quick good luck send-off and told them to hit the desert next too. Just like that, thick black clouds swelled back overhead, and a single raindrop slid down, drifting straight toward Kimuro. Rain crashed down, and Kimuro and Riddle watched it slam into the world until it went absolutely pouring. So yeah, their clock was basically out of time. There was barely anything left now. Kamaro bolted toward the campsite, and in just a few minutes, he was already standing outside the city gates. He barreled straight for Belsa, caught her just in time, and Komodo's arrival instantly won her warm welcome. While cheering him on for grinding that hard, Kimuro bolted over the moment he heard brewed up a pesticide. Then Belsa leaned in and told him, "Let me show you, I'll save us a ton of time." She jabbed a finger at a pot hanging over the fire, where something was bubbling and simmering. Kimuro's eyes widened as he tried to guess what the bottom hid. Then Belsa snapped into action, ordering him to bare the back of his hand and rip off his glove. Kimuro did exactly what she said, and then Belle swooped in and dropped a few drops of that liquid onto her. He burst into frantic screams, every word burning as the hot liquid hit him. Belsa clocked it right away. This sort of thing didn't touch him at all, not one bit. All it did was crank the heat, so she figured he had to be packed with mana. She leaned in and told him the thing at the bottom of the pot wasn't ordinary at all. It was magic orba. Because it was a plant that drank in mana from whatever touched it, and she was just about. She said it was born out in the desert. Ale and a crew of others started it, and now they're back at it, out there gathering even more right this second. Now Belsa leaned in and explained it. Every monster carries a magic stone inside its body, and if that stone ever shatters, they're dead. Kimuro nodded like it all clicked the second she finished speaking. Dead, and Belsa told him her solution actually works, because it drinks in mana straight from that magical stone. She told him to come look as she pulled out a locust hopper, squeezed in a few drops of the solution, and crack, it let out a sharp, cracking sound. Locust hoppers thundered, the mana stone cracked and shattered, and it spewed a blast of red smoke from its mouth. Kimuro stared in shock as the bug went down in an instant, and Belsa said one tiny drop was all it took to wipe out a whole locust. It was brutally strong, so when they used it against that monster with almost no mana left, it drained their mana in a blink. But here was the catch: only Kimuro and Ale could use it, because even getting close to that cure made her head pound with pain. Kamaro realized this wasn't something any normal person could ever touch or use. Belsa looked at him and admitted with a sting that they didn't have much time left. She even wished she'd spotted it sooner, because then she might have had enough breathing room to fix it. Komodo leaned in and told her, "Trust me, this is already an incredible find." Belsa snapped at him, telling him it was dead wrong. No, this chemical was only usable by a tiny number of people, and even then it didn't fully show up in her vision, like the research itself was falling apart, proving the work wasn't enough. And Kimuro had no idea she could be this ruthless with herself. Belsa then blurted out, "I found something else. A battered watering can." She figured this would save them, and Kamuro couldn't help but eat up that sweet, adorable side of her. Then she told him the locust hoppers could multiply and explode in numbers, so yeah, a massive swarm was coming for sure. After that, Kamuro drew a magic circle, like he was about to unleash the next experiment. And it kept those locust hoppers from slipping away. He remembered she was wrapping that circle with some kind of coil. She told him it was an air plant, one of those weird survivors you can spot out in the deserts. Then Belsa tipped her watering can and drenched the locust hoppers, ready to see exactly where they'd bolt to. And it hunkered down in that surplus, and Kamuro realized, if they played this move smart, they could herd the swarm exactly where they wanted it. Belsa leaned in and told him, "That's not even the whole story. If we cram them together, the tension between them will explode, and that could play right into our hands. Maybe we can tweak things just enough, according to them." Belsa said that right now. The only way they could get the magic orb was the flash floods. Those raging torrents would snatch them up and sweep them away with it. So yeah, she swore they had to grab every last magic orb before the flash flood calmed down, because once it did, Locust Hopper would tear south through the desert, straight into town, right after the waters hit. The flood of her explanation hit Kamuro fast, he got the gist, but the second he asked Belsa to tell Riddle and the others, she shut him down cold, staring at him like he was completely clueless. He pushed her about why she kept saying no to something so important, and Felser admitted she just felt nervous being around people. Explaining it to Kamuro was no problem for her, but not for anyone else. Kamuro even asked if she could just jot it down in a book or something so they could hand it straight to Riddle. Belsa hadn't even thought of that, then she nodded immediately and agreed. Kamuro figured it was because she was still healing after being cooped up. After a while, Ale rolled in with the others, and Komodo cracked open his earlier banquet stash, handing out tons of food to everyone. Ale leaned in and demanded to know how things were really going in town. Maramu and Seth are dying to know it too, so Kamuro just pushes the truth. Monroe burst in with great news. Turns out everyone had finally locked in and started working together to fix the whole situation. But the locust swarm didn't have long. This attack could hit any day now. He told them they'd already seen every omen, and then Belsa uncovered the truth. That brutal downpour wasn't just weather, it was the spark that kicked off the locust swarm. Black clouds barreled toward the desert, and Kamuro snapped that they'd better start preparing, right now. Before those clouds even crawled over the northern edge of the desert, he warned them. This locust swarm could number in the billions, and that news instantly had Seth and Maramu spiraling into worry. Kamuro promised them, with zero doubt, that they'd shut it down for good. Right now, Riddle and the adventurers were rolling toward the edge of the desert, riding in those carriages like the start of something huge. When they finally hit their destination, Kamuro and once he threw the move out there, the whole party shifted right along with it. Carriages thundered into the grassland camp, rolling in like reinforcements. Without wasting a second, everyone else fell into formation and pitched their camps in a neat line around them. Kamuro laid down strict instructions for everyone on how to handle the supplies, and then he even teamed up with Ale to help get the work done. The very next morning, that brutal storm finally broke, heavy rain crashing down over the desert like a trigger being pulled. They pushed their hard-earned prep to the finish line. Then a brutal downpour erupted out of nowhere, soaking the ground, and Kamuro burst out of his tent just to check on Riddle, because something about it felt seriously unsettling. And then the rain rolled in, soaking the tents until they turned musty and dusty, and Kamuro jumped in to scrub them clean. Then Maramu thrust steaming soup into the adventurers' hands, right as they collapsed from exhaustion after that brutal wagon trek. Then they called a meeting, and Riddle broke it down. Some dreams were already lining up to hit the exact requirements to trigger the conditions. Kamuro nodded and said they'd finally surface as soon as the rain stopped. Kamuro launched into their plan to everyone, aiming to intercept the oncoming locust hopper swarm and back the adventurers' pump squad before it hits. They'd burn the repellent into smoke, corner the locust hoppers, and trap them with nowhere to run. Kamuro and Ale would set themselves up to finish them off with magic orba, but they'd also have to draw magic circles barriers to keep the locust hoppers from slipping away. Then those barriers would trap the orba fumes so they wouldn't poison other adventurers. And if any locust hoppers managed to escape a single group, the rest of the hunters would wipe them out with whatever spell they had ready. Riddle didn't bat an eye at the plan, because it was a win for every adventurer and a straight-up boost for town's finances too. After that, Komodo leaned in and laid out Belsa's hypothesis for everyone. And Riddle was totally stunned by just how deep Kamuro and his researcher, Belsa, managed to dig into this whole case. By evening, everyone had been placed exactly where the plan said, and Seth tracked the sky until the clouds finally looked like they'd start clearing. Then he told Kamuro. Kamuro barked at Ale and Maramut to get ready, then tossed them brand new uniforms before they headed out. Ale and Maramu started changing right before their eyes, which made Kamuro feel instantly awkward, so he yanked the situation to a stop and rushed them to another tent to change clothes. Now the Kamuro company was ready to blast out on its very first massive, big-time mission. And Kamuro couldn't wait to see just how perfectly it would play out. Then they dumped the drums out and started pumping pesticides into the atomizers. But after a while, Belsa leaned in and warned Kamuro that something was seriously wrong, and that it all started with what they did in the beginning. They were set to unleash the repellent and the magic orb right from the edge of town. But the second the adventurers tried the magic orb, all of them got hit with dizzy spells so brutal they crumpled to the ground. So when Ale and Kamuro fired up the magic orba, every other adventurer had to step away, meaning it was just them, getting swarmed and attacked by a non-stop horde of monsters. Kamuro took it in stride, then leaned over and asked Ale, "You okay?" And the moment she learned the monsters were swarming in to attack her, hundreds of them, one relentless wave after. Ale couldn't stop himself. He was buzzing, desperate to kick things off immediately like a real battle junkie. Then they kicked off their journey straight for their spot. Rain crashed down and a bitter wind swept in, right as the adventure was about to begin. All the adventurers crowded around Riddle as he laid out one last push, how the locust hoppers have been wrecking them for ages. If this plan works right here, they'll finally bring some real hope to every country still getting plagued by the same nightmare. He rallied every adventurer to stand firm in battle, and he even pulled Kamuro in to fight bravely too. Then Kamuro stepped up and beamed, firing off 2 bright, cheerful words to everyone. And with a breath of relief, he thanked every single one of you for showing up. He warned everyone to stay sharp, and if they spot that red mist, they better bolt, no questions. Kamuro chimed in that this desert isn't done surprising them, and there could be even more horrors hiding in the sand. Then he called everyone together, and Riddle ordered, "Start," because this was the plan to wipe out the desert demons on the signal the next day. Everyone finally caught the sun's glow, and while the adventurers stayed locked on their posts, Komodo bolted deeper into the desert, pushing even farther into the scorching sand, and wrapped a magic orb around its waist. Then he linked up with the rest of Kamuro's crew. They just kept waiting, minute after minute, but the sky stayed perfectly clear, still clean and unbroken, like it was refusing to give them any answers. And Kamuro pushed for patience, gripping control with everything he had. But some adventurers couldn't wait a second longer. They just shrugged and called it a total waste of their time. Kamuro fought to keep them here, then his detection skills snapped, and he sensed something in an instant. He spotted one tiny black dot, then a few more, then suddenly the sky erupted into hundreds and thousands, all of them sprinting straight at them. Kamuro snapped to attention and yelled that the swarm was here. And what they were seeing wasn't some random swarm at all. It looked way too organized to be that. But the sky went pitch black, packed with so many of them circling overhead. Every single one of them had turned into a mutated locust hopper, and they were wildly, brutally dangerous. Even Kamuro couldn't hide it. This wasn't just a battle, it was a swarm, and the locust hoppers thundered toward the camp like they meant to bury them. Seth's stomach dropped when a whole swarm of them suddenly surged in, and this suffocating darkness felt like it could swallow the desert whole. Ale and Kamuro stared down the oncoming disaster, and just before it got close enough to strike, Kamuro tensed, ready to move. Then everything changed in the blink of an eye suddenly. He spotted a tight little gang of locust hoppers peel off from the main swarm. So he snapped his hand onto the magic circle and blasted the pesticide smoke canister to life. As the blast erupted, the split-up locust hoppers charged through the smoke, and they spun right back toward the main group, fast. Riddle's stomach dropped when he saw how many of them were surging toward the town. He knew they'd reach it once they cleared the path, and the thought of the townspeople's lives being in the crosshairs wouldn't let him breathe. Kamuro stepped in and told Riddle to hang back. As he pushed deeper, he snapped at Belsa to team up with other adventurers and smash every locust hopper that might slip past, no matter how it tried. Whether it was magic or smashing them with sheer force, Kamuro was locked in, geared up for his job, and ready to fire up the atomizer loaded with a magic orb. Belsa snapped on her mask too, and the adventurers kicked things off by firing their repellent sprays. Their goal was simple and brutal: steer the locust hoppers exactly where the swarm wanted them to go. Then, right out of nowhere, a bunch of locust hoppers got torn away from the rest. They rushed the adventurers spraying repellents, closing in fast, so Kamuro snapped, "Don't panic about killing them, just herd them straight toward me." Then bam, right when they thought they were safe, the adventurers crashed straight into an even worse threat. Kumuro watched the desert's other monsters burst out of hiding and charge in, unleashing full-on chaos on the adventurers. Kumuro figured the chemicals must have hit these monsters somehow, so he told the adventurers to handle the fights and leave the locust hoppers to him. Just stay sharp and keep your distance from the magic orba's red smoke. The adventurers shifted around, and Ale jumped in at his side for the 2 versus 10 billion battle. Kumuro fired off the remaining circles, and boom, every can erupted in a precise, lethal pattern. And even after their job was done, the explosions kept roaring for a few more seconds. The explosions blasted open the path for the locust hoppers. Now they had one single way out, straight through the camp. Kumuro sharpened his instincts and used his detection skills to make sure the plan was actually funneling them the way it was supposed to, right on time. Now. Kumuro and Ale were the only ones left still working. They both slammed forward with atomizers blazing, aiming straight at the swarm as locust hoppers surged in toward the two of them. Kumuro launched a barrage of magic orbs, blasting the swarm to pieces. They wasted no time turning nasty, and some of them charged straight at Ale. She barely had a heartbeat to react, then Kumuro swooped in and saved her just in time. She thanked him for saving her, and as they started wiping them all out, the adventurers were surviving by hunting the desert monsters, with healers keeping everyone standing and some folks slapping on repellents to scare off locust hoppers, while Ale picked them off one after another. And the extermination kept on roaring nonstop, right there in the middle. The adventurers watched those locust hoppers break through and charge straight for the tent, so Belsa snapped into action and set a trapkin right in their path. That one triggered a terrifying blast and wiped out those locust hoppers for good. The extermination mission dragged on for hours, and the black tide of locusts erupted and swarmed the desert floor, their bodies stained and speckled with the red pesticide smoke, turning the whole wasteland into a wild, impossible sight. By then, more and more adventurers were dropping from exhaustion, and Kimura could feel sweat breaking out on his skin too. They pushed through anyway, and before long, the sand's real golden color started to shine through, until this desert was choking on so much smoke it felt unstoppable. But just one stayed, most locust hoppers vanished, and the swarm had one target in its sights as it charged straight toward Kimuro. And he stood there, cold and ready to wipe every single one of them out. Just as Kimuro was moments from finishing his job, the locust hoppers around them started cracking and screeching, loud enough to shake the air. And it kept going until the whole sky cleared. Kimuro finally pulled it off. And with a final push, he crushed his company's very first job. And as if that wasn't wild enough, Seth swore a magical whirlwind was charging in from the east, straight out of the desert. Kimuro snapped his hands over his eyes to shield them from the dust. Then Seth's report hit. Something was barreling toward him, and Kimuro didn't hesitate. I'll take care of it myself. But then it hit him. This monster wasn't just scary. It was way more dangerous than anything he'd ever faced. It looked like a wild mishmash. Lion, goat, dragon, and snake all fused into one nightmare creature. A savage beast barreled toward them with one brutal goal: wipe them out, no mercy. Ale snapped him back to reality. This was a chimera. It came swooping down from the sky, but Kimuro didn't even flinch. No matter how fast it struck, he just planted his feet and hammered it with a clean punch like it was nothing. Kimuro sprinted back to Seth and declared the monster wiped out. Then Ale just stood there, stunned by how brutally overpowered he was. Kimuro finally felt the weight lift off their shoulders. Job done, and it was time to head back. But just when he thought he was in the clear, someone snapped his name and hit him with something even bigger. More surprising than that, Kimuro stared and saw an old man in a farmer's clothes, and from his view, this guy didn't look like any adventurer at all. Kimuro finally found out from the old man that the thing he'd been hunting wasn't some ghost at all. It was the chimera that had slipped out of his grasp. When Kimuro finally defeated it, the old man jolted with shock, and then turned around, grateful as could be. Kimuro explained he ran an extermination company, and the old man immediately asked him to drop by his farm sometime to wipe out the bugs there. Kimuro promised him he'd set up a budget service for him soon, and just as that was settled, the old man suddenly realized he never even bothered to introduce himself. And that's when the old man tipped off his straw hat, flashing a respectful nod, and announced himself as Garcia Gnome, the Earth Hero. Kimuro froze, shocked that a hero had just landed in front of him, out of nowhere. After some quick small talk, Garcia let slip that his wife was waiting at home, so he headed out, but Kimuro cut in with take care, even though Garcia had no clue what he was supposed to do next. Back at the Grasslands campsite, Kimuro spotted Riddle standing there, locked in as she listened to everything about how the extermination went. Then Kemuro and Ale returned with faces so grim they looked carved from stone. And he yanked off his mask, and the second it was gone, he finally let out a breath of pure relief. Seth and the other adventurers couldn't wait to hear what happened, and when they saw everyone made it back safe, they finally let out the biggest sigh of relief. Riddle leaned in and grilled him, "So how'd those locust hoppers go?" And Kemuro stayed totally calm as he told them the great news: the extermination job was finished. He tore into everyone's shoulders with gratitude, thanking them for every single ounce of hard work they'd put in. And when that news hit Riddle, he burst into happy tears, because Kemuro finally pulled off the impossible and saved their whole town and everyone in it from the plague. After a while, everyone snapped into action, grabbed their carriages, loaded up all the gear, and headed out to wipe the campsite clean. To make it back to town, finally, the adventurers convinced themselves this was it, home at last, and Kemuro beamed at them like he'd been waiting for this moment. The adventurers who used to be restless now bragged they'd be the key to turning this whole mess around, and they made sure Riddle knew one thing too: the reward for their courage, so Riddle nodded and agreed. Later, he checked in and told Kemuro the preparations were finally ready. Then Riddle grinned and warned Kemuro he might take a bite first, so Kemuro and the others could roll into town without waiting on him. Kemuro shot back that he'd stay put for another 2 or 3 days, just to be safe, staying on watch in case anything changes out in the desert during that window. He figured it was just as much his job to let the pesticide wear off safely, and Riddle couldn't help but feel grateful for that. Then Belsa snapped, calling out to Kemuro, holding up a book like it was about to change everything. Kemuro shoved the book into Riddle's hands and told him it was Belsa's full playbook, everything you'd ever need to fight locust swarms, from the hoppers' ecology to the exact way to make a repellent. Riddle snatched the book with a grin and happily agreed. And to Kemuro's shock, Riddle was ridiculously polite, crediting Kemuro for saving them, while Kemuro just stood there wondering how on earth to thank him, because Riddle had already decided he was grateful. Riddle told them that if he hadn't come here, this plague would have wiped out Flora, and they'd have had no choice but to flee the town, all because Kemuro's help kept their lives and livelihoods standing. Riddle broke into a warm grin and shook hands hard, gratitude blazing in his eyes. Just as Riddle was soaking in the wind, the Kemuro Company crew showed up right there. Kemuro said it wasn't only his effort, and that he could keep things moving thanks to his crew of hardworking employees who never backed down. Adventurers and townspeople teamed up with the guild, and that alliance turned everything into something they could actually pull off. If he didn't get everyone's help, he never would have made it. And most of all, he told Riddle to thank one more person too. Kemuro shoved Belsa forward and declared, loud and clear, that she was the one who'd handle the most important mission, tracking down the way to exterminate them. Riddle shot back that she was right, and he felt like he had to thank her just as hard. Belsa's nerves were shot straight through her the moment he was standing there. She pushed Kemuro. Didn't it really need to be that much? Kemuro told her the truth. She was the one driving things forward, not just standing by, but to her it felt simple. She was only doing her part, making something to chew through the monsters, the same way Kemuro always did. Riddle couldn't help it. She burst into a giggle, clearly loving how nervous she had her. And Kemuro told her it wasn't just some clever way to wipe them out. She'd also uncovered a chemical method to crush those locust swarms. With that, she crushed one of the world's own plagues, an absolutely massive win all by itself. He told her to stand tall and take pride in it, because there was zero room for modesty. Belsa just realized it. Turns out her obsession with those monsters ended up saving the whole town. And never once judged it like a savior. Kemuro and Riddle were blown away by the way she looked at everything. And then they were left drowning in even more words of gratitude. The caravan of wagons tore back toward town, ripping through the road like it had a destiny to finish. Kemuro's company crowd rolled in and showered their president with praise for the grind he pulled today. Then Ale stepped up to personally thank him too. And she just wrapped her arms around him, grinning as she told him it was always a blast being near him. Kemuro snapped that she couldn't just latch onto him out of nowhere, even if she thought it was totally fine. Belsa finally convinced herself that, yeah, she'd just saved the lives of countless people. After mulling it over, she grinned at Kemuro and told him, like it was obvious, that since it was all because of her, they all deserved a proper reward, while Kemuro just stared, stunned that even she could drop her modesty like that. But then her words hit him like a truck. He suddenly remembered he had totally forgotten to talk to Riddle about their reward after leading that massive extermination, because Ale and Belsa fumed at the hell he'd just said, while Marimu and Seth were busy panicking over their pay. After that, they stayed camped out, guarding the desert as it slowly took shape. Everyone got the news, and Kimuro made sure they all knew it. Sure, they were thrilled to hang around longer, but Kimuro felt the clock ticking and knew he had to run back to his real work. A divine command that ordered him to wipe out heroes across the whole world. Earth hero Garcia still haunted his thoughts, and when he replayed the memory of how he looked, Kimuro snapped a quiet thought to himself. Maybe he'd have to do it, even if Garcia looked like the kindest person alive.